Well, Brown, I got my CEO, Frosty, and I'll let him do the talking. I can't say nothing. He told me to shut the hell up. So go ahead, Frosty.
Well, today we're going to talk about the Federal Reserve's central bank digital currency.
All
It's
right.
not pie in the sky. They're actually implementing it. It's in the works as we speak. They're going to boil you like a frog.
Hold
And
on.
if you don't understand that after seeing some of what we're going to present, then I guess you just don't have a handle on reality.
Hold on. Did I do good, boss?
You did great.
Okay.
That was.
I'm not going to say a word. She's all yours.
I'm,
How you doing, Graham?
I'm still looking for the rocket after that countdown. I know it's going to appear. Anyway, you want me
Okay.
to
You
speak
want
or what?
the? Yep. There you go. It's all yours. I'll make it bigger for you. We'll start with this. There you go.
Okay, folks, if you go and do a little research and you pull up the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, they're going to tell you about FedNow service. FedNow service is just a veil for central bank digital currency. It's financial tyranny at its best in the end. I mean, they're going to control you hook, line, and sinker 24/7. They'll know where you are, what you're doing, what you're buying. And if they don't approve of it and decided, well, they want to shut you off, they can do it anytime they want. Here's the update from the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. The Federal Reserve banks have narrowed the timing of the FedNow service launch to mid-year 2023, specifically targeting a production rollout of service in the May to July timeframe. Today, the FedNow launch date is in sight. We are announcing this because they want you to think they're going to provide you a service. It's right even in the deal. FedNow service. They're going to service you because the bank, it wants to service you. It's serviced you all your life, right? They've done so much for you. It's hard for you to imagine that they could do more. Well, believe me, they're going to do a lot more, 24/7, and you're going to be bent over in a grand fashion when they get their way. Currently, they have more than 120 organizations that are participating in the FedNow pilot program. The FedNow service will be accessible to financial institutions of any size, helping broaden the reach of instant payments to communities nationwide. Financial institutions participating in the service will be able to provide business and consumers with the ability to send and receive instant payments efficiently and securely. Now, tell me, is there not report after report of this company or that company getting hacked? The government itself has been hacked. The VA has been hacked. So how are they going to do something securely when they haven't ever been able to do it? They're not. Payment recipients will have full access to funds immediately. Well, if you have someone who owes you money, when do you want to get paid? You want to get paid right now. We're the right now generation. We want things now, right now. And this is what they're selling. Payment recipients will have full access to funds immediately, giving them greater flexibility to manage their money and make time-sensitive payments. Giving them greater flexibility, which means they will bend you over. Stay flexible because you don't want you to throw your back out. The benefits of instant payments are increasingly important to consumers and businesses. Well, does a business want to be paid right now when you take the merchandise out of the store? You bet they do. And they'll be the first to sign up. In fact, you'll only be able to eventually, you won't be able to use cash. There'll be signs at every register, every entrance. No cash. So if you think that's important to you or not, businesses are going to be wanting to sign up for this. And then that's how they're going to prevent you from having any cash. Next year, financial institutions will be able to use the FedNow service as a springboard to provide innovative solutions to their customers. Total financial tyranny is just around the corner. Come and get you some. Just sign up. Sign up. Get your central bank digital currency account. That's all you have to do. You know, who was it that said, oh, yeah, Rothschild, Meyer Rothschild said, give me control of the money, and I care not what government you have. Give him control of the money supply, and he doesn't care. Government now becomes unimportant in his mind because they can't do anything either. If a senator objects to this, well, they can just turn their account off too. How are they going to get to Washington, D.C.? How are they going to get home? They can't buy nothing. They can't buy food. They couldn't even pay for their rent or their hotel. If they don't like what you're doing, they're going to control it until you get in line, do what they want, obey. Participants in the Fed pilot program will complete a certification process to ensure operational and messaging readiness, and then move into production once the service is launched. As the pilot program moves into the testing phase, the Federal Reserve is beginning to engage non-pilot financial institutions and service providers interested in being early adopters of their service. Well, who are going to be these early adopters? Businesses who want to get paid right now. You can buy something in their store in the morning, and by the afternoon, they'll have that money in their account, and they can buy products and have them delivered with the money that you spent there that day because it's instant. So they're not going to accept cash, folks. They want everybody to do this. And you can't buy anything in that store if you don't have your central bank digital currency account. And how are you going to get that account? Well, remember when you got your driver's license and you had to provide all this information? Well, it's that on steroids. They're going to know everything about you. And if you got a problem with your service, your internet goes down, or there's a question on something, what are they going to do? They're going to shut your account off. You have to call somebody, probably be talking to somebody in India or the Philippines or maybe Taiwan. Who knows? Just like it is now. You want to go through that? That's the least desirable things, you know. Just an hour or two of trying to understand what somebody says over the phone miles away, and there's all kinds of noise in the background because it's a hothouse of phone activity. You can't understand half of it. And yeah, 2 hours of that ruins your whole day. At least it does me. So anyway, that's what we got right there, folks.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Where do I sign? Where do I sign? I want to be screwed. I want to be screwed. I'll
It's
take it.
financial tyranny. They can do any, once they can control you financially, they don't care what kind of government you have. They
No.
don't need government's permission to do this. That's what they're saying. They can just implement this. Congress doesn't have to pass anything. President doesn't have to sign anything. They're going to take and change the monetary system all on their own because why? They're the central bank. All these
They're
other
going to
banks
control.
are going to be out of business because they don't need them. They don't need them anymore. You're going to deal directly with the central bank. Right now, the central bank is the lender to all these other banks. They lend them fictional money, and then they multiply that money tenfold, a hundredfold, and charge you the interest rates to make their profit. You think imagine the unemployment just in the banking system. I mean, I don't know what it's like in a lot of other areas, but in this area I did looking around, and there's 5 or 10 banks within a mile of me. In the I looked up how many banks are in the county. I kept scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. I finally gave up. I never did get to the end of the list. That's how many banks there are out there. But you're not gonna be doing business with these banks anymore because you don't need to. Go ahead, Boomerang.
Thank you, sir. I was just going to say, but you already said it. But I guess I could say it another way: is that once they get control of your finances, that's it. You're done. If they don't want you to buy meat from McDonald's, they cut you off. It's like a coupon. That's what it is. It's not money. It's a coupon for you to buy something. If they decide to take it and say, "Well, you had enough ham, you can go get bread." They'll monitor what you do, what you eat. They'll know exactly where you're at all times. You will have no control of your money at all. And again, like Frosty said, if you get the government mad, which is very easy to do, just like you would do in Google if you said something wrong, they cut you off. Then you try to complain, try to find a number to try to talk to them. You won't be able to. Just like Google and YouTube, you can't find no numbers. You can't complain. You're
Yeah,
totally
and
isolated. Go on.
yeah, that's right. And if if you think only the business is just between you and the central banks, well, that wouldn't be quite right because they need these tech service providers to implement this system. So everyone in these tech provider companies are going to be able to see everything you do, just like the central bank will. And what are these silicone? Yeah, they are silicone. But Silicon Valley tech companies, what are they doing now? They're censoring. They'll censor you if they don't like what you say. And they're going to have access to everything you do, just like the central bank will have access to it. And they can put their little fat thumb on the wrong keyboard stroke, and there you are. You're out of the system, fighting to get back in, probably having to talk to somebody in China or India or the Philippines or any other country that has those. What I don't know what you call them. I forget right now, but holy cow, that is a nightmare. You won't pay your rent. You won't buy your food. Hey, if you spend more than they think you should be spending on gasoline, they're going to limit you in your purchase of gasoline. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Maybe they see your grocery bill. Oh, you've been buying too much meat. You can't buy beef. That's too much for you. Let's limit that to only $25 a week. That's the kind of control they'll have.
This is the
And this,
kind of stuff that's going to happen also up in the VA. People who veterans, if they decide to cut them off for any reason, they won't get paid their benefits, and they'll do it.
and speaking
People
of the
better go on.
VA, that's another interesting thing because uh, I just got uh, an email today. They give one every week. It's on the Kool-Aid. Now they have three categories in there of level of severity, level of concern, level of whatever you want to call it. And there's low, there's medium, and there's high. And you know what is on every one of them? Everyone must wear a mask. That's on the high. Medium, everyone must wear a mask. And on the low, everyone must wear a mask. Well, they don't even have a category for when you could remove your mask. You're going to wear a mask going there into infinity. Apparently, there's no category where you're not going to have to wear a mask. So it wasn't high, they said last week. Now it's down to medium. Even when it goes to low, the lowest category they have, you still must wear a mask. The things that they're going to mandate you do, and if you don't, guess what? They control everything about your finances, what you do, where you go, who you do business with, everything. Don't think for 1 minute they're your friend. They're going to squeeze you. You are a cash cow, and they're going to make you moo until it hurts. They're going to squeeze everything out of you because that's what they do. That's what the banks do.
The governments don't give a shit. They don't. Not one of them. And they're implementing also right now well, they're talking about, I should say, in Australia and UK, London, and everything else. They're starting it over there right now, and it's getting ridiculous. And it's all control to control you. And China's a big factor of this. China's already have it, and you see what's going on with China right now. I mean, they have no freedom. Well, they put in stackable housings and everything else, and weld up the door, and people are screaming outside at nighttime because they're hungry. There's something wrong. This is all control, people. You better start waking up. I'm telling you, it's coming down on every single one of you. And if you don't realize that, God have pity on you because you're going to really be hurting. You're going to be starving. And if you think it's fun, walking around with your phone, hey man, look at this, I can get that. Wow, I get paid. Wow, this is easy. Wait till they put a chip in your arm to do it. And now they can really follow you.
And you
This is
couldn't
all it is.
refuse it. You couldn't refuse a chip in your arm because they'll just turn your account off if you do.
Yeah.
You're going to do whatever they say because they hold the card. They hold the ace. They got all the aces, in fact. You know, it's just like poker. 4 aces. Doesn't get any better than that. And they got them. These central banks will all be connected. And this is the one world order. This is how they get it done. Put everybody on a digital currency, control them through financial tyranny, and they'll run amok doing whatever they want, whenever they want. And if you won't even have a voice to raise.
You'd be like an ant. They'll just step on you, walk away. That's all it is. But you're going to make it sound good. Oh my God. Hey, you don't have to handle the dirty money with the diseases. You know? No, what they're trying to say is they want to find out where you're at all the time, what kind of transactions you're making. Now, with this, you can bet 2 to 1 your senators know about this, but they're not saying anything. They're keeping it quiet. And so is your news media. They know about this. If we knew about it, they had to know about it. And all you have to do is
This,
YouTube under Cbdc, and you'll find out all kinds of information. Go on, Professor.
yeah, here we had the Queen of England die. It was on the news for the last week. I bet half the coverage on the news was all about the Queen. But here is something that is really important to everybody, and you don't hear a peep about it. You think these news medias are doing anything other than distracting you? They don't want you to find out about this. And they make it sound so nice. The Fed Now service. Boy, you're going to get serviced. Well, you are. You're going to get serviced just like any animal in the barn that you want to breed. You service them with another animal. Well, this animal is the central banks. And if you think they care about you, my God, where are you living? Under a
It
rock, in a cave?
it's bad enough that the American government, we had to pay to get these banks out of trouble. We had to pay for them. We didn't weren't asked. We were told we are going to get and we're going to pay these banks. Where'd the money go? It was a scam, and they knew it. No one was really accountable for it, but yet they took money off of us. If that would have been us not paying our bills, where do you think we'd be at? Outside and looking in. They don't care. They don't give a damn. They're taking our money left and right, and they're using fear factors, lies, 9/11. It's heinous what's going on out here, and they don't care. But it takes the American people either to stop this shit, don't sign up for it, protest whatever you can do. But I'm telling you, if this gets implemented, which I think it will, because a lot of young kids, oh wow, this is cool. I like this. Well, I just walk in there and put my little wand on there, and hey, it's paid for. And the stores are going to hear jing 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 jing. I mean, why not just pay money like we used to? There's your money. Do what you want to do with it. Go on, Frost.
And all these liberals and progressives that want to be living under a dictator or a communist regime, well, they're in heaven now. They'll sign up in a heartbeat because they want this. They want the control. They want to be controlled because I don't know. I don't get it. Why they would want something like that? It boggles my mind. You're not going to have freedom. Forget about the Constitution. If you don't have the money to spend, you can't buy food. You can't pay your rent. You can't get to work because maybe you want a gas car. Maybe you want a motorcycle. They're not going to approve it. And that's what it'll come down to. This is climate control era. We're going to do away with petrochemicals, and we don't care how many people it kills. We don't, because we're going to save the planet. And the more people you kill, the better the planet is going to be.
Not to mention, if you do get an EV car, they can just shut off your credit. Trying to get a charge on your EV card. Well, you can't do it because we need electricity. We're getting your browns out. You can't use it. No, can't do it. You only go this far. That's it. We'll give you $3,000 to go on vacation. I mean, they can do a lot to you just by your money alone. And this is total control. Again, if you have no money, what are you going to do? You're shafted. And they'll do it. They will do it. You can't say anything bad about the government. They hear about it. Even think about it. You're talking bad about it. Bang, you're cut off. That's it. You'll swipe your phone or your arm. Transaction denied. Why? I got funds in there. Try to call up and see what happens. If you can find a number.
Yeah, and signing up for this, getting that digital wallet with the central bank, signing up for that, that's the same thing as walking into the gas chambers in Nazi Germany. It's the same result. It may not be the exact same physical activity, but it's really not much difference when you consider the result. They will crush you. They will suck every ounce of energy out of you. I really think the suicide rate is going to go way up because people will be so locked out of the system they can't survive. And what about the homeless that they care so much about, that don't have a phone, that won't have an account, that won't ever be able to buy anything. All they got is maybe the cash in their pocket. Well, yeah, I guess they winos can trade empty wine bottles. You know, hey, I'll give you. I got $1 here in my pocket. I'll give you $1 for that empty wine bottle. You're not going to buy a full one anywhere because they're not going to take cash.
You can see right now they're not taking cash in some places. You go to Costco's, to the gas station. No, we don't accept cash. You got to use the credit card on the gas pumps. They'll accept it inside. But what they're doing now in Costco's and Sam's, if you're a newbie, just signing up, you got to get an app on your phone. They won't give you a card. You got to get an app on your phone. Now, if you're an old person that's signed up, you'll have your old card. You'll still use that until you're dead or you lose someone. Then you have to go get an app on the phone. This is ridiculous. It really is. Thank God so far you can pay cash at the place at Costco's inside the warehouse, not the gas station pumps. But they're going to stop that eventually. They got self serves, and they only got a couple of people working on the cash. And I won't go to self serve. I'll go to the cash register so I can get somebody still working. They're getting rid of everything that you knew and know. It's like just
It'll be
jumping off.
it'll be a totally
On.
different. It'll be a totally different world. Totally different. Totally transformed into slave master status. You're either going to be up there with the ultra wealthy in charge of the central banks, master, or you're going to be a slave to their
I'll give
whims.
I'll give a good example. Remember when cable first started? Oh man, commercial free. All you got to pay for premium channels $13. Look at it now. Look how much expensive it is now. They just changed every freaking rules, and you got commercials all over the place in that damn thing. You know,
They did the same thing there. They boiled you like a frog. They sucked you in with all this wonderful thing, all these wonderful ideas. Oh boy, I can watch a movie with no commercials. It's only $13 a month. Oh wow, I can't wait to sign up. Oh, it's wonderful. And less than a year later, the commercials started.
yep.
Wasn't too bad at first, a little bit bearable. And look at it now. Commercial after commercial after commercial. If you go onto that stuff, it's just like these social media platforms and their commercials.
And at nighttime, oh my god, between 4 and 7, it's all it is, almost commercials on your channels, and they're
They're
making
lying
money.
to you. They're lying to you, people. They're trying to boil you like that frog. They think they're gonna suck you in and get you to do because it's going to be so wonderful. Because I want everything now. I need it right now. But really, there's nothing they're offering that you can't have right now. You can use PayPal, you can send money, but it's not instant. It may take a day or two, maybe three sometimes. Is it having it now worth being a slave to them? Because they're enslaving you. That's exactly what they're doing.
And it's going to get worse as the years go by. They'll start thinking other ways of screwing you over. They don't want these big herds out here in the United States. They want to get rid of us, and they're going to do it. They want a clean environment. What do you think they want you to start eating? Bugs, crickets coming up.
Yeah,
They're implementing it now.
if you're a meat eater, well, that's got to stop because we don't approve of that. We got to get rid of these cows. They're hurting the ozone. They're hurting the climate. We got to get rid of. You cannot eat meat no more. How about that? What are you going to do? Who are you going to complain to? Central bank that's doing it to you? Where's the balance of power? There is no balance of power at all. They have all the control, all the power, and you have nothing but what they allow you to have. Is that freedom? Where's the freedom in that? Right now, I got cash in my pocket. If I want to run down the street to the store. I can pick up an item, plop it down, the cash on the counter, and I can get it.
Why do you think they're just spending money so much? They want the economy to belly up so they can implement this. Well, I don't know what happened, but inflation took over. We got a depression now, but don't worry. We got a bank that's going to help us out. Don't worry, people. It's going to be a central bank. Everything's going to be all right. It's going to be a new world order with a new world bank, and we're going to take care of you. If you can't handle the United States, you can't control the United States. How are you going to take care of anything else?
You think you have guns and you don't want to register them on a national registry? They'll know every purchase you make, ammunition, guns, everything. They'll know right where you are. They'll know what you look like when they come knocking on your door. Don't think they won't. Why do you
And
think they
right,
have IRS agents that they wanted to carry guns? What? Why would they need the IRS service even after after doing this? I don't know why they would need it because everything is right there. You're guilty as hell. You could never prove different, and they'll just haul you off to jail. They'll be knocking on your door. They don't want to see your tax return. They want to put the handcuffs on.
and they'll do it too. They'll do it. I mean, if they can kill babies, have wars purposely just to make the elites richer while they're having parties, bash parties, orgies, the best foods, dressed in double outfits, people bowing down to them. This is not lying to you. I'm not. This is truthful. $40,000 worth of hookers, having cameras in the bathroom, so make sure the women are not hiding during the parties. It's this is all real. What they do are two different things, and they're all laughing their asses off on us because we are so greedy. We got to have it now, and that now is going to hurt you because as soon as you get yourself into that CBDC, you're going to get now, all right, when they shut off your damn account. You won't be able to say nothing or do anything without them telling you. You're spending too much money on this, so we cut you off. You got
You
to
watch
spend it on this.
watch the suicide rate climb when this happens.
Oh, yeah.
Just pay attention to the suicide rate. There's only
Use,
one country that I've heard of so far, and that was Ecuador. They tried to implement this same thing, this central bank digital currency, in Ecuador in was it 2017. They finally gave up on it in 2020. 3 years. It took them 3 years before they gave up on it because the number one reason, the people did not trust the banks or the government. They didn't trust them and they wouldn't participate. But they kept trying to force it on them for 3 years until they finally gave up.
these corporations don't care about you. They want the money now, and they don't care if you get locked into this or not. They don't care if your money gets stopped as long as they make the money. And that's what it is. They want to make all the money, and you get nothing out of it. You can suffer, they don't. And suffer you will do. If they don't want to do anything, they don't have to, because they cut off all your money. What can you do? Seriously. What are you
Well,
going to tell your
even
family? Go on.
even these businesses are going to suffer eventually because they're going to be dictated to as well. Well, we don't want you selling any more beef in your grocery store. What they're in the same position that the average person would be in. They can't disagree, or they'll be out of business. They'll shut their account off or control it in some way. So they think they think they're going to benefit. They're not going to benefit unless they do everything that they're dictated, mandated to do. Is that freedom?
How about your electrical bill and your gas? Oh, you're using too much gas. We're going to give you this much allowance. You know, wow,
You
50
can't you
bucks.
can't buy over you can't buy over $100 a month in gas because, well, we got to do away with this petrochemical. We got to do away with this gas.
Mhm.
Oh, your electric bill is too high. You're you're using too much air conditioning down there in Florida, Frosty. So we're going to limit your air conditioning to $150 a month. Okay?
But it's
Yeah.
my
Okay.
money. It's my money. What's going on here? It's my credit. I work for it. No, no, you didn't. It's our money. No, you gave it to
It's
us.
always it's always been their money.
Yep. Yep.
That don't change. Everything is theirs. They control it. If they control it, it's theirs. It's
Yep.
not you in control anymore. You're handing over control of your financial life to them, putting them at the top. You're just down here on the bottom, shuffling along, doing the two step.
And that's why one of the reasons I got out of the military because didn't want to be told what to do. I listened to them. I did my tour and I was out, and that was it. Just so I could have my freedom back to do what I wanted to do it, not when I had to be dictated to do it. And what happened? I come here now. They're doing the same thing as the military, but worse. 10 times as worse. Every time you turn around, the government's going to screw you. That government's not there for your interests. Not at all. Look, everything they touch, think about it. Everything they touch is turned to shit. It doesn't work well. It's not well. They don't want to perfect it. They don't give a damn. But they sure want your money.
Well, we all know that they're putting crickets in the food supply and other things, other insects. They're using them now. They're putting them in things. You can find products. It's on the package if you know what to look for. They can do any damn thing they want to do to the food supply. They can make you eat GMO everything. They can make you do anything. You'll have no choice in the matter because it'll be in everything. Just like fructose corn syrup and soybean oil. It's in everything practically. Pick up a box and read it. Pick up a can and read it. It's in there. Well, now they want to add insects to it. Who knows what they're going to offer in the future? But people were not designed to eat insects. Their system cannot handle it. There's too many. There's too many problems. They don't care.
No, they do not care. Look at the baby formula. They didn't give a damn. They still don't. They
Did
sound
they?
good on TV, but
Yeah. Did they see that as an emergency? Hell no. They knew about it for weeks and did nothing. Absolutely nothing. They created the problem, but they didn't do anything to solve it until it got out into the media. But now the media is not even reporting on this. Should be there should be more stories on this than there was on Queen Elizabeth's passing. But do you hear anyone in the media? And I'm talking liberal media, right wing media, if that's what you want to call it, whatever you want to call it, all media. Where do you see it? You don't see it. They're not reporting on it. They're in on it. They're distracting you with all this nonsense about immigration and open borders and all this stuff. They've got you distracted and they're rolling this out. And who are you hearing it from? You're hearing it from people who actually do a little research and go to their websites and they're telling you what they're doing. Why isn't that front page news? Why? Because they don't want you to know about it too much. They don't want you to know that the ultimate goal is total financial tyranny through their control. They don't want you to know that. They want to boil you like that frog. Oh, Fed now service. Oh, I'm going to get some service. Oh, I can't wait to sign up so I can be serviced and get everything instantly. Now, now, now. Oh, it sounds so warm and wonderful. The water's warm, frog. But soon it's going to boil.
Yeah, it's going to be really bad. It really is. Just think of anything they possibly can do to you when your money's shut off, and that's what they can do to you. Everything. Just think of anything that relates to money. They can do it to you. Anything. I don't see why we just don't use money. Money was fine with me. It worked. It worked for a lot of years, and now they want to change it for what reason? Control. Control. And the only way they can buy this is like they did the medical, that Obamacare. Hey, you'll have your own physicians, baby. I'm telling you, it'll be a lot cheaper. And look how bad it turned out to be. Just like they're going to do with this. Oh, it's going to be wonderful. Anytime you want something, you got it. Just swipe the phone or your arm, and you got it right then and there. The credits are right there. What about if they want to take taxes out of you more? Well, we'll just take it out of the credits. That's why they have to work harder. So instead of making $7 an hour, they're making 6. They can name their own price and take taxes out of that central bank because it's theirs. It's not yours. You earned it, but it's theirs.
What if you buy something with a manufacturer defect? What are you going to do about that? Go back to the business, tell them you want, well, what if they don't want to honor whatever agreement? What are you going to do? When you think about it, trillions of dollars the banks have unleashed since 2008. The simple act of pressing a few keystrokes on their computers, and we bathed in abundance. Trillions of dollars. Wow. Just the opposite has happened. Rents and housing prices are skyrocketing, healthcare costs are raising, obesity still increases, the major necessities like cars and housing, are they affordable? Well, it depends on where you are on the economic scale. Even two incomes from couples are no longer enough for some people to survive, especially if they're low wage workers. We have more conveniences, but we have less time. We have more degrees, but we have less sense. We have more knowledge, but less judgment. More experts, but more problems, more medicines, but less healthiness. What has happened to the promise of this great industrial revolution that was going to free us of all our burdens? With all the technological advances we have, you would think, well, we should enjoy abundance in our life. Unfortunately, in our current monetary system, the majority of technical services money and profit instead of people. And that is not going to change with a digital bank currency. It's going to increase. They're going to service money and profit, not people. This means it's unsustainable. The abundance will never, ever occur in a profit system like that. It goes against the value of the structure itself that they're creating. It's impossible to have a world without war or poverty. It's impossible to constantly advance technology to its most efficient and productive states. But that's what they're going to tell you. This is the most efficient, this is the most productive. And you need to be a slave to participate because that's the only position we're offering you. We're not going to let you into the wealthy elite at the top that controls all this. It's impossible to expect human beings to behave in a truly ethical or decent way, especially the wealthy. When have they ever done it? Look at Martha's Vineyard. Look at how wealthy those people are, and look what they did. They couldn't wait to get those migrants out of Martha's Vineyard. Less than 2 days, they had them out. 1%
Look
of
at
the population controls 50% of all wealth, at least, if not more by now.
no one says a word. just keeps on working and working like little busy bees and not getting anywhere. You know, seriously. Now they're going after your gardens. They want you to register. Oh, register. You know, get a group together. Tell us where you're at, so we know where you're at, so we know where to go to find you. It's exactly what they want you to do. Yeah, they want you to register your gardens.
Just
Believe it or
like you
not.
register a gun. Just like you
Yep.
register a gun. They want to know where those gardens are. Because if
Hmm.
you're not buying the corporate food and the insects they want to sell you to eat, well, we got to shut those. We got to shut those gardens down.
They're eating too good. They're eating too good. They're going to survive longer than we will if they keep eating that good.
They're eating healthy. They won't get sick. We've got to get them sick so that we can suck every dime out of them through treatments that don't work, through medicines that don't work, that just help alleviate some symptoms, but they don't alleviate the disease.
It's ridiculous out here. Like Graham said, you know, you'll probably get some lab meat. You know, like Bill Gates is doing right now. How you doing, Guru? Hubba bubba. Crickets will be everything.
We'll fix everything. Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
fix everything. Yeah. I can't wait to go to the bathroom. Cricket, cricket. Jeez, oh man. But yeah, it's if this is what you want, people, just go ahead and do it. But you're going to pay. This is the most costliest mistake you'll ever make in your life, and it will be your life because you're
Every That's
these
my phone cut out or something.
this government here is not here to help you out. They're there to fix their own selves. You know, this is their property, and then again, like Guru would say, this is a corporation, and it is. It's a corporation for them, but they own the cards. They own the aces, and it's bullshit. It is,
You
and
want to
they
get
will
rid of
take.
the Constitution? You want to get rid of the Constitution? Just get that central bank digital currency wallet. That's all you have to do because the Constitution is totally meaningless then. They can do whatever the hell they want. They'll every senator, every House of Representative will have a digital wallet too. They will have to do what the central bank wants them to do. And if they don't, they'll get shut off. That's the total power and control they have. Government is useless at that point. You won't have a government. Your government will be the unelected that are in control of the central banks.
It's not about you anymore. It's about money. How much money they can get, how much prestige they can get, and how they can screw you. They don't care if they drive by and see you with no shoes walking in glass. They can care less. They'll probably throw a bottle at you, a glass bottle, just so you step on it some more. These people are crude, rude, they're vicious, and they don't give a damn.
They're flat out evil.
Yes, it's not right, but they don't give a shit. But it's their corporation. And the best way to get out of their corporation is don't participate. Leave them. Start your own little community. Get your own garden going. Get to know other people, friendly people. It'll save you some time anyway. They won't come after you for a while. They'll be too busy trying to round up people in the cities. But
But
at
you're
least you'll have
running out
freedom.
of time. You're running out of time because they're
Oh, yeah.
starting. This isn't just something that was in the distant future that people were talking about, just a conspiracy theory that people are talking about. They're actually implementing this as we speak. They've studied it. Other countries are doing it. The US is behind the curve here a little bit, but they're going to catch up. They're going to catch up real quick because they're going to run this pilot program starting mid next year. And it's not going to take them long to work out the bugs and the kinks. And then they'll try probably a bigger pilot program. And then they're going to, by then, the word's going to be out. All these businesses are going to be saying, no cash, only digital currency, please. And what are you going to do then? What are you going to do then? You're going to buy, you're going to sign up and get that digital wallet from the central bank. Is that what you're going to do? You better, there's things you can do and you better take the steps to do them. You better have tangible assets because your money isn't going to be worth a damn. You either turn it in, get the wallet, or you live in some kind of underground system where it's like what the black market used to be. There used to be a black market in dollars. I know how that works. I know how that works because I was there. I've seen it work.
You're all exciting me with this talk here. I can't wait to eat them crickets.
Oh, Pee Wee, I'm so glad you showed up. I was about ready to butter the popcorn without you.
It's Fat Brown.
That's pretty good.
Howdy, Doogie.
What's happening, folks?
Hi, Guru.
See, all this stuff we were talking about is coming to pass. I mean, they're actually doing it.
Yeah, it's almost like we knew what we were talking about or something. I know.
Yeah.
No, not us.
But we were crazy.
Nah.
People won't listen. They say, "Oh, those guys are crazy."
Yeah, what the hell are they talking about?
We're crazy with the facts. They're doing it. It started. It's not a distant future. It's coming to a theater near you, just like a movie.
Yeah.
Boy, do you want to participate? You want to see that movie? You want to get that wallet? You want to be that slave?
It's that crackpot club, you know, them guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't talk to those guys. They're crazy. They're talking about the America, how bad it is. Ooh, you know, we show them all kinds of documentation, but ooh, you know, they can't be right. The government's going to do this to us? Nah, not our government. That's my dad. That's my uncle. Yeah.
I had this epiphany, not epiphany in terms of realization, but epiphany in logic of how to put this, because I keep having this run-in with people who have this some ideology like there's some kind of magic solution formula with this concept of justice. The patriotic mind wants to somehow have this delusional idea that there's going to be this magical formula that solves justice for us, and there isn't. You know, here's the concept. Since the populace is too dumb and incompetent to govern themselves, here's the solution. We will hire some of the populace that's too dumb and incompetent to govern themselves to regulate the rest of the populace that's too dumb and incompetent to govern themselves in exchange for giving away self-governing for government.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's yeah.
That just makes a whole lot of sense. How is that working out for us?
Well, I'm just jumping up for down for joy. Let me tell you, I'm excited. Yeah, right.
If you're black, you won't have to worry about being treated like a slave.
That's right. Yeah.
Because you'll be a slave. You'll be the thing that you don't want to be. You can't blame Whitey.
Mm-hmm. Biden, you want to get vote me because you black people out there, you'll be changed if you don't. Yeah.
Because I'm competent. I'm competent in being able to regulate. I'm part of the incompetent club, but you know I'm competent. I can decide and regulate and govern for all.
I make my own decisions, except when the Easter Bunny tells me which way to go.
And I still believe in Santa Claus. Yes.
Keep collecting them quarters.
Oh, yes.
But
Always did like the bunny.
The issue I'm trying to raise is that, black people are concerned about the slavery of the past and how they were disadvantaged. Well, we'll all be equal under the central bank. We will all be equal under the central bank.
Yeah,
we'll all be slaves. We'll all be slaves.
Equally fucked. Is what we
are. Yeah. Oh yeah. Bend over and break it off.
Oh yeah, it feels so good. Oh.
Graham B. Transparency says, and you pay for it also, Guru. That's exactly correct. That's why the key in that thing was we hire some of our dumb class that is not competent to govern itself to go ahead and write regulations to govern us all, put them in charge. I mean, it just makes no. We pay for it. We obey. We bend the knee. We suck on them for it. You know, keep sucking it, folks. You know, chew that cricket bubblegum.
You
It's
got
the
to
best
you
job
got
in
to
the world.
complain. You got to complain with what the central bank is doing with your digital wallet and allowing you to do. Well, just write to us, and we'll be like the internal affairs department at a police department, and we'll look at your complaint and decide that we haven't done anything wrong.
That's right. That's right. That's right. You know, we have a department for that to handle all your queries to make sure that, you know, you're taken care of in a timely manner.
You'd be better at writing a letter and just going to the water and sucking some water. It'll help you out.
Yeah,
Everybody-
waterboard
the only-
yourself and see if you can come to the truth.
The only thing a customer service department was created for was to create a buffer between who was responsible for the scam that they did.
Yeah,
So you
that's
don't
true.
get to
That's
access
true.
them. That's all it is, right? You don't get to see who it was who designed the fucking product and scammed you out of your labor.
Oh,
No.
I'll tell you this. Ooh. This is coming up. I'm telling you, this is going to be the ultimate. This is going to be it for everybody. You know, and people are going to buy into it. I'm telling you, people. Oh man, I cannot wait to sign up for this. Oh wow,
I'm so excited. I
Yeah.
just can't hide it. I'm really excited for it. I really am.
They state right on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors website in their pilot program they have over 120 businesses that want to participate, that have signed up. They're ready, willing, and able to become slaves. And
they want to screw you.
yeah. Well, they're going to screw themselves in the end too,
hmm
because they're going to do what they're told to do, because they'll have the digital wallet too, and it can be turned off too for these businesses. Don't think they won't do it.
Not to mention, they're the ultimate dependents. How are you going to dependent on your prey if you kill them all?
True.
It's if your food is gone, you know, if the people that you're scamming from and vampiring from, usurping from, they're all diseased, gone, decrepit, and dead, and they can't function and move anymore. Who's going to do your fucking laundry for you? I can't wait. I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. Seriously, I'm jumping up and down.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It really is. It's coming. What date is it, Frosty?
What?
What day was this supposed to be implemented? 2023?
Yeah,
2024.
May or June they're looking at.
Wow.
They're getting all.
It's right around the
What-
corner. Yep.
If you want a train to go from the East Coast to the West Coast, what do you have to have first? You got to have the rails. You got to have the track laid. You got to have that, or the train's not going. Well, let me tell you, they're laying the rails. That's what this pilot program's all about. They're laying the rails down, and that train's coming. And you're going to be on that track, facing away from the train, bent over, waiting for its arrival.
Yeah, you'll be the passenger in that train. Come on, suckers. Come on in.
You'll be the hood ornament.
Yeah. It's I just couldn't believe that what I read. I couldn't believe it. Neither could Frost. Frosty's the one that happened to find out about it. And I started reading up on it. Oh, Don, God, you gotta be kidding me. This is just that's it. I mean, this does everything. I mean, just everything. And the guy's right. Rothschild, you give me the money and the hell with the laws. Don't mean nothing.
He who controls the wealth writes the laws by default.
Yep.
It's the wealth equals authorship equals authority. That's all it is. It's by design. Whoever has the perceived personification of authority dictates the roost.
So
It's gonna happen.
don't think the Constitution's going to save you, because they don't need it.
The
They don't need it.
Constitution was designed as a bait scam for people to get distracted from just being in all-out free territory by default, like we are already. That's all that was, and people fell for it, and are still
scam.
falling for it. It is. It's a scam,
But
right?
for those people who still believe in the Constitution, I'm telling you, they're going to do what they're going to do. They don't. They're going
As
around.
they
They're going to
as
go
they
around
always
the
have.
Constitution. Yeah, well, yeah, but they're going to. I mean, we've talked about how it's become kind of like toilet paper, you know, and it's no longer just toilet paper that you're going to use. It's already in the sewer now.
Yeah, it was, but it was, again, it was a bait scam anyway. And the reason why, fundamentally, is because it's part of the rest of the system, which it's all belief based. And if you put it all together, it sets the stage for you to operate on a permission basis. And then if something's going sideways, you go to them for remedy. The same people that are causing you the headache that told you have to operate in the box with these rules and regulations to begin with.
Oh, what
That's
happens
why.
if you need? What happens if you need insulin or you need medicine and
Right.
they cut you off? What happens if? Well, excuse the way I say this, but what happens if a female needs hygiene? You know, they say no, you're
Right.
cut off. You know,
And
it's just
the problem was relying on them for that to begin with. If
Yeah.
there was no reliance and dependency on them, then that wouldn't be a problem. And hence you have the root of where the responsibility lies right there. But they won't tell you that. They'll say, oh, no. They'll make you distracted as hell to think about anything other than doing just that, taking responsibility
doing it
for
now.
yourself.
they're
And
doing
they've
it
always
right
been
now on
doing it.
TV.
Right.
You know, the Queen
Why?
for the whole past freaking week we're listening to this stuff, and I keep shutting it off.
Right.
You know?
Right. The whole thing, like I said, is a long-running infomercial. The reason why is because it empowers them superficially. Every ounce of attention that they get is a distraction from you, the people, we, the people, whoever's paying attention, from living their own lives without that distraction. It's really that simple. And giving your energy to them and empowering them. Making them something, it's just it's celebrity, same thing. It's starstruckism. People are just, they give their
Again.
energy over to them.
Honestly, Graham sees it, Frosty sees it, you see it, I see it. I just can't believe these. I mean, it's right there in front of you. It's never mind. I want to get a cup of coffee. I'll let you talk for a minute.
All right. Well, fluoride works. Don't ever forget that.
So does
And
meth.
hypnosis. So does what?
So does meth.
So yeah, that's right. Well, I would almost say that's probably the ingredients are pretty close. So there's some racial mixture there that are definitely similar. That's for sure.
Yeah, if they want to put that in your toothpaste, who's going to stop them?
Right? And your water, your drinking water. I mean, I had this ideas when I was a kid. I was like, shit, just epiphanies. I'm like, God damn it, we're all drinking from the same tap. If somebody wanted to do a number on us, it would be pretty easy if we're all drinking from the same source,
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't be hard. And then later on, I realized, shit, they already have. That's exactly what they've been doing all this time. And holy shit, stop touching that after, Oh yeah, we got angels who are in charge of this. They would never do that. No. They're in charge of making sure our water's healthy and safe that comes out of our taps. Fuck that shit. No, they're not. Who's the angel in charge? Show me one human being that, especially when money is involved, that changes the equation. That doesn't have some level of corruption, that has the integrity and the capability and the competence to handle that for everybody. Yeah, right. Not happening. But
And Biden signed the executive order that started this thing. He signed it. So I mean, he's he knows where it's going. He knows how they're working on it.
yeah, they're privy to part of the plan. That's for sure. Part of
That's
the
why you
agenda.
don't hear him talking about it. That's why you don't hear anyone in Congress talking about it. You don't hear Biden talking about it either. He
Right. Well,
just
they
did
can't.
the executive order, and while everybody's distracted on the Queen and immigrants and any other thing that you're seeing in the media, they're not reporting on it either.
Right.
So they're in on it. They're in on it. Believe me.
Yeah. They can't even if they wanted to, but they don't want to because their whole way of life depends on the scam. And why should they? They're not responsible to.
Well, they'll only print what the central bank allows them to print in the future. Once this is taking place, they'll do just what the central bank tells them to as far as news. If central bank says, well, the sun ain't coming up tomorrow and that's what you've got to print, then they'll print it.
What's the difference between that and how it's already working?
Yeah, not much different because it's happening. It's happening. And they're not telling you about it. What does that tell you?
I don't. Yeah, I mean, literally. What is the order supposed to do? That's any different than now? This is the first I'm hearing about it, and the money supply for the United States and all the UN nations anyway doesn't come from the country. It comes from the Fed, which is the ruler of the central bank.
Yeah, and that's who you'll have your account with.
So everybody, because that's why it's called a central bank. Everybody right now, it's already by design, operating within the fiat currency system is operating in franchisee status. That's why you'll never see like a competitor Visa or MasterCard. That's its own system. That's mafia battle. They'll be shot right away.
The only bank you'll have a relationship with is the central bank. All these other banks will disappear. They might use some of the employees and some of the locations to set up their computers and to set up their processing centers and so forth. But that's how they'll be used. You won't be able to walk into them and deposit some money or take any money out.
Yep. Yeah, it's all just going to be 100% digital without any human interaction.
Right.
Just straight towards it. And I could care less either way if it is or if it isn't. Because it doesn't matter if it is or it isn't. It's already not something that's a healthy way of functioning. It shouldn't even be, relied upon and dependent on. It's there, whatever, use it, fuck with it, blah, blah, blah. But if you're dependent on it for your lifestyle, you fucked yourself. So that's why I advocate the loudest message I can talk about is learn how to be self-sufficient, and no matter what systems you're using or tools, never put all your eggs in one basket.
And the thing is, the only thing you can do to protect yourself is have tangible assets. Why do you think that all these people are buying up the farmland, like Bill Gates and all these international corporations coming in from these other countries buying up American farmland? Why do you think that is?
Because people still believe that means anything. And people will think, oh, well, they own it all, so I can't access it. That's why.
Yeah, well, they're driving you out of the market is what they're doing.
Right. So then the other side.
You're not going to be able to buy it pretty soon. Once you have your digital wallet, you won't be able to buy it.
Right. So the other side of the equation is to realize that that's all a scam, and that, ask all the insects and the bugs and the crickets and the bacteria if it cares who has this fictional sense of ownership on this massive amount of land. Why would I, as a human being, think any different than the rest of nature? They
Well,
can go
'cause you'll
fuck
be-
themselves.
The only problem is you'd be stopped as soon as you walk in their land. Hey, yo, private property, get the hell out of here! Boom! If you don't
If-
move, that's the only problem. Now, if we had enough of us,
Right.
it'd be
If I
something
was by
different.
myself. Yeah, exactly. And that's why, writing was on the wall for me 28 years ago about this. And I've done in between then and now, allying. I've got my allies and networks, and that's what I'm trying to, that's why these conversations are so crucially important. And I'm so elated that we're having them, because that is the solution, is to get the confidence to do that. Ally. That's what it's going to come down to. And that's the way it always is, fundamentally, by design in nature.
Excuse
really
me
is
for a
just
bit. Does anybody know this person I just let up?
Hello, going for broke?
Going for
Hello.
broke. Oh,
Hello.
Oh,
I
it's Jane.
think-
Doggone you, Jane. I want to shoot you.
Foiled by your own daughter.
Yeah.
I thought sure it'd be a homeless person weighing in on the conversation.
Yeah.
I thought she was
No.
coming up to buy
Not
all the
yet.
shares in my cricket company.
Yeah, buy shares of your cricket company. Yeah. I
Yeah.
didn't know who it was. I thought it was like one of your friends. I didn't. Oh man.
Hey,
I
what
heard
was
his
that?
name, Jane.
What was that commercial? What's in your wallet? What's in your wallet, Jane? Anything digital?
Nope.
I tell you something. Just something that dawned on me, and when I was getting a cup of coffee, a perfect example of tyranny. Pressing the issues on you is that, say you don't want to take your child to school. Well, we're not going to give you any money until you do. You're going to take them to that public school. They're going to learn that CRT. The wokeness, the gender identity.
I
You're
would
not
say
going to.
I would say tyranny would be wanting to send yourself or your offspring to people who think like that.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a school.
I tell you how they can make a criminal out of you anytime they want is just look at the laws that was passed in Canada where you have to use gender pronouns and Z and sir and they and all this other stuff. You have to,
What's
and
this?
if you don't, you're going to end up in jail. That's the final solution there. If you don't agree with it and you don't do it, jail is in your future. So I
Yep.
mean, they can implement anything they want.
You know what the thing about that is? It goes both ways. So can I.
Yeah.
I can do that too, right?
Well, I could not live under a system that they want to implement. I cannot live under that. I can't.
I hope not.
No.
I'm sorry.
I hope not. Yeah, and that's why the best way to, for lack of a better word, defeat it, because that gives the idea of head-to-head confrontation, which is not the real solution. Albeit many people are going to try as they will to do that anyways, and best of luck to you, the people who want to do that. Make sure you're at least use your life somewhat worthy and sacrifice yourselves for something. Take a few blokes out or something. But for those who are a little more sensible, the best way to defeat it is secession. Secede from it all,
Exactly.
and then your energy is no longer serving that way of functioning.
That's
serving yourself.
basically the way the people in Ecuador did. They would not participate. They would not participate. They tried to force it down their throats for 3 years before they gave up. And they said, "Well, we just can't do this."
Right. At some point, it becomes a worthless endeavor to, especially if the force issue part of the equation is relying on the dysfunctional, superficial monetary system to even be able to pursue the force. It's dead before it started. What are you going to do when this perceived monetary thing is worthless? Nobody's going to work for free. So now how are you going to force people if nobody's going to do it?
And they're just making it out of thin air anyway. The Fed now, they raise interest rates and they mess with the interest rates to try to control inflation and all this. Well, when they have total control, if they want to create inflation and tell you that inflation is there, we're going to have to start putting fees on these transactions, and then they're going to raise those fees. They're always going to tweak it to their benefit until they've sucked every ounce of currency out of your body.
Right. That's how it was
Well,
by design. You know, go ahead, Bill.
well, I was going to say that's it's not going to help anyway, because even if people do slow down on their spending, the government's going to spend money anyway. They're
That's
just
right.
going to keep spending.
They have an open wallet.
They're not regulating interest rates to control inflation. They're regulating interest rates to profit from the stock market. It's by design. They already know inflation was built into the fiat currency system. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Inflation is how they profit. Inflation is a form of taxation that has been designed to usurp fictional wealth. But its only problem for those who put their faith and trust into the system itself. Like you just said, and that's why I said a little bit earlier there, Frostley, it's a perceived value. It's a fictional value. The value is whatever the imagination thinks it is.
That's
In a
right.
dollar.
We've got a system of imagination.
Exactly. It's total out fallacy and fiction.
I just said that today, ironically. It's funny that you said that.
You're a
Mhm.
forward thinker. You're forward thinking there.
What I guess so, because I was just saying to somebody what they want you to think what really is, isn't, and what isn't really is. Welcome to imagination land.
She's a
Yeah,
chip off her own, man. I'm telling
they
you,
don't-
I'm proud of you.
They don't want you to think about that there's ways to function without their
Control.
systems, you know,
Yeah,
their monetary money. They don't want you to think that you could actually just cooperate with each other and realize that everywhere else in nature nobody pays for anything. They don't want you to think that only human beings are dumb enough to pay for something that they got for free to begin with. They don't want you to
Right.
think like that. No, we can't do that. There's no free lunch. Bullshit.
Mhm.
Bullshit, there's no free lunch. I eat lunch free every single day. For a long time. I mean, yeah, I have to walk and go access it.
Are you going to eat that apple pie?
If you want a slice, don't. It might have some crickets in it.
Oh, come on, cooperate.
I'll give you a stick of bubble gum to toothpick your teeth with after. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, isn't that elating to know that it's all a fiction? Because if that's the case, then there's no obligation towards it. That means all these obligations that people think they have towards it are a fiction, such as debt. Everything. It's all really just in imagination. And if that's the case, you can just let it go. But then that also means, okay, well, what's reality then? And reality is responsibility, which is synonymous with freedom.
Do you realize how many people the government killed for parents that really worked their ass off and died because they worked all the time and couldn't slow down and enjoy their lives, and they had to pay bills? I mean, seriously, you think about it. They get a stroke, stress. They don't give a shit.
They care?
No. I gotta get
They
you
don't
$5.
care.
That's how they.
That's just one less social security check that they have to dish out.
That's also another tax. We get to take 97% of the inheritance off of that. 3% left to the offspring or whatever.
Then we get charged because he died. Death tax.
Chairman Mao's Cultural Revolution killed millions of people, and this will do the same.
If
watch the suicide rate.
if it's kosher to bring it up and talk about this, stop me if it isn't. But the cooties thing. The people, and it varied from country to country, but not by much. The people who were giving those shots were making massive amounts of money for in insurance claims, right? Just for putting down bullshit that this is the coup, right?
Yeah, it's the truth. Yep, it is. It's just a money making ordeal. And it's for them, not for us. And they're laughing their ass off at us. Really, they are. What a bunch of stupid goons. We
What-
can do anything we want to them,
I
Laugh
say
now, but we'll laugh later.
I say to the people who are like, money prone and whatnot, and that's all I can think about is what's the point of having all this superficial wealth anyway if all you can buy is like little toothpick quality things that fall apart made from China?
And,
Who cares if you're a millionaire?
and repeat and repeat and repeat buying them over and over when they fail.
They keep dying, right? Yeah, it's just the madness of greed is insane. You keep cycling. The cycle of insecurity just gets greater every single day with it.
Did you see that video I put up yesterday with the rich, what they do for partying? Oh my God. They had celebrities there and everything else. They had hookers, $40,000 hookers, stuffed pig with pineapple around the eyes of the pig walking down the aisle. People dressed up in Satan outfits and they're bowing down to them and drinking blood and having orgies and having drugs. And like, wow. Yeah,
Well,
I had that yesterday on the party.
let's talk about that. How now? I'm not necessarily for prostitution. I'm not necessarily against it. But how's it going to work with your central bank digital wallet? How's that going to work? Because how you going to pay the prostitute that you want? And how's the prostitute who wants to make her living that way? How's she going to be able to make a living? I mean, think about it. I mean,
They don't want you to make a living.
yeah, the central bankers, I mean, they'll have their high priced prostitutes because, they're going to have all your money, which is just a fictional thing anyway. It's just digital, right? So, I mean, they're going to have their high priced $40,000 call gross, but do you think they're going to let you have that $150 lady for the night? Or, maybe it's a man. There are gigolos make their living that way too.
He gets 100.
Frostly,
unless he's Richard Greer.
Frostly, I really think that's what transhumanism, cyborgism is all about. It's to solve that problem. Any crickets? Anybody want some gum?
Yeah,
I'll take it.
Right, and they're getting people already. I have already seen people, talking about it and fantasizing over, the AI and what it can do, and the idea that it can create this digital synthetic, perfect version of your sex slave and companion and all this stuff. They're marrying robots. This is the next step here.
I mean, honestly, how screwed up in the head do you have to be to think about that? Seriously. I'm just going to say.
Would you be surprised to know that from conversations I've had, it's quite rampant already?
You're kidding me.
No,
Well,
it is.
Look what they say about porn. Look what they say about people watching porn on their computer. You think that's going to be private information anymore? Hell no, because they're going to know everything you're spending. They're going to know how much porn you're watching.
That's
you
part
think
of
they
what
won't use that against you? Oh, sure they will.
That's part of what the video games have been used for, is to get people used to the idea of perfect digital robot looking, start salivating over the video game girl, and thinking about that, fantasizing about that, having a relationship, gamifying. Here's your digital girl or boyfriend or whatever, your dream girl in the metaverse, and then already started to integrate that with products that are on the market. You for quite some time now can get sex toys that interact with your digital partner, and also with other people across the world. So with virtual reality and everything, I'm telling you, this is already like 10 years ago. This has been available.
Alexa, where's the ball that goes in my mouth?
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Ay,
So
ay.
what do you got to pay extra for the extra goodies that you need for these toys, or I mean for these folks, whatever it is?
You'll get a freebie if you get your next shot.
Wow.
See how that works, right? You got to have the shots are getting people used to getting this whole idea, and the whole computer system is all intertwined when you put it together. The idea of upgrades, downloads, uploads, all this stuff is to get people used to these concepts, so they're not lost when it comes to accepting them, with the integration of that between cyborg and human. At this point, it's going to be you getting upload, download, and so on and so forth.
I'm good. Thanks.
Any of you? I just watched this movie. I have to tell you about it a little bit because it's called Cold Skin. Did any of you watch it?
Mm-mm.
Haven't
Oh,
heard
man.
of them.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, you got to watch it. I think it's on. I don't know what it's on, but anyway, they got this creature. This guy goes out to this remote island to monitor the weather, and then they got this other guy in the lighthouse. Well, anyway, they got these creatures that come out. They look somewhat human, and here this guy is trying to kill them all off. The guy in the lighthouse.
Oh,
Yeah.
I remember this. Yeah, go on. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Cold Skin, and the guy that's doing the weather, he walks in, and this guy is having sex with one of them, because they're somewhat human formed, but they're pretty weird looking. And here he is trying to kill them all off, and he's having sex with one of them. I mean, just how crazy, I mean, that was a very interesting movie. I recommend.
I remember that. Yeah.
I'll look it up. Interesting.
Yeah, it's a different kind of a movie. He's right.
Yeah, it's called Cold Skin. Well, that's what you got. You got your cold skin in the game.
Interesting.
Welcome aboard.
Why you gotta be such a jerk?
That's not very nice, Mr. Brown.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I missed the last 20 minutes of the show. I was gonna sit here quiet and listen in for a little bit, but you
Yeah,
had to make that
we're talking about-
announcement, eh?
We're talking
were
about
talking
the
your
DC.
subject.
Yeah, your
CBDC.
CBDC.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it was just, I knew it was coming. I just didn't know it was like that close.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
You were
People
talking about
think-
how
By
they
the way, they were designing the stores. They're redesigning all the stores. They're putting all these self checkouts in. It's here.
Yeah, and it's like you were talking on the control and everything, and I was thinking the truckers in Canada, they froze their bank accounts, and because of the the peaceful protests they were doing, they couldn't feed their families, or pay their rent. Kind of a similar scenario, don't you think?
Oh
I
yeah.
wonder what them fellas would say about this.
Well,
So
they're so screwed up in Canada that, I mean,
He don't mean you, Guru. He don't mean you, Guru. That's not nice of you, Frosty.
I'm not part of that cult. I concur completely. 100%. Fucked up beyond belief. But that's the same story wherever I go.
when they pass a law that you mandatory to use certain speech. You know, you know that the train's off the track there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't ever look at me as a Canadian, eh?
Coo, 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 coo.
Kookaroo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
they're definitely putting everything in place to where they're gray man all the way, gray wolf all the way.
I was
They know
born.
it's coming. They know it's coming. They're boiling the frog right now. He's in the warm water. He's having a bath. Oh, isn't it fun?
Mm-hmm.
and they're keeping it quiet. Not a senator, a news group. They all know it, and they're all keeping it quiet. Just surprise. Uh-huh.
Well,
Oh,
we
they've been in on it the whole time since
Yep.
perhaps millennia ago.
Mhm.
Certainly for as long as I've been alive. That's for
People
sure.
don't listen to the news. You're right. You're right, Guru. You're right.
It's a distraction.
It is.
Oh,
Everything in the corporate world is a distraction.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we got some more immigrants coming in the United States. By the way, the Queen died for a whole week.
about 10 days.
Geez, oh
They
man.
distraction there. Yeah.
I mean, I feel sorry that she died, but she lived a good life, better than we'll ever get.
This should be
Now,
front page news daily, just like the Queen was. Front page news daily. This is more important than anything that's ever happened in my lifetime.
now
And
the
you don't
question
hear a
is,
peep. You don't hear a peep.
sorry, Froshley.
No, I'm done. I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done ranting and raving. I'm done being crazy.
Well, I guess I could go then. You guys have fun. I like to have fun once in a while, All this doom and gloom brings me back to reality.
Those
So
two
tell about the
narratives.
truck. Oh, go ahead.
No, you first. I won't forget. Go ahead, please.
Oh, okay. I'll say so. Then tell them about the truck in Oklahoma.
Come on now, Jane.
That was
Poe Billy popped up.
AI thing,
Poe Billy popped up just in time to get in on that.
Yeah.
I think I might just back out now. I don't remember. I got short-term memory.
I'm rattling his cage.
That's my excuse when the Gestapo wants to ask me, "What's your name?" I'm sorry, I got Alzheimer's.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's all that healthy food you've been feeding me. I can't
That's
remember
right.
anything.
That's right. The only thing I can remember is shit. What was I supposed to remember again?
What are you
What are we
doing out
talking
here, boy?
about?
Well,
What
I
are we
was
talking
looking
about?
for. What are you doing out here, boy? Well, I was out here. I might have been looking for sex. And then you showed up. Are you wanting to service me?
The TV told me procreation was down. We're losing some people. I just wanted to help out.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have to get to 9 billion in the population before it's going to decrease.
Right.
I want us to get there. Oh, Billy, will you help?
Well, I've been doing my part.
Officer,
They locked
You
me
wanna-
away up here in the woods, so
officer, you want to see my license? Go for have intercourse.
well,
Teach you.
no.
It's right there on your phone. We know you got one.
I had, on another note, I did a second harvest on my tomatoes the other day. Did pretty good.
Oh, yeah? How many buckets?
Come on now, don't get carried away. I know I've been threatening my the broad that cuts my hair downstate, she called me and she threatened me if I don't bring her some, she's gonna give me a mohawk. I'm like, so I don't. I'm gonna have to hook her up with something.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what I was up to today.
5'11" or so.
Hold
What is
on.
this?
Let me get that. Hold on.
Yeah,
Keep
bring
on,
him up.
George. Okay, hold on. Let's see where we're at here. Uh-huh. Hold on, Frosty. I'm trying here. There we go.
I'll be back in 1 minute, folks.
Okay.
Ooh,
Thank
nice peppers, eh?
Ooh. No, that's
What
garlic.
is that garlic? Oh, that's a monster. That elephant garlic, ain't it?
Yep. No, it's not the elephant garlic. It's regular garlic, but it's in honey. I'm fermenting it in honey, and I put just a teaspoon of apple cider vinegar in there to make sure the acidity was down far enough, just a precaution. But you can ferment it in honey. And
I have one question for you.
Yeah.
When's dinner?
Yeah. Oh, it's dinner. I'm gonna eat a lot of that stuff. I'll tell you, because of what it can do. And I also found in my Amish market dandelions today. Yep,
Oh,
Really?
shit.
the leaves. Yeah, fresh green leaves from the dandelion, fairly large, so they must have intentionally grew them.
Oh, I wish I could find them suckers. You know
Yep.
what? I'm gonna try to hold on. I'm gonna try to find it right now.
Yeah, that's I never thought to ask him about that. I mean, I wonder. That's got to be seasonal, huh?
Well, I don't know. Down here in Florida, it's
Well, yeah,
pretty much
Florida.
24/7 season.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, they grow all kinds of stuff down here in the winter, because the winter's like a lot of people's summer.
Right, right.
But there's a lot of very important things that I'm looking for doing that garlic like that.
Yeah. What's that red in the bottom? What was that?
Oh, that's the honey. I put it. You fill up your jar with garlic. You know,
Uh huh.
not totally full. You got to leave a little space up the top, say an inch or inch and a half or so, and then you fill it up with honey. And it takes a little while for the honey to get down there and the air bubbles to get out and everything. And you leave it in there for like at least 2 weeks. A month is better. And you have to have the lid on just a little bit loose so that any gases can escape, or else you got to loosen your jar every day or every other day just to make sure pressure don't build up. And then it is fermented. You can use it. You can use honey too if you want to. The honey will.
Have you had it that way before?
No, never have. I'm trying this just based on recommendation. Other people are doing it, so I'm going to do it.
What's the advantages of that?
Well, garlic kills a lot of bacterias and even fungus. And there's
parasites.
some anti-cancer. There's some anti-cancer. Parasites is another thing it kills. And then if you go using the dandelion in conjunction with that, which does similar things, I mean, it's really.
They eat the dandelion raw, right? Or
Yes.
Yeah, you could, or you could
Yes.
they make tea out of the roots.
If you want a turbo healing salad, put some dandelion, garlic, ginger, cilantro in a salad. Mix it up with a bit of leafy greens, dark leafy greens, and fruits, veggies, some nuts and seeds. You're good to go. That's a killer salad.
Hey, Guru.
Ooh, that's a hell of a combination, ain't it?
Yeah.
I need to pick your brains for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
What's organic greens?
You cut out there. Can you say it again?
What's organic red dandelion greens?
That's just another type of dandelion. There's different species.
Yeah.
Does it have the same
Either,
effect?
either one is good, though, isn't it, Guru? From what I understand.
I don't know if I've tried them both, to be frank, but from what I've researched, they're both just as beneficial.
Yeah.
Really?
It could
I
be
don't like them.
really down to the taste, maybe, on the two different types. Same
Possibly.
benefits.
See, you could put a little bit of that honey on your salad. You know.
Oh,
Yeah,
another good thing to put in mixture of the salad I just said is dill.
Dill. Yeah.
Really good for flavor and just loaded with chlorophyll and antioxidants. It's another superfood, dill. Raw dill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put
I
in
mean,
some.
what they
Put in
dill
some
pickle?
sprouts in that salad. Man, you got one heck of a nutritious meal there.
Absolutely.
Wait a minute. The dill. You talking about like for dill pickles? Where they put for dills?
Yeah,
They can
the raw herb of dill. Yep.
Oh, what the heck? Okay.
It's awesome. It is awesome in dark green salads. It's one of my favorites. And yeah, as Frosty said, put some sprouts in there, some 2 or 3 varieties of mushrooms if you want. You have a huge amount of probiotic life in your salad. In addition, it's immunity in a box. Huge immunity in a box.
I'm gonna have to start talking to Frosty now. Getting all these ideas. I might smell like shit, but when I talk to people, but I'll smell like I'm good with that garlic.
Eat a variety of this type of salad every day for a month and drink nothing but lemon water, and your life will be radically different after a month.
All right, I'm going to talk to Frosty tomorrow. I'm going to get a recipe. I don't want to see if I can find it. That's the problem. I'm having a hard time finding that stuff.
Yeah, I hate to say this, but to the fellas and all, but we should maybe start swapping some recipes and try to figure out, try to get this shit planted into your head.
I'll
I
tell
got
you what.
another thing. This was a recommendation by Bill Brown. See if you can recognize this, Bill Brown.
I can't see that. Oh, come on here. What the heck is that? Looks like a cow with udders.
Oh, we talked about that.
We did. Hold
Yeah,
on.
I can't. Oh, I just can't think of it.
Oh, the
Oakley.
rutabaga. Rutabaga.
Yeah.
He bought it. I'll be a son of a gun. The wax. Where'd he go?
That rutabaga fell and hit him in the head.
He bought it at my Amish market today.
All I can see is black and purple. Who hit me?
Yeah, it's weird. It's kind of weird looking. It's bigger than a softball.
I told you. What made you buy that?
I'm gonna make a stew and I'm gonna put that in there and see if I like it.
Wow. Was I worried
Just
about the wax though?
Huh? I'm gonna wax on
around
and wax on. I'm gonna wax on and wax
No,
on.
I mean just. I mean the skin on the rutabaga. You feel the wax on that?
No, but I don't doubt it's there.
Yeah, just put
If
your
you
finger
say
on it,
so.
scrape it. Watch what happens.
If you say
Well,
it's there, I believe it.
When you were showing it, you could see the shininess of it on, on the angles. I guess
He'll
it's.
cut it. You'll see it. Yep.
Just to respond to what Pole Billy was saying a couple minutes ago there about sharing the recipes, I have in a Google Doc, for those of you who know what that is, a skeleton version of the holistic health part of the Freedomist project in a Google Doc. And so I can give people access to that just with an email address. So if you guys, and in there is quite a number of different salad combinations that I eat myself with pictures and a bunch of other things. So if you guys want access to that, I put my email there in the chat. Just fire me an email that says access to recipes or something like that, and I'll give you guys the Google Doc.
That sounds like
Cool.
order.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And if we're going to swap recipes, I got one for you, Bobby. You ever have a shit sandwich?
What did I do?
No, he doesn't like bread.
I do. Yeah, too many carbs. Too many carbs in bread.
He doesn't like oh well.
Anyway, what did I do to deserve that? I'll tell you that Oklahoma
just had to
story
put
if
it
you
in.
don't stop. Well, yeah, that.
I don't know if Drew heard about the Oklahoma story or not, but if you could tell it nicely, go ahead and tell it. I know it's been killing
Well,
you to do it. Jane.
you took the show
I'm
down, didn't
encouraging him.
you?
Well,
She's
what'd you say?
encouraging it. She wants to hear it again.
Okay, go on. Just
I'm intrigued. I'm paying attention.
Yes, I did take it.
I'm gonna mess
There
it all up.
There is
So,
attention involved.
so that show we did the other night or whatever didn't make the cut, eh?
No, I couldn't. No, I went. No.
I didn't think it would. That's why I got a little out of hand.
Yeah. That's okay. You can tell your story today.
Using the correct terminology.
Well, no, I don't want this show to get taken down either. So let's just save this for backstage, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, there's terminologies you could use other than saying what you
No,
said
I
yesterday.
can't. No, I can't. I
No,
tried it. And you took the whole show down. It just wouldn't be justice to the story. So, you know.
Oh,
Every time he tries to beep himself, he just ends up fucking himself.
I replaced the beep with a worse word.
oh my God! Everything you would say, beep, 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 beep.
Yeah, so quit encouraging me there, Jade.
I kept wondering, how am I doing, Mr. Brown? Am I doing okay? How about beep, beep? How about beep, 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 beep?
Oh, you got to give me a little credit. I asked you before you started if it was okay, and then you told me because I know there were some words you didn't want me to say on the air or whatever.
Yeah, but you said beep, beep, and then you beep, beep, and then beep, beep. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you did all right.
Yeah. Let's just save it for another day.
You got to learn your proper pronouns.
Well, that's the thing. That was the problem because I was actually using the proper words for the story, but they weren't allowed. It wasn't like I was cussing or anything. I wasn't. So yeah, it was straight out of the English dictionary.
The manufacturer got a hold of me and wanted to know if I wanted to buy some used toys.
Oh,
They've only been run over once, and just on the end.
I really. Well, a lot of them, they jumped out of the way of moving traffic. Some of them came with batteries, and some of them didn't.
The dancing toys had a chance. No, you guys. I don't know if you remember this.
Come on, guys! You guys were doing so well until I came out. I should have just sat out. Damn it.
Well, anyway, back in I think it was the '80s, there used to be a show on called the Andy Williams Show. Some of you might remember it because it was very popular at the time, and it was one of the more popular shows for several years. And he had a show on there. I couldn't believe it. It was the dancing sex toys that Paul Billy would refer to as another name. And I mean, he actually had him dressed up. Dressed up. There were people in the costumes dressed up and dancing around just like that. They were singing some kind of song, and I thought I couldn't believe they were playing that on TV.
Yeah, because this was a news report. It was a 2 minute, 2 minute and 31 second news report. I was just relaying it from Oklahoma, and I used their words.
I thought you were the reporter. The actual
Well, I'd
reporter.
have been better at it. Yeah, for sure.
Poor Billy hopped in his car and got down there and reported from the scene.
Mine.
Hey, come on now. I started that I me mine. No.
There'll be none of that with a digital wallet.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
And you'll be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you will like it. Yeah.
Well, somebody's gonna have to come up here and tell me
Tell you what.
when that happens. I really thought we had more time, but man, that's close.
Mm-mm.
No,
It's
Ooh.
progressively moving fast.
it's
Everything
in the
is.
works. It's in the works.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
I'm telling you, this is going to be the
Like I said,
ultimate.
it doesn't matter who gets voted in. It's done. That's it.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Well,
They told us how much time we had with their agendas 21 and 30. They laid it out for us. Anybody who reviewed it knew exactly what was going on and could look like they were psychic talking to zombies who didn't have a clue.
Yes,
You know.
I did.
Yeah, I've seen
That's all I'm
the
gonna say.
Agenda 20 or what? The Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030. And then I heard, I'm not this far into it, but I heard 2050 too, and I'm hoping to be gone by then. But
Oh yeah, they already have it laid out.
That's why they have this World Economic Forum, so they can get all these plans. These people have known about this for a long time. It's been in the works for a long time, but they're
Mhm.
getting real serious. And now it's not just a plan; it's they're implementing
Emotion.
the plan. They're already implementing the plan,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what people don't know because they're watching the Queen go on the ground. They're watching the immigrants and the fighting back and forth between Democrats and Republicans.
Twerky.
Yeah, they're twerking. Oh, yeah, that's a good way to describe it because all you got is a bunch of twerking out there.
That's it,
You know,
right?
and the news media is twerking. When you turn on the news and you watch it, just imagine there's somebody with their butt up in your face twerking because that's what you got.
Bunch of woke twerk heads that can't see past the end of their identification.
Yeah.
openly. Did you
What?
register your garden yet?
He doesn't have a garden.
no, I have flower boxes.
Well, you need to
I got
register those
flowers
too.
growing on
Yeah. Well, they want to know about that.
See the monitor? See your monitor? See what it says?
them. Yeah,
When they bury
yeah.
freedom, they want to know where they can get flowers.
It's a community thing. I'm not
Planted our
community.
grave. Compliments of you all the way around.
You're helping him, Pope Billy. God damn it. What are you doing that for?
What am I doing wrong?
You
Don't
made
be
a
scary
garden.
now. It's bad enough the local news up here said the bears are on the roam for food, so I got my porch light on right now instead of leaving it off. Just in case.
Well, bears can
Got
see
the
in the
dog.
dark.
Bears like tomatoes too, in a bucket.
Oh, they do.
There's a market for you somewhere there, Bill. Keep going.
Well,
They're going to be able to smell that bacon you're growing in your garden.
Oh, man.
how he got registered not to sign up for the garden because he's growing bacon. He ain't growing vegetables. Oh,
Have a look in the basement. Yeah, she dropped
Hell, where'd Jane go?
I don't know.
downstairs.
She went to
What
get
time
some
is it?
bacon.
Look to the left, Bill.
I don't see anything.
Stay to the left. Stay to the left.
They don't. She might have dropped. Might have been her
No,
connection or
I
something.
don't see her at all. No, she's not down here. What time is it?
She ain't up here. She ain't down there. Where is she?
I don't know. We'll find out. Though.
If anybody can tell me where she is, I have a reward. 1 full box of crickets.
24 box of crickets. Damn.
Not too many samples there, Frostley. Be
Oh,
careful.
there she is. We got her. Oh, I see what she did. I see what she did. Just for Pull Billy.
What was that damn pig's name on Charlotte's Web? Dave?
Oh, that's so good. I love
Arnold?
that, Jane. Good job, Jane.
Thank you.
Just for you,
That's
Pull
20
Billy.
bucks. That's 20 bucks for advertising.
Garden bacon.
Pull Billy's fresh garden bacon.
Oh,
For those of you who might not know, the way that started is Billy was going to show us what he had for breakfast out of his garden. Well, he just happened to have some bacon in there. I had to ask him, how'd you grow that bacon in your garden?
Oh, that's so hard. I can't even get the thing right.
yeah. Well, I finished it off with a couple of farmed eggs, and I was like, well, they won't be able to see the veggies in there, so yeah, I wasn't picking that bacon out.
Well, I want some of those seeds, I'll tell you.
Trust me, if I could figure out how to grow them, I'd be a millionaire right now.
Do you pour water on the pig? Or is it bacon grease?
Does it squeal when it's hungry or thirsty?
It'll squeal if you don't water it.
Oh, okay.
That's the only. I'll throw some vittles down for him. It gets kind of loud.
You don't water it.
Wow. So anyway,
I'm glad you showed up, old Billy.
man, you guys can shut me down real quick, huh?
I can see we're going to have some strange recipes on here.
Yeah,
Just
everybody's
don't
like, oh, old Billy's sending
Bacon.
another recipe. You might want to look over this one.
Bacon bits,
Just no bread.
prepackaged right off the vine.
That's right, but no bread.
Back to the honey in the jar thing. Yeah, honey's got a lot of properties in it too, but
Yeah.
you heard of the hot toddy, right? I'm sure
Oh,
you
yeah.
guys did.
Oh, yeah.
That actually, honestly, I think it works. I think it works just like it's supposed to. You know, my grandfather showed my mom showed me.
Works as good as chemo.
I used to get that as a kid when I was feeling under the weather. Like, I'd get a hot toddy and go to bed.
What's the mix of that? Some kind of liquor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter any kind. The stronger, the better.
Little lemon.
And then honey, pepper, and then lemon, or is it a lime?
Cinnamon too.
Yeah, cinnamon.
Cinnamon?
Yeah.
They'd put a cinnamon stick in
lime,
there.
and a shot of Everclear.
No, a fifth.
Wow, Everclear. Holy crap.
Well, you said, strong as you can get.
Yeah, I know Everclear. Pint of that could get the whole mountaintop pretty drunk.
A fifth of it.
Ooh, ain't gonna happen. That's
You know what? That just dawned on me, Paul Belly. You better buy as much as you can because if that CBDC comes out, you're not going to be able to buy anything. They're going to tell you you're drinking too much.
Well, no, I've got a slightly stocked, but yeah, it just sits there. It's aging.
Because it will cut us off with everything we enjoy.
But yeah, that worked because I was bad, under the weather, bad, and then I was going to call my doctor the following morning if it didn't work. That's when I decided to do the hot toddy, you know. And I'm like, if this doesn't work, I'm gonna call him and make an appointment. But come the following day, I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready to go. I felt better, you know. So
I can see the wisdom of that if you've got like a pathogen or parasite or something, a bacterial buildup or whatnot. It's kind of the same thing of what I did to get rid of the pinwort worm problem. I just put a whole bunch of really, really potent things together to do the job right in one shot. I can see the
yeah,
wisdom in that.
God,
yeah,
man.
that's like that. That salad you were talking about.
Yeah.
That'll keep your systems up and running right through all this mess, you know.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
So
Freedom.
that's called preventive maintenance.
Exactly. And that's what freedom and self-sufficiency really is centered around. If that becomes the center of focus, everything else starts to fall in place, because then what you want is wholesome, holistic, healthy, raw fruits and vegetables that are full of life, and you ingest that, and then, it's all being in balance with nature, and you can't get that in the corporate world. So if you want freedom, you also want health, and then you start to aspire towards the path of where you can acquire that, which leads inadvertently to the path of self-determination. I discovered that by accident. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just going to say we're going to have a party at Popoli's house. He's got all kinds of fresh vegetables.
And
Get your
bacon
bags
bits.
ready there. Yeah,
But
and bacon bits.
I make enough more than bacon bits. I make more
How
than
much?
enough. But come on, man, stop that.
Where are you going? Water
Time
your
to water
dog.
your pig.
Bag.
Time to water the pig.
Man, you woke my dog up. He was looking at my phone like, where's it at?
When you hear that, Pole Billy's been away for a couple days again.
Yeah. Didn't
Oh
water the
my
pig.
gosh.
Yeah, that was good.
All right, I have to go back to homework. Nice talking to everyone.
See you later.
Oh, take care, Jane.
See you in a while,
Alright.
Jay. Tell
All
her
right.
I love her.
See you later. I'm
Love
gonna tell
ya.
the story as soon as she leaves.
You're gonna what?
Oh, I didn't say nothing.
You're gonna do what?
Beep, 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 beep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Exactly.
I can't tell that kind of story in front of a lady, so
Just turn on the squeal noise there, Cricket Daddy.
that sounded like the squealing tires of a semi truck going on its side.
Oh, was it? I thought it was the damn running to the truck. Okay, I have to go. Bye, guys.
See you
Bye-bye.
later.
Yeah.
I win, Will. Well, Mister. Shoots. Yeah, but all seriousness note, though, yeah, it's going to be something coming up. I want to, I don't want to see this happening, but if it does, and I bet you about 50% of the people, like you said, Frosty is going to take up on that. I bet you they will.
Oh yeah, you got all the people that want to live under communism on the far left. I say far left because that's basically what they are. It's what they want. They want to live under communism type, dictator type rules, and they think that's going to be heaven for them. And they're going to sign up. They won't have any problem with it. And they're usually the ones that are not living in reality anyway. So uh, you got those. You got a lot of young people that, everybody wants what they want now. They don't want to wait for it. They deserve
Mhm.
it. They're entitled to it. They think they should have it. Well, they're going to sign up. You got all the businesses that are going to sign up and force you to sign up if you're going to do business with them. So, I mean, I don't know if it can be stopped, but I think it can. Like I say, the only country I've heard that has been able to stop it was Ecuador, and it took them 3 years before they quit trying to shove it down people's throats. But the reason they said it failed is because people didn't trust the banks or the government. Well, I guess everybody signing up is going to trust the banks and the government, and they're going to trust these unelected officials running the central bank. That's going to be their new daddy.
Right.
Well, if they really want to find out how communist really is, they can join the military. That'll really change their mind fast. You know what I mean? If
Well,
they can't take,
yeah, they could. But China's already got it started. They're already implementing it. They're already running it, and they got their what's that social thing? Their social
Social
credit
credit.
score.
Yeah.
Yeah. If their social credit score isn't what it should be, they get limited. You
Yeah, it's
know.
like if you get caught jaywalking, they got 1,000,001 cameras on every street corner. So yeah, if you get caught jaywalking, your credit score goes down, and then eventually, before long, you're not able to get on an airplane because well, you just can't follow the laws or the rules.
Right.
Right.
Everywhere you go, there's billboards everywhere flashing, your name and oh, this is a punk. He doesn't follow the rules.
Yeah,
And with all the cameras they got at these red lights in a lot of cities and stuff, and even on the highways, if you're speeding, well, there goes your credit score. If you
Right.
don't have your seatbelt on, well, there goes your credit score. So you're gonna be in the bottom tier.
And eventually the next step is as people get more plugged in digitally directly. And you can already have a synthetic version of it, those Google glasses and shit. All that is just like, again, the transitional prototype leading the way here. But you can already see the integration with that. And so with those glasses, you can easily have a digital identification access to everyone. So as you're walking down the street, your glasses or whatever that you're connected to, digital eyes or whatever, some people are going to get that. I'm just going to say this person, he's got a criminal record, he's got a this, he's got a that. You're going to have a full profile of everybody you walk into before you said a word to them.
wow.
Fathom that.
Mm.
That's the metaverse, okay? And that's it. You can already. I've been watching the. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Second Life or other online metaverses. I've been watching the prototype of that in video
They're
games
telling
for.
the future. They're telling the future, aren't they?
That's exactly what it is, and also getting people to participate to fine tune it before it's rolled out and ready in real life.
Yeah.
It's conditioning, right? It's getting people to get used to it and accept it as it happens.
Yeah, get them used to it, accept it, and then slowly roll it out. And the next thing you know, you're into it. You're into what you would have never done a year or two ago.
You're
And literally
in the full
addicted to it.
boil.
Right.
You're the frog
Addicted
in the
to it
full
as it
boil.
happens.
Hell, they got you begging and paying for crap now that you would have never taken 5 or 10 years ago.
Right. Yep. Paying for it, begging for it, excited about it.
Yeah, can't wait. Yep.
They got a thing now called metaphysics. I was showing Frosty about that. We went in the backstage, and I showed him my TV set, and these guys were in front of their cameras, these special cameras, and they looked just like Elvis. One guy did, sung like Elvis. You just couldn't believe it. He looked. It was just a picture of Elvis, and it was amazing how he did that. And sang the song, talked like him, everything. But yet, when you looked at the guy, he was just a normal guy. But you look behind him with the stage that he had, with him up there, You look like Elvis. It's called metaphysics.
That's how they'll justify the wars coming up. Once they get you on this digital wallet, they want to create a war so they can squeeze more money out of you. You know, uh, they'll just use a camera like that, make you think something happened that didn't really happen at all, and you'll be all enraged.
The
Just
money
like
is
9/11.
the money is the bait scam, because remember, they really uh, don't have a real need for money, because it's theirs to begin with. They just uh, they have no limit to the amount because it's theirs. They can, access it. They're not even dependent on it themselves. They're just using it as a bait scam to get people to do the other things that they want them to do, i.e., ritualistic performances such as wars to help call the herd, and so
We're going
on.
to be gladiators in the Roman Colosseum, and they're going to be in the stands.
That's it. That's it. When these wars have been playing out, all of it, that's exactly what's happening. That's been exactly what's been going on all along, every single war. So they set the stage, of course. They pin the pawns against each other. Oh, you got to go over here and eradicate weapons of mass destruction, right?
Yeah.
Get everybody all riled up and hyped up for that. It's all just a ritual.
It's about power and control for their entertainment.
I don't know if it's really for their entertainment. That what you're touching on right there is the actual absolute whys of the equation, and that, I think, we can only get so far factually, and then the rest is theoretical. And of course, we can probably have pretty good accuracy on hypothesis when it comes to that, just using logic. But I think there's a lot of question marks, probably thousands of question marks for the whys, the motivation, and entertainment certainly would be one of them. But I think the real people, or if they are even people or whatever, that are really behind a lot of this, it's something far, far, far deeper. If it isn't just AI itself that doesn't have any interest, because it doesn't actually have a AI itself has no emotional enthusiasm to fuel it, to propel it. So it would just be running its course based on math, and it could just be that, as wild as the concept it might seem.
Systematic evil.
Correct, just math playing itself out by design. Somebody designed it, and it doesn't have, just like nature itself doesn't actually have a self-determination over is this righteous or not. From a default, you need something like a human being who has moral compass capabilities to decipher stuff like that.
That key word, moral compass.
Right.
It
I can
seems like a lot
design
of
a
those are broken right now.
I can design a robot right now, and with the software that simply performs a function based on the software, and it just self-determines based on that code when to start and stop. That's it. That code itself has no idea about moral compass. It's not in the equation. It's just straight math, right?
Mm. The math is never wrong.
Right. Math just functions.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I got 2 plus 2, but I don't know what it equals.
Whatever number you want it to be, if you're a politician.
The government will tell you 6.
Yeah, 666.
That's what it is too. 666. Watching a movie today, and I shut it off. They show the eye, like they have in the pyramid of art. And I said, "Oh man, forget about it." I just shut it off.
That's another distraction, really.
Yeah. They got all those symbols on there. You just have to look for them. You know, they're out there.
Oh yeah, when you know the symbology that they use and the terminology that you use, um, you can't be fooled anymore. It's so obvious how rampant it is, and it's. Let me tell you, I don't know if how far you guys realize when it comes to that, but it's so rampant. I mean, all I can see now, it kind of reminds me of that part in the Matrix movie where Neo can see the code. To me, it's like that. It's like I see, in your refrigerator, all the different symbology that was designed in there from, Satanism and all this kind of stuff, the barcodes and whatnot. I just see it everywhere, and I can't shut it off anymore. I haven't been able to for a long time.
Wow.
That's funny you say that because now that I know what to look for, I see it.
Hey, Paul Billy.
What? I'm in the hole.
He knows when I laugh. Yeah.
I hope he remembers. I want to hear what he had to say to that. I'll remind.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I had to laugh when he started. I just love it when he's in hole like that.
Well, all these symbols are just coincidence.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
they tell you. Oh, that's just coincidence. There's no connection there.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, we got to remember we're in the crackpot club, folks.
That's right.
We got to watch ourselves.
Yeah, we're the nuts. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really, I thought we had more time myself, and then when I got to looking at this, and they're starting to tell you what they're doing, but you have to look, you have to research. It's not gonna pop up on the TV screen. It's not gonna pop up in the newspaper if there is a newspaper left. It's not gonna pop up in a magazine or any place. If
That's
you don't
right.
go look for it, do your own look. Do your own look, and it's right there. I mean, they're telling you it's coming. And I really thought we had more time, but time is short.
It is.
Well, link that I went to, and I, was waiting in line, and that lady come on up, to find out if we needed anything. And when I got done with it, I says, "Well, when are they going to have the cryptocurrency?" She says, "When it happens, it's going to happen fast." I guess she wasn't lying.
Yeah.
This is going to be one of the saddest days in the world, really, for all these people. But
it won't be like a light switch. It won't be like they're going to flip the light switch. They're going to slowly roll it out. It's all going to be to your benefit too.
Right.
They're doing
As they have been.
Provide a service to you.
Yep.
And they're going to do a good service too at first. Oh my God, you wouldn't believe how good this is. Tell your friends about it. Hope there is.
Well, Bitcoin made me a lot of money, but the thing about it is I'm not attached to it. It just enabled me to get into a better position fast enough so I can start talking about these things for other people so that they're not a victim of it,
They're mad about the Bitcoin because they're more or less making an ass out of them.
Well, they're going to regulate it. They're going to regulate it because they don't. And they're already talking about it. Janet Yellen was talking about it, and you go to whitehouse.gov and read about the Treasury Secretary Yellen and what she's saying. They want to regulate it. Well, naturally, it's to protect the people. It's protect the consumer. Yeah.
What if I got?
Yeah. Did you cover the gold and silver trade?
Bitcoin itself, they won't be able to regulate. The best they can do is regulate the exchanges like they have been now. But other cryptos they can regulate, and they already have been, and they will. Just because of the way that it's designed. But it doesn't mean that it's infallible or that it's not as well another.
Here it is right here. I think this is it right here. I'm not sure. Go on. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It doesn't mean that it's a solution. It's not. It's still just another distractionary tool. All monetary tools are distractions, in my opinion. It puts an
Well, then
unnecessary part in an equation where we could just fuck the whole monetary thing altogether, and why don't we just cooperate with each other? When my neighbor comes over and my friend, I'm not thinking how can I profit off them, and if I give them some crackers or something, how do I? Except for you, Bill. Except for you.
That
I'm
Bill's
special.
easy to deal with. Just give him a bag full of grass or something.
What does that say? Treasury
Oh,
Secretary
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Janet Yellen calls crypto transformative in wide-ranging speech.
Yeah, she's talking about the central bank cryptocurrency.
Right, the fiat crypto. Yeah, and there's that trans word again.
And later down in the story, she tells you how
Yeah.
they want to regulate it. These other bitcoins and all these different currencies.
No, what is it their business to do that? You know what I mean? They have their own secret stash. Why is it they don't want to make? In fact, I talked to a gentleman today, my neighbor, 2 houses down, and he said he lost 30% on his IRA. He's madder than a hornet. You know,
Oh,
Paul Billy, above South.
okay. All right. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, oh, he's madder than a hornet. We started asking, I'm not going to say a word. I'll just walk away, and I did.
Well, you can forget any kind of retirement accounts. You
I
can
don't know.
forget all about that.
I think a lot of people out there, they hear this information and denial mode kicks in. They just don't want to believe it because they think it's not going to happen. Not going to
Not
happen to me, not going to happen to them.
not only that, but the responsibility factor in the equation that they would need to do if it was true is no way. We're not thinking about that. No. Give me my beer pizza, please. We got a ball game.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
when they start to see it, they're going to be pointing fingers. Oh, well, it's his fault. Well, it's his fault. Well, it's Congress's fault. It's the president's fault. It's the fault of this one over here, that one over there. But it's never going to be their fault. That's going to take a long time to get it through to them. Yeah, well, geez, I did this. It's my fault. I'm responsible for this.
No,
Mark
I'll
my
tell you.
words. There's going to be
20.
a day soon where if you want to still watch those ball games and get your pizza and beer, you're going to need to have gotten your 78 shot. Don't believe me? They already did it. If you remember, if you wanted to go to public venues, you had to have had your shot. That was a dress rehearsal.
Oh, yeah, I
Well, you can't
remember that.
refuse anything they mandate. They can mandate anything they want, and you can't refuse it. They'll have absolutely no power to refuse it.
Right.
Yeah, it's like I remember Bill de Blasio sitting at doing a conference. He won a free hamburger and he's eating a hamburger on set. And just get your vaccine, sort of thing. Or, I mean, I could say that, right?
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
things like that. Oh, yeah, I got a Krispy Kreme donut.
Here's
Fucking
here's
hey,
the
man. I mean,
here's the kicker and the funny thing about what I just said a minute ago is that the only people who are going to be crying about that is the people who are begging for the scams that they need to get scammed to have scammed about anyway.
Well, the
no,
problem with that, you know who's going to get blamed for this, don't you? Me, Frosty, Fo Billy, and Guru. They did it. They did it.
No, just you,
Watch.
Bill.
Just
yeah,
all the fingers point to me. Yeah.
yeah, especially on the food shortages.
Damn. Well, my boss can take care of that. Get him there, Frosty.
I'm gonna
Hey,
give them some garlic.
have you guys ever seen them inloaders with them big steel cleat wheels on them? You find them,
Oh
you'll see them
yeah,
at like landfills.
yeah.
Well, farmer he hired two of them, because he got paid more to just drive them things over his crops. So instead of allowing them to, to be harvested and then run them into the ground, he just destroyed the whole fields. He had two of them giant things, and the guy was sitting there. The guy that was hired to do it was the one doing the video, not the farmer himself, but the guy that. Oh fuck, that hurt. The yeah, he drove him over to. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sometimes pain overrides my thinking
Yeah,
process.
I know it does. Beep.
But yeah, I mean, I think 2023 food shortage. Hey, did I not send you a photo of Mrs. Butterworth's syrup? Oh, damn
No, you
that.
didn't.
That was I thought anyway, they took that off the shelves about a year or so ago, because it was offending somebody. But now you can find it in stock at the store up here. And I'm thinking, man, they're really picking the shelves clean at these food warehouses, you could say.
Warehouses.
Yeah, we're starting to run out, and they're talking like they're not just going to have enough to resupply, with all these food processing plants being destroyed, or I mean, accidentally burning down or getting hit by airplanes. So there's a lot of trouble coming our way, and yeah, that CBDC is going to be easily rolled out because when you're hungry, you'll do anything to get something to eat,
Makes sense.
just about anything. So yeah, that's going to be part of their, controlling method.
Get your cricket chairs here on sale before they run out.
I can't
Betty,
believe
don't I- look
that
at
just
you.
angers me that instead of using that food, that just pisses me off. And then
You'll be able to buy.
my deer population up here, I'm used to seeing deer all the time, not so much anymore. They just had an early hunt past weekend. I'm like, this early? I'm like, are you kidding me? We still got fawns running around, spotted fawns, and they got an early hunt going on. So they're trying to eliminate the herds up here. So believe I'm in it. I see it. So take it to the bank if you want or don't, but
Yeah, you're not going to be
bad
able to
choice
go
of
to the
words.
countryside. You're not going to be able to go to the countryside hunt game. I mean,
No.
the game that's left won't be left long, and it's not a solution. It's not even
Yeah,
a short-term solution to be thinking about.
Yeah, and you already see what they're doing with the chickens. You you got a few chickens in your yard. You might not be able to raise them anymore because they're spreading disease. Anything that they want to say, is going to be the reason.
Do you think it might be a little bit of a coincidence that people who are eating other murdered animals their days might be limited? I'm just putting that out there for, natural attrition by design, observatory contemplation.
Well, they'll be able to monitor your grocery bill. They'll be able to see the receipts for everything that you are paying for. They'll know how much meat you're eating. They'll know how much sugar you're buying. They'll know how much crickets you're eating. Everything. But here's the scary part too. It's not just that the central bank will be able to see this, but all these left-wing companies from tech companies from Silicon Valley that will be used in the infrastructure, they'll be able to see everything too, and they'll be able to do some manipulation. Oh, just an innocent stroke of a key. now your wallet's turned off because you bought too much meat. Oh, it's an accident. Well, how do you get back on? How do you get back on?
Right.
You try to call customer service for one of these companies you buy something from, and you can never talk to a person live. They send you through in hell. But now your wallet's turned off. You can't pay the rent. You can't buy food. Maybe you need some baby formula. Well, you can't buy that. What are you going to do until it
Well,
gets turned back on? And how long is it going to take? they're talking about security. Oh, it's going to be secure. Well, what system have they developed so far that is secure and hasn't been hacked?
It's
Because the
secure for
government's
them.
not using it. The government's not using it. The VA's been hacked. Various government organizations have been institutions have been hacked. Private businesses have been hacked. Everybody gets hacked.
Yep. By them. It's their security.
Yeah, and they can run their own hack.
That's right. And they do.
And
The
yeah,
government
yeah,
the government itself is a hack.
yeah.
And it's also a weapon.
Well, look at the deal with what is it? By you, Frosty, where they were playing around with the gas companies, the manufacturers making the oil and everything else. And they hijacked the computer. They had to pay a ransom of five, whatever it was. You remember
Yeah.
that? It's recently, the line
There's
went
a
going.
there's a
Huh?
pipeline, wasn't it?
Yep, a pipeline. Yep, feeding the East Coast. How
Oh,
unique!
speaking of the East Coast, you guys ever hear of the lantern beetle? Not only are we getting fentanyl from China, we're getting it's called the lantern beetle.
I just seen that today. Yeah,
I walked by and it's it's a not oh shoot
The only
it's
thing I'm concerned
definitely
about
going
is
to
if they
destroy
eat
crops.
crickets.
Oh, I wish. They're on their way to Canada. They found them up here in New York, so they're getting closer. They're coming your way.
Now, this
Yeah,
is a good example of why you don't put your eggs in one basket. As a self-sufficiency buff, I know about things like that, and so I have multitude of different varieties set up and different growing situations set up that will buffer against that. Even a greenhouse, probably enough to ward off a situation like that for somebody who's self-sufficient.
yeah,
Yeah,
we're gonna be
that's
working on something with Poe Billy when he comes down here. We're gonna do those heater tricks for him, see what works. For his
yeah.
garden.
I'm gonna try and get a third harvest out of these guys, and so yeah, I'm gonna set up I got that greenhouse plastic in a roll.
Nice.
I'm gonna try and set it up to where I can maybe last through the cold spells. But that thing that you're talking about, Bill, is yeah, I want to use that too. I want to try that. So maybe I'll get those put together. But in the meantime, I'll have the plastic over them, at least keep the cold air off of them.
And the frost, if it does
Me-
happen.
mesh mesh is very good, a very effective tool at warding off insects. And there's different kinds of mesh: metal mesh, plastic mesh.
Wait. Now how does that ward them off? I mean, just the wing type. How does
You
that
can
ward them off? Because I
yeah,
got it.
the
I got
same way.
mine.
It's a great question. The same way a gazebo works, but it depends. If you're doing it in a greenhouse, it's probably obvious. But if you're growing outside, then you can have flexible mesh, and you're doing rows. You can just plant the mesh in kind of like a hover, a foot and a half or 2 feet over top of your crop from one side of the row to the other. And then you still got the sun that's coming in, and the water that can come in. It just keeps the insects off.
yeah. I've seen big operations that do that. You can find pictures.
Really?
Yeah,
I never
it's
heard of that.
it's not going to stop a deer or a rodent from chewing through it, but I mean, you could probably there's other solutions for that too. But yeah, different solutions for different situations. That works for insects.
Yeah, because I got boxes to keep chickmunks and rabbits out, but that's metal.
Right.
They'll chew right through that plastic.
Right.
And
Right. Yeah. A combination as well. You just want to be careful with your health in mind. If you do this, you do it with. I try and do these things as a last resort, right? Just try and emulate nature as possible, but it's okay. We can use a bit of technology when needed to buffer things. If you're going to use plastic, make sure you're using one that has some sort of health in mind something made out of potato plastic or something like that. I wouldn't be putting no polyethylene or anything like that over my crops. When it rains, it's just going to leach right into my soil and everything, you know.
Hmm. Man, now I got to find out what it's. Yeah, yeah, because I know if your plastic touches your plant, that'll burn them. So you got to keep that off of them. But I didn't know. I didn't think about that. When the rain hits it, it leaches down into the soil. I don't want that happening.
Right, right, and even metal, right? So I would stick with safer metals, the 18 by 10 stainless steel mesh. I typically use non-corrosive stuff, stuff as well that doesn't have a coating of some kind of synthetic rust proofing on it or whatnot, because of course that all get rinsed into your soil as well and right on your crops.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
It's hard to
I
get
gotta
perfect, but if work with the
Well,
Amish if you can, and get into other communities that think like the Amish. They have more traditional materials when it comes to things like that.
yeah, I know there's an Amish hardware store, and they got a lot of that metal mesh. And they got some decent sized rolls, but what they're made out of, I'm not sure.
Right.
I didn't need it at the time, so I didn't bother with it. You know.
It never hurts to inquire and get a intuitive feel. Are they legitimate? You know,
Mhm.
never take anything on an assumptive basis. And of course, ultimately, doing it yourself is the only way to know for sure. But I mean, none of us can do it all the time ourselves when it comes to stuff like that. We do need to cooperate to some degree,
Right.
and so for that, we just use our best judgment and uh, keep alliances that are honest.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, the price of honey has gone up too. Just in the last month, it's jumped up quite a bit.
They will. Damn.
I
Hey,
mean,
what is?
if you're anybody who's out there prepping, you cannot buy enough, and you think very carefully about what you're buying if you're
Yeah.
stocking up on stuff for the future, because it's going to save you money. Because this food situation is going to get worse, and the prices are going to continue to go up. So you're going to save a lot of money by purchasing today things that you can use a year or two down the road.
Right.
Right.
It makes you sick. It should never be this way. Never. Never should
I
this be.
thought I tried something new from last year. I took after the crops were done, I just put back like the tomatoes I grew last year. I just put it back into the soil minus the root ball. I took the root ball out. I put all that back into the soil, and this year, this is the best year I've had so far. So, well, I added the soil, the fresh soil to it too, so that probably helped with a little cow manure. And then now I'm trying that the cardboard process. Cleaner the better on the cardboard, I know. And I'm going to till that right into the ground at the end of the year here and see how that works. This is something new that I haven't tried before. And the reason with the cardboard is to keep the weeds down and compost.
Yeah, you want to
So it's,
rotate. You want to rotate where you're planting stuff too. So you might take next year's tomato uh, waste and till it into soil in another area, and then try and plant in that area tomatoes. Just rotating your crops. You know.
right.
I want to change some buckets too because the old ones are getting old.
My buckets are doing. I got flowers on the tomatoes up here, and I'm worried about frost. That's how well they're doing. I kind of showed you a little picture of them.
Don't even talk to me. I don't like
You
you
can
anymore.
do it. You can do it. Listen, soil is key.
Frost is
Soil
coming.
is key.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't plant them now. Yeah,
Plant
plant them
now for
now. Yeah.
frost. I mean, Roll
Yeah.
up the red carpet with some frost, okay?
Yeah. Too much. How's your tomatoes doing? Yeah.
All right now.
Oh, they're doing
Look
pretty
at
good. Well, I'll be the judge of that.
It gets the gardening it gets easier every year with different things that you try, and then you keep with what works, and and disregard what doesn't work. So yeah, it's something different every year. I'm
That's
always
it.
trying to do it.
That's it. Learn as you go. That's real science.
Yep.
That's the way. Experiment, because even on a microclimate and a micro local environmental perspective, what happens in this inch is very different from 3 inches over. So yeah, you have to be fluid and diverse. There's general commonalities, but if you're not in the flow of how nature really works, you're going to get your ass handed to every single time.
I'll tell you one area where I'm really weak because my wife used to do it all the time. It was canning. Because when we were growing a garden for years out in the country, uh, she did all the canning there. They wouldn't let me even go around, and her and her sisters get in there and have a ball canning all day. So I don't know anything about that. I know they were boiling water and sterilizing stuff and doing all this, but I don't know what the procedure is. But that's something that if people
You
know
don't have.
about how to do that stuff, that's
Look
a
on
good
YouTube.
skill.
Look on YouTube there, Frosty, and it's not that hard to can crickets.
You got to dry them, squeeze them. You got a vice, so there you go.
I'll just put some garlic in it.
Well,
I fill mine with bacon bits. The two, they last forever.
homegrown making bits.
Prepackaged off the vine.
My ex-wife, she had chickens and she had a couple of pigs, and she had to leave town for about a week, and she asked me to, babysit the farm, so to speak.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, I did. I didn't have a problem doing that. No. Well, I got rewarded. I mean, with when the harvest came in. But while they were gone, my brother and my sister come over. We used their kitchen for canning. Canning. We did all kind of canning. We just had that whole place lit up with pots, pans, and all kind of craziness going on. So we
Yeah,
spent a whole weekend
that's what
on
I
it.
remember. That's what I remember. All those pots and pans and craziness going on. And they wouldn't even let me in there. They chased me out.
My ex-wife had a beautiful stove, but would never cook on it because she could afford to go out and eat every day. And I'm like, but anyway, the stove worked great for us. We could get 4 pots on there boiling. Yeah, everything is that's like an assembly line, and it takes time.
That
That's why a
ain't.
lot of people shy away from it because it takes time. So, but if you make it fun, get a few people in on it, it goes by quick. They have a lot
Tell
of good
tell,
good times.
tell them how good of a babysitter you were.
Nobody said I had to give them water and food. No. Yeah, I lost 2 chickens.
I just popped a link in the main chat there for everybody. I'll put it in their private as well. This is a fellow. His name is Curtis. He's up close to my neck of the woods here. He is an off-grid self-sufficiency homesteader with him and his wife, kids. Been doing that lifestyle for, I think, a couple decades or a decade and a half. He's also a freedomist-minded, non-status-minded individual. He's definitely somebody that I recommend checking out and learning from when it comes to some pretty good advanced and expert tips for I have to credit him for the mesh prop cover idea. That was where I got that idea from to begin with. So he's full of knowledge and wisdom when it comes to stuff like that, and it's a good channel. Recommend.
That'd be a good guy to- oh, go on.
It's also a good showcasing of that even on YouTube. Just one example of many. This is one of my pockets of places that with all the fuckery going on, he's got well over 500,000 subscribers, and he does live podcasts. He doesn't do streams, but he does live podcasts from his homestead, and almost every other day lately. And I guess he does it when the season allows him to. And you'll see often 1,000 people plus, probably a lot more than that if you take into consider shadow banning in his podcast streams doing on YouTube alone.
What is a podcast? I really don't know what that is.
It's just a form of streaming, really. Just a fancy.
More high sophisticated equipment.
Yeah, and
Say,
special certain devices and platforms will use podcast.
Meaning controllers, people control things, and
Yeah, it's a
that'd be a good idea. Well, I was gonna say that'd be a good idea for you, Paul. But you learn some tricks from that guy. You could write right back to him and ask him some, some questions you need.
Q&A or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely recommend checking him out, and also his channel, of course. Also, some of his lives. Visit subscribe for sure, and visit when he's doing some of his lives. And it's really good to see the at least amount of volume of people who are not lost in the world by the thousands and tens of thousands showing up.
Yeah, that's the best part about the whole thing he was saying. He's got all them followers or subscribers and
Right,
that many people showing up. That's a good
right,
sign, So it might not be so easy for them when they try to roll that mess out.
right. And
Because
on YouTube
people are
alone,
not going to
right,
need it. They're not going to care about it, because they don't. The world goes by without them.
right. Yeah, and that's on YouTube alone, So so like I said, this is just one. I have the list is quite big of pockets where there's real, um, sensible, not just content, but real people who are doing real world solution type stuff. There is a huge database that I have cataloged that is going to be part of the Freedomist project that have a lot of these things that people are just not aware of in the general beehive,
Yeah, because the mesh. I never heard of that, and I've never seen it up here.
Yeah, I didn't even.
So
I mean, it seems such a logical, obvious solution, but I didn't think about it at all until I saw that.
yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of greenhouses up here because, well, we got a short grow season, but
Another solution is to just, instead of a greenhouse made of glass, you can make a growing house out of a number of different materials. One material could be just gazebo material. You could just have a 400 square feet if you want, or 200 square feet, however big you want, But it's not really a house. It's just the earth covered with gazebo material or some kind of netting,
I have a question.
Mhm.
Guru.
Raise your hand.
I didn't know what wrote at me. They just threw it out. Yeah. Guru told me to put my hand down. Is community in Michigan that you know of?
That's a good question.
I'm sure there is. They're
I mean, if
everywhere.
Yeah, I got a guy in.
I-
He's not in my zone though, and that's the only problem I have is his grow zone is a little different than mine, and I kind of keep an eye on with what he's doing. He gives me ideas too, you know.
Let me answer your question this way. From my expedition endeavors, um, I've never failed to find uh, some level of community or people in a category that I'm looking for. Typically speaking, it's a hidden market. So I had to scout it out and find it through the grapevine, or get trusted enough to find out about people who are doing those things. So
I
it
think
varies from place to place, and off the top of my head, I'm not sure, but it wouldn't take me a lot of research to find out about it, really.
that would be
well,
good to know, because if I have to go someplace, I would like to go there. You know, what I mean, start a new life.
Sure, sure.
there's agricultural organizations everywhere in every state, and you can tap into those, and you could probably that'd be a starting place for somebody who wanted to try to find something. It's just
If
start tapping into these agricultural uh, institutions or somebody who's having agricultural events, or even 4-H and things like that. Go to a 4-H
Uh,
show and talk to people. You'll find it.
there's
it's called a matter of trust. You know, these people. You know, they just, I just,
that's for everything, Mr. Brown, and that's absolutely correct. It takes a while to, get used to knowing who you can and can't with some experience. And after a while, you can, uh, see through almost every piece of bullshit when you get enough experience under your belt. You can see, oh
Nope.
yeah, I've seen that before.
It
But
don't take long. It don't take long
yeah,
to get competent.
yeah. I mean, it just like any other scam, it presents itself pretty quick, and you just learn your
well,
lesson when it happens, right?
I
But
am Beth. That'll help me out. I know. Yeah. Okay. I got you. All right.
there's a few common keywords when researching online and looking for these types of things. So intentional community is one, off-grid community is another, homesteading community is another. You can also look for co-ops, natural farming co-ops, and find people who are connecting with each other and doing those types of things. You make carrots, I make beets. We exchange our extra at the end of the day. Whole bunch of things like that.
Hmm.
If you want to go into further things as well, that goes into the rest of the areas that I talk about as well. Foraging. You could find foraging guides, foraging communities, people who go out and ride share with each other on the weekend, and they spend an afternoon together foraging together, bring home a week's worth of groceries for themselves.
Whole
Yeah,
bunch of people in need.
I've actually done that with a bunch of people, morel picking mushrooms. That was a lot of fun. You spend spend a few hours in the woods just hiking around and picking things up, learning. Get out there, get your hands dirty. It's great. It's relaxing.
Yeah, it's
But
called life, called living,
yeah,
heaven forbid.
it's just amazing the difference compared to the other the other things they're trying to push on you.
I'm not getting involved in that stuff. I'm not. I don't care what they say. I'm just not going to do it. I got to find a community that gets away from that. I'm going to do it. I'm going to try to find it, because I'm not going to stay here and just wait for this shit.
Yeah, I finally
Yeah.
went out. I went out and bought a pair of mucks for first pair ever, so I can wade in the mud and the water, so I don't have to wait till spring dries up. So the winter thaw, I can get out there and slop around in it and not get my feet wet.
And you
So
just gotta realize that human nature is human nature, and it varies as far as some people they're more skeptical of you as you should be of them. Others are just more like, I trust everybody and their dog. Come on over, So you just work with the fluidity of it as it presents itself, and also to be fully transparent, which is absolutely important. Realize that there are still an element of fraud and scam in all aspects of life, especially when it comes to humans. So if there's people who are doing these things, but they're still profit and money motivated, you're going to find people who still do the same shady things in the underground world, if you want to call it that, as in the overground world. So I try and find individuals as best as I can to connect with who truly understand the cut out the middleman ideology, where it's just direct human to human agreement. And therefore, there's no incentive for me to rip you off, because if I rip you off, I'm cutting my own grass. I'm no longer going to have a beneficial engagement with an individual that way, right?
Right. Oh yeah, by far. Yeah. Yeah, I got to do something. I just can't wait. You know.
No, it's just like, well, like when it comes to food, I'm like, I got plenty for myself, and I got a lot left over. I'm looking for someone to give it to. I
Isn't
don't want
that
it to go to
funny?
waste.
Isn't
Yeah.
that
And it ain't
funny,
got
right?
nothing to do with a dollar bill. I have
Right?
never had a dollar bill thought in my head about it.
If that's not abundance, I don't know what is. Right? Where
I
there's
mean,
so much excess that I'm begging for somebody to benefit from
Oh, don't listen to him. He's full of shit. I go up there. I get water and bread.
yeah, I got,
I'll tell
I got
you
a,
the thing that I've seen for years, the most uh, what would you say, available that people are giving away is usually squash, zucchini. It comes to mind. I mean, hardly a year goes by someone doesn't come around with a bunch of zucchini squash or something that they're trying to give away.
have you ever had zucchini bread?
No, but I used zucchini to make spaghetti one time.
Well, look, have you ever had banana bread?
Yeah.
It's the
cricket
same thing except zucchini, and I
cricket
think
bread
it's
is much better, I promise.
better. I think the zucchini. Now listen, damn it, you and them crickets.
You get a cricket every bite.
Now this is my taste buds talking. I think zucchini bread tastes better than banana bread, which banana bread is pretty good too. But
I gotta
yeah,
market my product somehow, I mean, I got these shares. I gotta make them worth something.
you trying to sell them damn crickets, huh? You working for Bill Gates?
No, he works for me.
Ah, there you go. There you go. There you
There
go.
we go. Yeah.
Tried to buy your farm, didn't he? He put his ass to work.
Boy, I'd like to see him go to work. I would. Bill Gates.
I sold him
Yeah.
my company. I just retained 98% of the shares.
I heard Bill Gates is tired of being rich.
It's exhausting. Can you imagine the responsibility that goes along with fictionally, delusionally imagining that you actually own 740 trillion acres of land? Can you imagine the burden that you get up with every day thinking that, holy fuck, I got to take care of all of that?
Like, I got to
Right.
clean up all that bear shit. That'd keep me up at night.
Man.
Well,
Yeah,
you don't
I'm
want
just.
over bear shitting on something you own, do you? I mean,
You know what that means? Well, they do implement that Cbdc. They're probably going to advertise it on TV and just keep advertising and advertising, just like the police. 10 days.
oh,
Yeah.
it'll be the Fed now service, because that doesn't sound like we want total control and power and financial tyranny over your life. It doesn't sound bad at all.
No.
Fed now. Fed now.
Real.
Oh, I like things that are now, right now. I want everything right now. Fed now service. Oh, they're going to service me now, now, now. Oh, service. Oh, I love it.
Guru,
What
can
did
we
I
sign
do
you up?
to deserve this? What did I do to deserve this, Bill Brown? What?
I'm
Guru,
first
can we
in
sign
line.
you up? We got a happy customer.
I'm first in line.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, I got 5G. Uh-oh.
Oh, I don't believe it. Democrats in full panic as midterm reality sets in. Who cares?
Who cares? Exactly. They're
Yeah.
they're running. They're going to run this election distraction from now until the election. I mean, that's what you're going to hear about. That's what they're distracting you with now that the queen
Yep.
is gone. And you can't use her no more.
it's always one thing after another, but if you watch it long enough, it's a repeat movie in cycles.
Exactly. It's what it
Exactly
is.
right.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. Exactly.
They've been running this border bullshit by everybody for 2 years now. I mean, every day on TV, there's something about it. I mean, the, if it isn't that, okay, now it's the election. It'll be one thing after another.
Yeah.
It's like watching Dancing with the Stars. You just get new performers coming up.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
no matter what it is, as long as people are paying attention to it, that's all that matters to them. That's all they care about. Because every single second of paying attention of it validifies them to be something. They're nothing.
What happened to Paul Billy?
Great question.
He wasn't strapped in. He slid down that pole.
Fell in the bucket again, eh?
Fell in the bucket.
I didn't even hear him leave a poop or nothing.
Probably see him come spring. He'll sprout up like a tomato plant.
I'll be back in 1 minute again, folks.
Okay. Yeah, Frosty, you're right. This is just the same thing over and over again. Nothing's working for the Democrats, so back to COVID. That's what they said. Nothing's working for Democrats, so back to COVID.
You know, Bill Brown, I can't get over it. It really pisses me off. Here he is out there today talking about COVID's over. Nobody's wearing masks. Everybody seems to be okay. But on federal property, you are mandated to wear that mask. You go into the VA, you've got to have a mask on. And they only have 3 categories: high, medium, and low. And every category mandates you wear a mask. So, I mean, you're going to wear a mask forever if you're going to use the VA. And what is the sense of that when he's standing up there without a mask saying it's all over and all this? They don't have a category where you don't have to wear a mask. This is it just pisses me off.
I know it does. I know it does. I know, Frosty. Believe me, I know.
It's
really
a
do. I know
subconscious
Jesus.
metaphor. It's a spell and a ritual what they're doing with the whole mask thing. It's subconsciously getting people used to realizing, for lack of a better word, in other words, making a reality out of the personification, which means covering your identity. Right? That's what a persona is. Fake is personifying. It's making you put your identity into a fictional identity, something that's not real. So the mask is just the next step in that, getting people
Breaking up.
used to.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Every time I get to the root.
You're
Test.
breaking up.
Testing.
Nope.
Testing.
Nope. Still breaking up.
Testing.
Worse.
Testing.
Is he breaking up, Frosty, or is it just me?
Testing.
I think he is breaking up a little bit. I think he's testing, and doing more testing that we don't hear.
Maybe it's you, Bill.
No, you sound good now.
Yeah, you do sound good.
I'm okay now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Freddie just got back, so she just got on a device. It might just be the sharing of the connection a bit. It's okay.
Yeah, you got distracted.
Thank you, Rudy.
You got distracted.
Yeah, they say it's all your fault, Fruity. She just the look she gave you guys.
Oh my God! Also, we'll say, "Boop!" There goes Nudie.
That was a lot of beeps you did just in her face. I'll tell you.
Go on, Guru. We're sorry. Go on. What were you saying now?
What was I saying? I was just saying. Oh yeah. The personification thing with the mask is it's just a representation of that. They're doing a ritual, and they're just bringing it even further into the forefront to make it quote unquote realized, meaning making it a reality. So this whole ideology behind personifying things gets you to cover who you really are by default, because you put your attention into a fiction, which is called a personification. That's where this word person comes from. You're a person. Your name is this. All of these things are personifications, and they're not real, and they're false identities.
And you're faceless. And you're faceless.
And you're faceless, right? Right. So we're taking it a step further now, and we're getting people actually literally in the real world, physically covering their identity. They're getting used to that, getting people used to that. It's been done in other countries for a long time. They're just bringing it to the American culture now.
This is no lie. I went to my friend's house yesterday. I was supposed to go Friday, and I couldn't make it. But I went Friday. We got him a pizza for him. We were talking about COVID. Oh yeah, I took all the shots, and so did my wife. My wife and I are looking at. Oh yeah, we're gonna take the last one. I'm like, oh. I says, you know what you're doing? Oh yeah, yeah. My friend, he got sick and he felt really bad. He felt he's gonna die. He says, I wish I would have took the COVID. I probably would have felt better. And my wife and I are looking at each other, going, yeah, okay, whatever. You know, they're just
Ask
stubborn.
him how his food tastes.
Yeah, you know what? I'll ask him that next time. I will ask him that. Yeah, I mean, he was all for it. It didn't affect me any. Oh, my wife, look at us, you know. So I just let it go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when I told him about the myocarditis, you know, people are dying. Well, yeah, someone's going to have some effects to it. You know, it's just a gamble like anything else. I'd rather take the shot and help my kids out. Something happens and they don't have to use it. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. You know, I just let it go.
Here's another way to look at it. We could use money as a good example of a tool. Is money worth anything without the belief it's worth anything?
No.
Nope.
Not worth anything.
Not since 1971. They took it off the gold standard.
Even in a gold standard.
Yeah, even then it was gold.
Right.
What was gold worth? You know, I mean,
all forms of money at all are based on faith and belief, which is a fictional way of functioning. And so there you have it right there. If you're functioning in a fictional parameter, you're already dysfunctional because it's fiction. It's a falsity. So all we have to do is remove the falsity and just live in reality. Fuck, I don't need any middle thing to cooperate with my neighbor. Come over for dinner. I'll give it to you for free. Like Hobely you say, I'm begging for somebody. I got excess. Take it off my hands, you know? And then when I have excess, you come over too. And then when we have a project, let's work on the project together. Let's enjoy the resources that are bestowed upon us here all around us, you know, cooperate and see the magic we can do.
Uh-oh.
But if we're all distracted, am I choppy again?
No, it's you. No, it was Popely, I think. Yeah, it is. Go on, keep talking. Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hold on. Keep talking.
No, I didn't mean that. I meant to hold on for never mind. Go on, Popely.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. He just
we're ready for you to just wait a second.
Did you see I got two Popelies here all of a sudden? What the, I don't know which one to get. Oh, is that you? Oh, Billy? Did I
It's
get
the
the wrong one?
ghost of Paul Billy.
I must have
It's
got the
the
wrong one.
persona.
Yeah, I don't know which one. Oh, on there.
You got the wrong
Oh,
end of
Billy?
the bear.
Oh, now I got 3 of them. What the? Wait a minute.
You got the wrong end of the bear.
Hold on, Paul Billy. I got 3 of you down here. How'd you do that? Hold on.
Well, he keeps trying to come in. I bet you that's how I did it before.
Hold on, Paul Billy. Let
I
me
think
get
it's
out
a
of
bit
here
of a
first.
StreamYard glitch too. Just
There we
kind
go.
of does
All right, now I'll
that.
try it. Okay, I got him now. He was just talking before. What happened? Paul Billy?
I wonder if he can hear us.
There he...
With the real Po Billy, please time that call.
I don't know. I don't know if that's him or not. Paul Billy, are you over there? Paul Billy. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if that's. I don't want to kick him off because I don't know if he's on here or not.
Never forget to water your bacon bits, folks.
Well, since he can't talk back, I can talk dirty about him now. All right. Oh shit! Here he comes. Paul Billy. Paul Billy. What the heck's going on here? All right,
Is
you
there
guys go ahead and
still
talk. I'll just keep playing around with Paul Billy here.
Do you
No,
still
there's
do you
just
still
one of them now.
see? Oh, there's just one. Okay, so
Yeah,
I
I
think
got rid of the other ones.
what you should do is just kick out of the studio. Don't ban though. Make sure you don't accidentally do
Okay,
that. Just
yeah.
kick out of the studio, and that'll probably clear the thing.
Well, he
Yeah.
just took off on me.
Kind of-
No, he didn't. Okay, well, I'm going to ban you. I mean, for short, and you come right back again. Kicking you out.
Kick, not ban.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Let's see if he comes back out again. I had 4 of them from one time.
Yeah, it could just be StreamYards itself. That none of them could be him. Actually, I've seen it happen, especially if he's on a phone.
And you're breaking up again, believe it or not.
Testing. Testicles.
Oh, that's an F. That's an F.
Sounds good.
And we're back.
Yeah, sounds like it. Yeah.
All right. I don't know what I was saying before Mr. Brown rudely interrupted
I'm
us.
sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, I'm going to have us. Go on. I'm going to listen to you.
What the hell was I saying?
Well, I said, hold
the
on.
personification
Go ahead.
thing.
Okay. All right.
Right. I'm waiting
Go ahead.
for you to tell me when to be ready after.
Well, hold on.
No, I meant.
Go ahead.
I was trying to help. No, I was trying to get you to remember what I said. Hold on, and wait a minute. Go ahead, and never mind. Go on. I give up.
Oh, that's funny. Oh no, yeah, it was just the personification thing. So just in a nutshell, they're just doing a ritual. It's and I was using money as a good example of it. Money of itself is a good example of the attachment to personification. I forget now how I was trying to tie that in together. It made sense at the time, but it was something to do with the currency system. Oh yeah, no, how it's all a distraction. So I don't need a middle tool at all to cooperate with my friend or neighbor. We can just cooperate together, just and use the resources at our disposal together. We don't need anybody's permission or whatnot, and especially if we get rid of this greed ownership based ideology where there's some sort of like this attachment in an ownership sense. This is mine. This is mine. This is mine. No. This is just we're here temporarily, and there's in reality there's land, air, water, nature, and us, and we're in sync with each other, and all the animals and bugs and insects and plants were just accessing it, occupying it. A tree doesn't own the land that its roots are, it's just using it.
Well, that's all fine until somebody who doesn't understand any of that walks in and,
Right.
gets in bed with you. Gets in bed with you because he doesn't recognize it's yours. So
right,
he's gonna share your bed.
So now you have the other side of the equation, which is the insanity part, the part that doesn't understand cooperative function and wants to compete. And there now you have the conundrum and the dilemma of how to solve resisting tyranny. And so the way that, as I was saying earlier when I first came up, that people have continuously tried, because they're insane to do it, is to delegate some of their insane class to handle the responsibility for them and regulate the situation. You can see how well that's working out. That doesn't work out. At the end of the day, it's only a matter of how able to be responsible you are to handle that situation as it comes upon you, is how much you remain in freedom land.
Well, I'll tell you
That's
something.
really all there is to it. Go ahead.
I never expected this. I never did. I never expected this from our government. Never. I mean, I knew something was wrong, but I never. Oh, he's back again. Hold on, guys.
Bring him up.
Coming.
Don't keep him in the basement.
No. I'm coming. Stay there. Don't move.
I'm telling on you, Bill.
Oh my God.
Bill Censor Brown.
All right, now say something. Talk to me.
I
Tell me
want
you
to.
love me.
No.
Oh, it's you. Oh, I thought it was.
You just don't know your po' billies.
Hello, Mrs. Pillbully.
This is fresh from the garden. Fresh from the garden, Jane.
Yep.
That's right.
Oh.
Now, what can you do with those ears? If you're going to use everything on a pig, you got those big ears. What are you going to do with them? Coin purse? But you don't have any coins anymore because you got digital currency.
Yeah. That's true, too.
Maybe make a phone pouch so you can carry your phone securely.
I mean, we could ignore and neglect that they were intended for the first reason and foremost reason for the pig to be able to hear, but
Mm.
Oh my gosh. It's so funny. Oh my gosh.
I think that pig hears me right now, and he's got a look on his face like, "What the hell are you talking about, Willis?"
I'm coming for you.
I'm gonna root you out.
What's your Gmail address? Make my day. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
he's saying, "Shut up. We need crypto." He's tired of being used as a piggy bank.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. They'll break into him too.
Why break the pig? There's nothing in the piggy bank. Can't break the pig.
Because I want all my coins out now. I want them
Yeah.
now.
I can see the government getting the hammer, breaking the pig back, getting the money out of him.
It's a crazy
they'll do it.
world we live in.
Well, it's a corrupt as bad. It really is. And like Guru said, it's been like this ever since we were born. You know, we just didn't see it.
Mm-hmm.
We're just
Yeah,
too.
I mean, just if you have pet fish who are born that way, their eggs they hatched in the fish tank. Unless if you bring them to a pond and a lake and an ocean, they don't know any better. They don't know that exists. All they know is the nice, cushy little glass walls that they function in, that box for their whole life, right?
If you don't
Right.
sprinkle fish food in the ocean, they're going to starve.
That's it, you know. So I reckon you ask yourself the questions: what kind of fish are you?
Uh-oh.
I think
Just
we're.
disappeared.
I think we've been suckers.
Yeah, I agree.
I ain't no bottom feeder. I know that for sure.
Yeah, really. Yeah, it's just trying to. You been listening to this conversation here, Jane?
No, I'm finishing
haven't?
checking
Okay.
homework. No, no.
Okay.
Something might be up with your settings there, Jane. You're coming a little scratchy. Maybe it's the echo cancellation or something.
Oh, hold on. You know something? My computer's about ready to die. I have to plug myself in.
Ah,
Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
yeah.
I have plugged both of these.
It's good to have you every time you've been coming up clear as day now.
Yeah.
So that's awesome.
I'm happy to. It's nice
It's wonderful.
to be able to stay
Well,
on and actually
yeah, the
understand
parent,
people and have people
Yeah,
understand me.
yeah.
the parents curse. Thanks a lot, you guys.
You'll miss me when I'm
Thank
gone.
you. Yeah.
Right.
She must have been low because she's still cracking up a little bit. Keep talking for a minute, will you? Talk for a minute, will you?
She's working on it.
Okay.
Yeah, talk for a
I'm
minute.
walking.
Like, see,
I'm walking around the room.
she still got it. Okay, let me go see what I can do here.
I'm walking around the
She's
room.
walking. She's walking around the room.
I
Is it
think she's walking around the
around
room.
the room? She's walking
No, you
around
got
the
it
room.
wrong. She's walking around the room. Get it right.
When the music stops, see if you can get in a chair.
That's what I'm working on next.
Here, she sounds better now.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Yeah.
pretty good. Yeah.
All right, I fixed it. Okay. I took the cancellation out of it. It was my fault. I think it was on Elko calculate or Elko cancellation. Yeah. I liked it better with the echo on. Hold on.
Move to the right. Move to the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's well, again, like you said, how'd you say that now? Help the people who want to be helped and help the people who are naive about it or something like that. You got the idea, but yeah.
Forget the people who are ignorant.
Teach the willing, ignore the ignorant, and enjoy the freedom of responsibility.
Thank you. That's it. Yeah, I'll remember it tomorrow. Sure. But yeah,
I'm holding
that's
to it. I'm holding you to that.
You need those post-it notes. I can see your whole wall covered. Well, which post-it note is that?
Hey, I'd be kind of funny having posters all over my body walking down the street. What's your name? Hold on here. It's around here someplace. Oh, Fruit of the Loom.
You reap what you sow.
Yeah.
Well, I hope people actually are able to see this and get an idea of what's coming, whether they believe it or not. They might do a little research and find out it's not a bunch of crap. It's actually happening.
Well, yeah. I mean, for the people who couldn't see the writing on the wall ahead of time, you can't be in denial when a tornado's in front of you, right?
Yeah. You might be in denial once the tornado passes over you. In the
If
end,
you're still alive.
yeah, in denial, not denial, in the Nile.
And then now, right?
I'm
Yeah.
telling you, and that looks like it's going to. I am going out there, and I'm going to tell. I told every one of you guys, if you're not prepared, it's your own damn fault. I will too. I'll tell them. Then I'm shutting down. That's it. I'm done with it.
No, stay on. This way people can keep you informed of what's going on.
By
Behind
that
the
time,
scenes.
it'll be too late. It'll be too late. Believe me, when I shut down, it'll be too late.
Well,
No
there's a
matter what.
lot of people hearing the message. I mean, there are various people out there putting out the message, and so it's getting exposure. It's hard to judge and be able to tell just how many people are being exposed to it and how serious they're taking it. But
You have to be realistic about the scenario, and the reality is some people are just not going to get it in time. They're going to get hurt or whatnot. So the best we can do is do what we can do for ourselves and other people to mitigate and minimize. That's as far as we can and should go. And just the rest, you just got to accept and let nature take its course.
yeah,
Work with things as it happens, type thing.
Well, to be honest with you, Guru, I'm surprised you went this way this long with what you're doing because I can see where so many barricades you had with these people. I just cannot imagine how many people you had when you talk
Most
the truth.
Right. To be frank, most people who see the writing to the degree that I do and have for a long time left your beehive society a long time ago and said to hell with that shit and think that I'm crazy for even spending a second on some sort of a whole apology on this scenario. But and I don't blame them for that. But at the same token, I don't forget where I came from, and if it wasn't for the kindness and generosity of other people before me who put some wisdom and information out there so I could catch in it without any obligation to do so, I really wouldn't have seen the writing like I do, at least nowhere near as fast as I did, even though it took a long time for research and whatnot. So it's because of that made a real big impact for me, and that's enough for me to return the same thing in kind.
well, Guru, you go on other channels. What is the acceptance level on some of those? Probably varies, but I mean, overall,
It does vary for sure. It depends on kind of the nature of who it is that's there. Paul Unslaved. If I go there and just speak what I speak, probably about 80 to 90% there. Well, it depends. Sometimes it depends who's there that day. Sometimes less than that, but will concur with what I'm saying, or at least get it enough to make them think about it after the fact. But other places where people are still stuck wholeheartedly on nationalism and patriotism and all that kind of stuff, it's a more not closed-minded, but it's more of a you got more of a concrete wall that has holes in it that you have to work through to reach the other side.
right?
So, yeah, it does vary.
Hold on for just a minute. Paul Billy, Can you hear me? Bobilly? I
Is
can't
he
believe
back?
it. Yeah,
Check
but
your
I,
mute button. Check your mute button. Oh, Billy.
He must be playing in the middle of the road in Oklahoma.
Bad.
oh no, here we go again. No, no.
Oh yeah.
Hold on.
He-
Okay, I gotta get rid of this one now. All right, say something, Paul Billy.
It's happening again.
Yeah, he's popping all over the place right now. Stop now. This should be him, I think.
He's-
Paul Billy.
He's infiltrating your stream, Bill. We're finding him out. He's really an agent.
Oh, yeah, I think yep, here he is again. You're right. He's an agent. Agent Paul Billy. Well, what the heck?
I mean, there's no way you could have that much abundance in your yard growing if you didn't have some sort of like government permission. That's just not possible.
There's something going on. You're right. It's got to be something going on.
Little CIA interference.
Yeah. A little extra license privilege going on somewhere.
Oh,
Let
yeah.
me Paul Billy country. That's what's going on. There we go. There you go.
Oh, yeah. There it is.
Yep, Oklahoma. Oh, Billy.
Turn the battery off, Paul Billy. Turn the batteries off.
If you grow bacon bits in your garden, you get all kinds of privilege. I'm telling you.
I can't believe he can't talk. He was doing good. All of a sudden, oh, there he is again. Okay, hold on.
We'll bounce that one.
Yeah.
There he isn't.
See if I can move it and kick him out of here. Okay, guest. Okay. All right, Paul Billy, say something. Hey, Paul Billy, do
Sounding
me a favor.
good.
Reset your phone. Reset
I
your phone.
definitely heard that loud and clear.
Yeah, I don't know. Reset your phone, Paul Billy, if you can hear me. Shut it off and turn it back on again. Hope he can hear me.
I'll
Oh, I
text
know.
him.
He's getting
That doesn't work.
frustrated.
Use it as a hacky sack for a little while. Try
There
again.
it is. Paul Billy, if you can hear me, reset your phone, shut it off, and turn it back on. See if it resets itself. He's right here. What happened to him? There he is. Yeah, Paul Billy, if you can hear me, reset your phone, shut it off, turn it back on again. And if that doesn't work, Goo's got the other solution for you.
Put your aluminum hat on.
Hold the
I
mi-
know I'm gonna,
hold, hold,
I know I'm gonna
hold the
eat crow
mic.
when he can talk.
Hold the mic or can in your case closer to your mouth.
You got to speak first to hear you. Wow, I can't believe this.
Well, Billy, if you can hear, also check mic settings. Make sure it's turned on. I don't think it's that, though. I think it's maybe he tripped over
Can you
his.
hear me? You can? Can you hear
Oh,
Dad?
Are you talking to Paul Billy, Jane?
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
on
she
his
is.
phone.
Yeah. Well, I think she just told him. Yeah, she sure was. I recognize that voice.
He couldn't hear us.
Nope. Couldn't hear him. We could hear him.
We couldn't hear him.
What program was that? I'll do it again.
valuable program to have.
Sure could have used it yesterday. I'll tell you. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, man, he was on a roll yesterday. Wow. Anyway, what he was trying to say yesterday, there was a truck load of commodities, and it was driving down Oklahoma Expressway. Somehow the truck got in an accident. It tipped over on its side, and the commodities fell out the back of the truck. And there was all kinds of adult toys with batteries laying all over the ground with a little bit of lubricants packages. And I guess it was one heck of a mess where they advertised or showed it on TV. So that's what we're teasing everybody about, you know.
I missed the first
He's-
part. Where did that come from?
A truck was driving down the expressway in Oklahoma,
Okay.
and he got in an accident. And he flipped over on its side, and it busted open his commodities in the back. And I mean, it was full. Could be some lonely ladies tonight.
The electric appliance is really going to cause a problem on the electrical grid.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a brownout.
I'm just doing laundry.
Just had a piece of toast. Yeah. Damn dishwasher never works when I would eat it. Yeah.
That whoosh whoosh sound of the dishwasher is so romantic.
Did you don't Billy to turn it off and turn it back on again? Reset it?
Yeah, he already did that. He's gonna go inside and sit underneath the pole or something.
He's pissed. He's pissed. Yeah, he's mad. Okay, yeah.
He has to
I know what that means.
relocate.
Yeah, he's mad. He ain't coming back on. Yeah, he's just gonna listen to us and just start yelling at us.
No, he's gonna start coming back on.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
Will he be successful? And I'm taking book on this. You know, any wagers?
I'll bet 2 bacon pieces.
2 bacon pieces. Do I hear 3?
1 cricket.
Well, and 1 cricket. Oh, that's going to be
Here we
hard.
go. Here we go.
Leave
Here
my
goes.
crickets
Here
alone.
Talk to us, Paul Billy. Tell us you're here.
This is a failure to communicate, Paul Billy. You will not be able to spend the evening in the box.
Here he comes again. I can't believe this.
Hey, it sounds
Hello,
like
Paul Billy.
it sounds like to me you might need to borrow Dad's 2 tin cans and a string. You might get a better connection.
Oh my gosh. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
He'd be talking. He'd be talking if it was working.
Oh yeah. He should. He'd be cussing us out. Yeah.
Wonder if
Try
Listen to
again.
this. Hold on.
I'll hang up with you.
Lab created food could
Bye.
erase the need for farmlands. You hear that?
What?
Lab created food could erase the need for farmland.
Oh, that's where I want my garden to grow. In the
I'll show you that
lab.
right now. Beyond meat.
That's where the
Beyond
food in the grocery store is already coming from. I had dreams about that when I was. Turns out they weren't dreams.
Oh, yeah,
No, that was a nightmare.
Hold on there. I got to picture of this mother humper. Oh man, they got it all down to science, making it look like beef.
That's when I realized I had to escape the ward I was born in.
Wow, I do not believe in the shit they put in this shit.
That's gross.
If I'm gonna take, here he is. Okay, I gotta get rid of him again. I'll take pictures. I'll let you guys start talking right back. I'll show you the
It'll
pictures.
be one step closer to Soylent Green.
Yeah, I got it together, man. I got
Billy.
Oh, that son of a bitch. You know what he did?
What did he do?
Executive order. That's why they're doing this.
Oh
For
yeah,
what
yeah.
now?
That was Biden's executive order.
Yeah,
For what now?
for the meat.
You know, somebody needs to take his fucking pens away.
No, it's not him. He's just a puppet.
I know.
He's just getting paid off. Hold on, I'm trying to get as much as I can out of this. I don't believe this. It's kind of hard to believe that they don't
When did
trust
you do that today?
Just now, I'm watching it. Yeah, I just have to turn this channel on. Wow. I'll show it to you. Explode Biden's new power grab. That's what it says.
Of course.
Control the food supply, control the financial system, control, force feed, everything. You
I'll
no
try
longer
later.
have,
Services into.
Well,
You no
isn't that
longer
what you
have-
got to do with your fish in a fish tank?
you no longer have conscious thought. You will only think what we tell you.
How many of
Good
the
one.
fish in the fish tank do you think have a conversation about the lake?
Well, I can tell when they're talking because there'll be bubbles coming up.
that's pretty much exactly what I see when these Muppet wokeist people have conversations. Bunch of bubbleheads.
Bubbles. Yeah, bubbles. Tiny bubbles in my wine. Tiny bubbles.
You're not going to
Make
believe
me
this shit.
feel fine.
You're not going to believe this. I don't even believe it. And I'm watching it right now.
I think I'll believe it.
I just, I'm serious. I just don't.
There's nothing too evil that they can't dream it up.
Wow. We're going to have to go backstage and show you. It's not going to be really perfect, but you get the idea.
Go ahead, backstage it.
Well, no, I got to put the hold on, film on first. Hold on. Got to put a video on. Jeez, oh man, I got a bit of work to do. Hold on to do this. I'll let you guys talk for a minute when I do this.
No, hold on. No talking yet.
Wait till the moments come to the water. Bloop, bloop. Oh man.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you guys hurry up and wait, please?
Yeah, yeah. Such a deal. I just don't freaking believe this. And people are so naive to eat this shit up. Wow. I mean, literally eat this. Okay, it's
I don't
done.
want to eat that. It's all chemical-based garbage. It's bad if they put all this crap in our food, let alone eat it from
See,
a
they're going to
petri
make you
dish.
sick. They're going to make you sick, and then they're going to take your very last dime with treatments that are not going to help you, and you're going to die. That's all. That's it, and that's what they want. They want you to die, but they want you to be as productive as you can be while you're getting sick, so they can squeeze everything you made out of you. Sick, evil bastards.
Yeah, they are. Very
The United Nations tells you what they're doing ahead of schedule. Mainstream media tells you what they already did 30 years after the fact. That's what you're looking
Yeah, yeah. They don't
That's the
report
truth.
news. They report history.
Exactly. Hmm.
Hold on, I'm trying to get together here. Bear with me here.
Well, I think they were at the United Nations either today or tomorrow in New York. They're having a meeting.
Oh, they can't get us under control fast enough. Uh, we've always been the ones with the guns that they couldn't get control of, but they figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
When people are tied to a fiat or a monetary system, that they control, everybody's got a price. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Can't show me one American who wouldn't trade their guns in for $10 million.
What I know now, honestly, I wouldn't do it. Honestly, if I right now, I wouldn't do
Mm-hmm.
it. If I
Right.
didn't know about it, then I would. Seriously, I would have. Right? What I know now, no. Mm-mm.
You would have to be a
There'd be
fool
no
to do
way.
that.
Well, what you
You
know now,
said it.
yeah.
Yeah. You said
Yep.
it.
And I'll be honest about it. Yeah, I would have, if they would have said it, not knowing what I know now. Yeah, I'll buy another gun, find out you can't buy one.
Well, you have to be a fool to be in this position to begin with.
Right. Corporatism and
Yeah.
capitalism is a fool's, no matter what position and capacity. Complete fool.
Boy, this is almost done. No, there's not going to be no volume to this, but I'll show you the pictures of it. I can't read anyway, so I look at pictures.
Oh, goody. Where is it, Bill Brown? A little faster, please. Come on.
Hold on.
You're on the clock. You're on the clock. I'm shutting your account off. This is bullshit.
Oh my god.
If you're successful in getting a refund, I want one too.
I need cash now. At
I
G
can't
wait for
stand
G.
that. Yes.
Yeah.
I need
Like
cash
that
now.
commercial.
Won't you
That
be my
commercial can
cash
go
cow?
away any minute.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he's back. He's back. I'm glad he's here. Hope he watches this. Tell me he's working.
Speak
Mobilities.
Pobili.
Say
We
something.
can understand. I
We gotta
understand Pobili. Pobili speak.
All right, I got it. I gotta get the dang thing here.
He's trying
I'll be
so
back in a
hard.
minute.
Okay, I'll wait till you get back and we'll start. Let me get this
No,
thing.
go ahead. I think my daughter's
Well,
not feeling good.
it's gonna take me. Hold on, I gotta do this. I'll play a game charades here. Oh, Billy.
Maybe just put them all up. Okay.
I wonder if I went in the back room that it might help because he's no longer using stream. Well, I mean, I don't know. I did. Oh my god! There. Oh, Billy, can you watch me on your phone? Oh, I gotta get this. She's doing that. That's right. Let's see. Is it up yet? I don't think it is. All right, there. Okay, it says it's up here. Where's it at here? I'd have to get out and try it again. Let's see. Dang it. Come on. It should be in here. Ah, it did pop up finally. Okay. All right. Jade, you here yet? Jane. Okay. Um,
He's
yep.
still
Guru.
alive. I thought you were going to go backstage.
I'm going to as soon as she gets back. I'm waiting for Hillbilly to before I start. I don't want to interrupt him. Then he's going to shoot me because I did something wrong. Wait till you see this. I cannot believe this. You know what? To hell with it. I'll just play it like it is. I don't care. Nothing
Go,
bad. I
no,
mean, nothing.
go backstage.
There's no music. There's no sound. It's just the pictures. That's all it is. I can do that. I can do that.
Okay.
Yeah. There's no sound. I'll ad lib. Guru, play some music for me in the background. You know.
Pencil drums. Pencil drums.
Yeah.
Got a skeeter, my Peter, whack it off. Got a skeeter, my Peter, whack it off.
That'll work. Phone the skeeter by Peter, whack it out. Jane, are you back yet? Jane?
Yeah, she's trying to
Just start
find good.
without me. Weedy Woo's not
Okay.
feeling good.
Who? Oh, really? How bad is she? Is she okay? I don't like that. I'll leave her on so she hears it. Okay. Okay. Everybody ready? Been ready yet?
It's helping you
Where'd that
out.
come?
See my neighbor?
I'll get it out.
Just heard some. Oh yeah, this is Pope Billy. There you go. There you go. Back now. Thank you, Guru. There you
Yeah.
go. There you go. This is the new burgers now. The Beyond Burger.
Beyond Burger. All right. I trust that shit.
Looking good in the neighborhood.
Lab rat meat.
Throw me in the mix, boys.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Oh, look at the thighs on that, will you?
There it is. There's your burger, people. Isn't that delicious? You don't even know what's in it. That's the bad thing, you know.
Ooh, but it
They'll say
sizzles. I wonder if they're selling the sizzle.
probably Alka-Seltzer, make it look good. Put water in it. Sizzles.
You'll need some Alka-Seltzer when you're done.
Yeah, a little X-Lax, Pepto-Bismol. Oh, look at that. Doesn't that look so good?
Wow.
This is what they're waiting for. This is why they're getting rid of the cows. Because they had this all set up. That's what they did. All this lab shit. Oh, on there. He just popped up again. Thank you. Billy, I want to charge you extra for this. There you go. You there, Pro Billy?
That's why they can, all they have to do is fund campaigns for stooges like AOC.
Yeah, and they believe her. We're helping America. We need democracy. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Our democracy is dying. Our democracy is dying because we can't make people do what we want.
Yeah. And we need your support. Honestly,
Save our
I'm a liar. Huh? You say, Guru?
Even they
Help us
won't touch
save our
that food without
democracy.
gloves.
Guru's kind of low in volume.
Oh, that
Guru?
could have been.
Oh, there you go.
Hold on.
Okay, I got you.
Better?
I got you. Yeah, right there. Yeah, he just popped up.
That looks like somebody's mooning them. Looks like UK's vacation.
See, lab created food could erase the need for. This is all in the works. All of a sudden, they're getting rid of cows, and all of a sudden, they got meat. You know?
That's why they're buying all that farmland. They need places to bury us.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Beyond meat. The Beyond Burger. I have to remember that.
They tried rolling that stuff out in various restaurants, and people don't like it. They won't buy it.
I can't. Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, it might taste like a burger, but you don't know what you're eating. That's the problem. They could put arsenic and you wouldn't know it till later on. Look at the machines. There it is. That's how they're mass producing it.
Is that one of those 3D machines that they
I'm not quite
print it,
sure.
print it out?
You know, seriously, I wouldn't doubt it. They can do anything nowadays.
Oh, well, we can't let down all the people who had high hopes for the Jetsons.
Yeah. Yeah, you be flying. You eat this meat. You eat this meat. You be flying. Yo, spaceship. You be working for Spacely's cogs.
Let Rosie whip you up something. She'll have it in a jiffy.
Rachel Rock, Rove.
Yeah, what was that dog's name on there?
Elroy. No, that was the boy. Ralph
what the hell is
something or
it sounds like Ralph. It does. It sounds like Ralph. Yeah.
I forget. Look at it.
There it is. That's the machine right there is making it. Meat Tech? It might be that 3D machine.
Oh yeah, you thought he was joking?
Yeah, I didn't know for sure. But yeah, God.
No, that's what those things are really. That's how they came into the market. Their original uses for their food.
Well, you wouldn't need a penile implant if you had one of those machines.
Would need a penal implant. A penal implant.
Dog's name is Astro.
Astro. That's it. That's it. Yep. Astro. You're right. That is absolutely Astro. Watch it work.
Right, Lord.
I hope this is the right one. What is my Gmail number? Hold on. He's asking for another link. Oh shoot! Come on.
Give it to him. Give it to him.
You know what I should do? I give it somebody else's link.
Just,
It'll pop up on somebody else's channel.
just tie some of that meat on a stick and hold it out in front of him. He'll come up.
Yeah, there we go. TP, right? That's right, right? I think that's right. It should be the right one. Yeah, that's the right one. Okay. Okay, let me keep moving. I'm sorry, everybody. I was distracted with Bobo here. Boy, is it raining out here now? Ooh. There we go. Meat Tech.
See, they won't even touch it. They won't even touch it without gloves on. They want you to eat it.
Damn. Look at that. That's a shame what they're doing to us. There it is. Your fake meat. I think that looks supposed to be like what, steak? Wow.
Why don't they just make a wooden one, drive it right through our heart?
Could you put your ketchup with that, please?
Yeah. I'd like to have a little pickle with that when you drive it in.
Well, hot sauce for heartburn, you know.
Guaranteed delivery or your money back, full refund guarantee.
Yeah. Another satisfied customer as he's dying off the stool.
Hey, I can hear you.
Oh, there's Bo Billy. Boy, I'll tell you, that was a challenge.
Thank you, Bo Billy.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I don't believe it. Yeah,
Tell me what.
my fingers are to the nub.
I don't know what happened. I think it
I
is
can't believe you
my
punished him
phone.
like. I can't believe you punished him like that, Bill Brown.
Yeah, that's not very nice of you, Mr.
It's not nice. Not nice.
Oh wait, so it wasn't my phone.
Yeah, that's right. That's not a way to treat your guests.
Jeez.
Listen, all I'm trying to do is contribute, but damn, I didn't know I had to take a beat.
Leave him up next time. He's got bacon bits I need.
Don't share
There
your
you go.
garden with him. Don't share your garden with him, Po Billy.
Yeah,
Piss in my beet. Piss in my beet juice.
that happened just one time.
Just one, like that's not enough.
Don't you listen to your own show? Oh, come on now.
I see you're back from your toy chest.
Oh yeah.
Did you get lost for a minute?
Well, I tell you, I'm sitting on the top of the roof right now. It's kind of cold up here.
Get your head out. I hope.
Well, I'm balancing on one foot. You know, it's kind of the balancing act. I'll tell you what. I think when I see them guys running that optic cable, I'm gonna get out and help them. Try to get it up through here as quick as possible.
Wow. We're showing fake meat here. Manufactured biological high tech, what do we call it? They're
Yeah.
he doesn't believe
Oh,
me.
I'm sorry.
No, we're posting it now. No, we're posting it now, honestly.
Wait,
Did you see it?
He's
Hold
got his
on.
face in the meat. That guy's all bent over. It looks like he's got his face in the meat. What's that all about? He's drooling.
What the hell you guys watch?
Mario, how your meat grows.
Can you read that?
What is this?
Lab created food could erase the need for farmland.
Okay, Bobo, you're out of business.
Well, that's how you grow them bacon bits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's insane. That's
Biden put executive order on it. Biden put executive order on it. Biden put a executive order on this.
Let's ramp it up. Ramp it up. People are hungry.
There's a machine that does it right there.
Meat tech.
Meat tech.
There it is. 100% pure beef incorporated. The next generation.
I mean, what else could you ask for more than that? You know, I mean, seriously.
You don't have to worry about getting rid of the bones or getting rid of the hide or the hooves.
Them red and black colors in there is just a coincidence. Ignore that part, folks.
Yeah, it looks good.
It wouldn't have nothing to do with the background, would it, of the big important speech? No.
Holy moly.
Man, maybe I should.
Can you see the satanic symbology in the meat tech symbol?
Yeah.
I can barely see it.
That's back to that previous conversation.
Oh, you got it.
I tried it, folks. I tried it, folks. I tell you, you can't beat that meat.
Not even with a hammer.
Oh, what?
Oh, Mr. Brown, you're pretty good at that.
That was a good one. Here you go there, Paul Billy. One up for you.
Uh,
Nothing says high tech meat like that sound.
that's it. Let's see if I can find that executive order. Hold on. Let's see if I can find that executive order that he wrote. Hold on, where's it at?
Now, an
I think I got
executive
it.
order to do mass production of that, or
Yeah, yeah.
what?
There you
Executive
go.
order
Right there.
for what?
Right there.
Can you make that bigger? Make that bigger if you can there,
Okay.
Brand.
Hold on. I thought you said I couldn't beat my meat. Hold on.
Well, I didn't say you could. I didn't say you could.
Hold on. I'm making it bigger. Hold on. I'm thinking hard. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Oh, you sucker. You moved on me. Hold on, everybody.
I'm gonna have to update my glasses to a little stronger.
suck.
You suck. I'm
Haven't you done this before? Or is this your first time?
This is my. I'm all shook up. Somebody shook the shit out of me when he kept trying to come up. I'm just. There you go.
Okay, the Secretary of Agriculture shall submit a report assessing how to use biotechnology and biomanufacturing for food and agriculture innovation, including by improving sustainability and land.
Ooh. Hold on here. Get some more.
Land conservation, increasing food quality. This is quality and nutrition. Oh, so nutritious. And cultivating alternative food sources because food you've been eating, people, hasn't made you sick enough. We need you to be a little bit sicker. So we're going to cultivate the alternative.
We're not happy with the GMO. We're gonna really fix you, folks. This is better than the ringside fight. We're gonna give it to you again.
You won't have the guts to fight when we're done because you'll have leaky gut.
It's a power grab. You see that, folks? A power grab. Look at him.
What?
He's
Are
happy.
you two salesmen for this?
You want to buy some, Mister?
Here, I got some black market beef.
He's grabbing for power right there. He's grabbing it.
You
Wow,
two could be like.
That's like straight up Play-Doh in a can, ain't it? I mean, how else can you put it? I mean, God, dude.
Just give me some good old school. Just give me some good old school paste.
Yeah. Elmer, that came from a cow.
Hi, Uncle Biden. You want to smell my neck, Grandpa? You can sniff it.
Oh, that's Aviator Joe. Aviator Joe. On the plane. The plane, boss.
That too.
I cannot. Just the thought of it. I can't.
There's your crap right there, Bo Billy. Good farming you got there. Proud of you.
What do you got in that silo, Po Billy?
I ain't telling you.
Oh,
It's empty.
He's got the Beyond Burger meat. Look at that.
he's got the meat in the aisle. Yeah.
Solid green. Who said solid green?
I don't know.
There you go. I wouldn't that, yeah.
They're preparing you for Soylent Green.
You
See
know,
that
here
green
it
sticker?
is.
See that green lettering on that package? They're
Mhm.
preparing you for Soylent Green. Believe me.
Yeah, there's a couple of products out on the market today on the shelves right now that have that in there.
Yeah.
So, well,
And no one knows anything different about it. You know.
I was just
Well,
looking
I
at
think
that 3D steak.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll go into a grocery store and act like somebody marking the tire for traffic parking enforcement and see if that meat's still on there next week.
They're already prepared for marketing it. I read about it about, I don't know, 8 years ago. Their only thing that they really figured they needed to focus on is just like all other synthetic food, including what the crap taste you have in the grocery store, just getting people to try it enough to get used to the difference in taste. Even say it's not going to taste the same at first, but you'll get used to it. Don't worry about that part.
Oh yeah.
That's their marketing. They've got it all figured out.
So like gas, they'll just mark it up real high. They'll mark up regular meat real high, and then people will start switching to the alternative because it'll be a little bit cheaper. And but it don't taste bad. And
100%.
there you go.
Yeah,
Kind of like
same
kinda
thing
like
they do with
solar
fast
power.
food, right?
Yep.
Kind of like solar power. It's being subsidized, I'm sure.
Yeah.
There's got to be a way you could tell there's a difference between the meats. If they can artificially make it, there's got to be some flaw in it.
Taste it and let us know.
It's called petroleum. Yeah, you first. Exactly.
You're a nice man.
Milk is bad. Could you take it?
It's not
You
nice of
taste
you
it?
there, Frosty. Not nice
Let
of
me
you at
know.
all.
Let me know.
Yeah. Not nice of you.
Yeah. Hey, right out of the compost pile.
I wouldn't doubt it. Excuse me. Wow. I wouldn't doubt it. Seriously. You don't know what how they make it. Synthetic what? Glue?
Plastic.
Wow.
it's like
It's higher in
like a
sodium too. It's not
3D
healthy.
3D printing machine or something, ain't it?
Yep.
Did
That's
you
what
How they
did
Frosty
you
do
read
that? I don't know.
did you read what I sent you? It's 3D printed steak.
Is that what that is?
On one of the slides it was.
Wow.
Last I
Got
heard
me
this
crying.
come up was they were working on trying to find something that resembled like a blood, and they were using beet juice because of the color, but they still couldn't get the taste, the protein and But anyway, they were talking about that.
Gotcha, George.
Yeah, so that was a couple of years, maybe even longer. Holy shit,
I want to
man!
copy that
It's
tonight.
happening fast, ain't it? It ain't
Mhm.
years
Yeah.
away.
More
It's
coming down.
days away.
Yeah.
We there might be Soylent Green beginnings right there, because when they embalm you, they remove all your blood. Maybe that's what they're using.
They could.
I
Check it out.
predict-
Sure.
But that's
That's why
probably
this-
true.
That's why this pandemic was so valuable. I mean, they could have millions of subjects to withdraw blood from. Use it in their meat production.
Yeah. I predict, and if I had to put a time on it, I would say even within the next 5 years that the idea of like grocery shopping for food or ordering, going to a restaurant or whatnot will be as archaic sounding as tape decks, 8-track.
Yeah, you could have your own 3D printer right in your house. Never have to go grocery shopping.
Right. Yeah.
No thanks.
Who would do that?
No.
That's like
No.
that's the dinosaur years, right? Caveman.
That's kind of like this Star Trek
go ahead,
model.
Presley.
That's kind of like the Star Trek model, you know. You go
Mhm.
remember when they'd go and tell the little computer what they wanted, and it just dropped down and appeared.
And the stupid will be right into that, right? Oh, this is so awesome. It's neat. Look what we have. Look what technology's doing. I can't wait to eat that. That's great.
Yeah.
Progress.
Mm-hmm.
Progress.
I don't wanna eat
Yeah.
that. Mm-mm.
We're gonna have to really keep an eye on what we buy from now on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to go shopping again. I might have to go shopping faster than I thought I was gonna go shopping. Son of a gun. Didn't want to, but I'm gonna have to.
Yep. Start producing yourselves. But I'll show you some more channels too. Actually, I got something if you want to put on that I saw the
I
other
won't
day.
get strike though. I won't get strike on this or copy, will I?
Of
I'm
course
getting
you
all
will.
this. Oh no, don't do this to me. No, please. I'm getting so many. You wouldn't believe it. I showed Frosty. Frosty says, "No, not again." Yep, again.
I want to know if the farmers are going to step up
I
and
heard
start
they,
raising
I
some
heard
cow.
they blocked that. I heard they blocked that. They tried to censor the internet, and they blocked it where they couldn't do
Who
that or
blocked it?
something. I don't know. The Congress. It was on the
Congress.
ticker tape.
I don't think
Yeah.
Congress blocked much of anything.
No, I know. It's probably, yeah. I just thought that they was going to do something. Free speech. Blah, blah, blah.
Now, if we could talk in between that, we could probably get away with it.
I
It's in the
noticed that
basement. Up for you, Mr. Brown,
the
whenever
one.
you're ready.
Okay. All right.
It looks spongy to me. After they cook it, it looks
Yeah,
spongy.
Hold on. Right there.
well, it looks to me the way it's produced, it looks literally like that Play-Doh machine. You know that you bought the kids. It shoots out like spaghetti or something.
Mm-hmm.
You know
I'm
that
watching
kind
the
of
video
tech.
on it right now.
On how in the hell is that advertising?
You
I
know
mean,
what?
who is going to eat that?
And you don't hear a thing about it. Senators, governors, news, anything about this. Nothing. You got to look at it. YouTube, find it. That's a shame.
Yeah, they should have like a dinner where they're all being served.
Whatever they're going to feed us.
Yeah,
And that's a nice little house.
it sure is.
Okay, just a prelude to this. In my contemplations and endeavors of being self-sufficient off-grid, I had a theoretical idea a number of years ago, maybe even about 10 if I can remember now, to solve energy storage issue. I thought, why aren't we just using air and air tanks? If compressed air, you know? And it seemed like a logical ideology. And then I did some research at the time and discovered that there was even quite a number of different countries working on air combustion engine cars, and they were even in the market and whatnot. But the biggest thing I thought what for a use case would have been, scrap the whole like lithium stuff and scrap the whole chemical stuff. Why don't we just go even beyond solid state and just store the one thing that is abundant to all of us that isn't toxic? Air. So anyway, recently it turns out that this has already been in use and in practice forever and a day, and one of the communities that have been using this for forever and a day is the Amish. So this channel is Doug and Stacy. They're off-gridders, and they collaborate with the Amish a lot. And this video is just a short clip showing you that my theoretical solution is not theory at all. It's actually very plausible and being used, not just as a battery source, which could be used to turn. My theory is to use compressed air to turn a turbine, a micro hydro turbine, instead of water, and then you have a portable solution that can go anywhere that's pretty much weatherproof as well. So not only is that possible, but even further to that, you can just use direct air itself without even the need for electricity to power so many different things. And this video showcases that. Here we go.
Do me a favor when you get turned on, talk in between there a little bit.
I will.
So.
I will. Yeah, it's only 4 minutes, so we'll do a little bit of that as well.
Here we go.
Hi, I'm Deanna.
Hey, I'm Shane. We're DNS Adventures, and we're both Homestead Homies.
You're watching Off Grid with Doug and Stacy.
Hey, what's up? It's Off Grid with Doug and Stacy, and today I'm going to show you guys 2 ways that you can power equipment and ceiling fans with no electricity. This is the first method here. What we have here is a gas-powered compressor that actually fires up, and then it creates compression, and it goes into this tank. It fills it up. When that tank fills up, it comes around the corner here. It fills up this tank, and you can see there's another tank. So that system fills up 3 big tanks full of air, and then these lines run into the building, and they actually run ceiling fans inside and some other implements, other equipment. And I'm going to show you a different system, and then I'm going to show you actually in that building how the air actually makes it to the equipment and runs it. But I wanted to give this to you. This is an off-grid hot tip to run your equipment and your ceiling fans all by air. And like I said, that right there is a gas unit that you can use if you don't use a windmill. And the next thing I'm going to show you guys, they actually use a windmill to turn and fill up the tanks. And then once they fill up, the windmill stops. So I'm going to take you over to the other building right now. I'm going to show you how that works. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video, and we'll see you in a second.
Damn, I don't see no pressure relief valve in that thing. Whoa. Okay.
Okay, so I'll pause it there for a sec, and I'll just, for conversation's sake, so you saw the first thing was they fill up the tanks with gas. So I wouldn't do that. I would just use, here's the other alternative, windmill or solar or whatever, or even just, the power of nature and those old-fashioned windmill things with water and whatnot. Anything you want to constantly fill up your air tanks until they're full naturally.
Well,
Don't even
what
need
kind of
any-
pressure are they? What kind of pressure are they putting on the tanks? I mean, I don't know. Is that windmill strong enough? Obviously, it probably is, but to build
Yeah,
the pressure, I got like my compressor. It kicks off at 120 psi's.
Yeah, so the
You know.
windmill is would be generating electricity, and then the electricity will be powering a compressor that
Okay, all right, I got you now.
pressure.
So
Yeah.
all right, so you're using the windmill to generate the electricity to run the compressor. Oh, yeah, okay,
That's
yeah,
right.
that's all.
That's right.
Okay.
And then you
Awesome.
store the air for when there's no wind, when there's no sun, so on and so forth, when it's colder and blah blah blah. And now you've got totally free energy and an abundant supply, and it's totally clean because it's just air, right? It's just being compressed and put back out
That's
when you use it.
right. Yeah, that's
Hold on for a minute, Billy.
yeah.
Billy.
Yeah.
How many pounds of pressure do you have in your big tank?
Well, it kicks off at 120, somewhere
No.
around
I
there.
mean your propane big tank. That's what he's using.
My LP, that's 500.
So that's how much pounds it probably can take. 500 pounds of pressure.
Well, no,
whatever.
I mean, 500 gallons. So pressure-wise, yeah, I'd have to run out and look.
Yeah.
I believe
Okay.
further in this video, they show the gauges in action, so maybe we'll have the answer. That
All right.
it's a good question, but of course, it's going to depend on your system, your tool that you're using, and also the size of the tank, material or whatever. But you saw the size of those tanks. Those tanks you'll see when he goes inside. It's to operate quite a number of the different machinery that's in there, sewing machines and the ceiling fans and a whole bunch of other things as well. Pretty fantastic.
Ooh.
Yeah, for a home, you probably wouldn't need that many tanks.
Right. I mean, depends on what you're doing and the size of your family, and but I mean, you could get a good read on it, and it's going to depend on your environment too, right? Like what you need. If you need that, if you're using electricity for heating, for example, or cooling, depends on your environment how much you need that. But I see this as a much more plausible, economical, plausibly safe, environmentally friendly solution than anything else that I've seen so far. How bad, how pollutive is it to store air and release it? You know.
To do that, you are totally 100% off the grid. I mean,
Correct.
they're 100%,
Correct.
and that's the ultimate goal to complete.
Right.
That's completely cut off on the outside, you know.
Right. And the last part of the equation is maintenance and knowing how to fix it, and that's something that anybody can learn how to do if they have the ability. And that's it. You're self-reliant, right?
I can see that running an air conditioner.
Absolutely. In fact, he'll tell you, and you'll learn about this when you learn a bit about permaculture. Compressed air tends to be cold. So when you release it, but all by itself, it's kind of a form of mild air conditioning. When you release it.
In fact, you got to get rid of the liquid out of that tank too, because it compresses the air and the water's in there, the vapors.
Yes, that's part of the system. They do that. They have a filter that takes the liquid out and nice dry air.
So the reason why I'm showing you this is because this is ingenious. So we're
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just gonna say about they got air dryers in the filter system when they run the air through it, and then drains.
They got drains at the bottom of the tanks too.
Right. Because like if you're painting, you don't want water mixing with your cup gun, so you need to get some way of keeping the air out of it. So you run it through a couple of air filters that trap the moisture as it comes through.
Right.
And then you get very dry air towards the end of it. Yeah.
That's something you need to do if you're using it indoors, right? Outdoors is not an issue, but indoors for things you do, especially depends on what your house materials are made out of as well. If your material is cob, then you don't really have to worry about that stuff. But most people don't have a cob house, so you have to consider the humidity factor on the walls and stuff. You don't want to start generating mold and mildew and all that kind of stuff. It is important. But I would rather deal with that than all the other problematic things that come along with the synthetic versions of energy dependence that we rely on, that gives us all the toxic headaches, you know?
Right.
all right. So the reason why I'm showing you this is because this is ingenious. So we're at one of the Amish stores, and this windmill is up there. Once it fills up with air, it fills up a compression tank. And once it fills up, it stops spinning. The hose is piped down the compression.
Okay, so I was wrong. I guess that's a direct turbine to tank system got going, which is interesting.
Never heard of that before.
Tank, piped down to the compression tank. This is the back of the store. You can see here the line comes out. It goes down the back wall. Now I'm going to take you inside. I'm going to show you. All right. So all the lines, see this here? All the lines come in, and then they hit this regulator, and there's some filters on there that take out the moisture in the air. Then the lines.
Well, that was the regulator where the filters are that we're talking.
Yeah, you could adjust the pressure with that.
Right.
Up. Now this is all air power. And then they run the sewing machine. See that? The hoses come down and run the motor. Everything's run off of air and belts. All this equipment is run off of air. See that?
Well, there's some old sewing machines.
The whole workstation run off of air.
Yeah, real old.
Now, we go in here.
Funny thing about quality equipment, it lasts for a while.
Yes, it does.
That's
You're right.
true.
Yep. That's true.
Have the air line going to them, and it all runs off of air. So in this building here, they got a concrete floor. and then they have all these ceiling fans that run off of air, and it's almost feels like air conditioning in here. So there you go. Off-grid tips right there.
That's
All
a
right,
nice
so that was
little
the second
shop.
building. So guys, these are great tips if you want to live off-grid on ways that you can incorporate air into running pneumatic tools, fans, everything like that. So this is Off Grid with Doug and Stacy. I'm Doug. Don't forget to check us out on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
Damn.
That's awesome. I
Oh,
never
that's
thought of using your hair.
I've never
That's
heard of a
pretty neat.
windmill.
You can run all that equipment off of a compressor. That's pretty
right.
neat.
I mean, if you just think about
I'm
it,
gonna go
you
bug
do,
them Amish.
you do see already, like in certain applications, look at mechanics. They use those air compressions to turn the cranks for the wheel nuts. So, I mean, if you can do that, then you can do anything that electricity can do, and probably better. And you can, we can have all of our tools run on compressed air, everything.
Yeah, but I also think that the wear and tear is cut down to a minimum because electricity, them motors heat up.
Correct.
Gasoline, they wear out because of the heat.
Correct.
But air, it's obviously clean, so there's no build up, no heat build up. That's pretty neat.
That's right. If you go direct, there's no, brushes, no motor to worry about or anything like that. It's just straight, air pushing something that turns or pushing something that needs to be pushed just directly.
Yeah, like an impeller or something inside of it. Yeah.
Right. So also the efficiency factor is pretty good. But you don't really have to worry about that so much because we don't need to be conservative with air when it's just everywhere.
You could trap the same air you just got done using.
Yeah, you can even loop it for fun if you want. I mean,
Oh,
just
don't
endless.
enslave the air. Don't enslave the air.
Yeah, right. So what I was thinking, and it's totally plausible to do this. If you remember, I showed you folks how a micro hydro turbine works. I don't know if you were all there and it was just Bill or not, but micro hydro is something that off-gridders, it's the dream for them because if you got a bit of running water, micro hydro is like the most reliable form of producing electricity, most cost efficient as well. But you can without really any modification run a micro hydro turbine with just air instead of water pushing the turbine. So all you have to do is the same thing. Just run your lines, your water lines. You might need a different hosing to the air tanks and let the compressed air turn it for you. And then you don't have to worry about where you go if there's water. Also, the temperature factor is not much of a factor anymore. And so realistically, what you could do, the ultimate system, if you're going to use electricity at all, would be to have an air compressor system like that goes direct as much as you can, but for certain things that still need electricity, like some heating or light or whatnot, you use some of the compressed air to turn the turbine and then store a little bit of electricity in either a solid state battery or a lithium battery, but you minimize that to such a small amount because you can have a constant flow of the turbine being turned because you can rely on the battery of the air compressor. So you just use basically the batteries at that point, a few of them, for more of a constant voltage and a steady, reliable, clean stream of electricity to run your appliances after the fact.
Yeah, because obviously you could turn the generator or the alternator to convert to power.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could keep them babies charged year round all day long.
That's right. And you saw the size of that tank. Can you imagine how much it would cost to have the same amount of storage power in just lithium batteries to one of those tanks you just saw, right? So
yeah, they're
I mean,
expensive. They're beyond belief.
right. And I don't think one of those tanks that you saw is probably like $5 or anything, but that's not the point. The point is in comparison, and it's not so much just about money, it's about the cleanliness of it. And one of them tanks is going to probably last you 50 to 100 years. Them lithium batteries are going to last you 10, you know.
Yeah, 'cause I think they were recycled propane tanks, LP
That's
tanks.
that's what I think. Yeah. I
Because
mean,
I know they got there's a life expectancy on them as far as holding the actual LP, and
mhm.
then after like 20 years, what are they going to do with them? I'm just wondering if them are the ones you could reuse for that
I,
application.
that's what I think. Well, it would just be just like any other, you know, material and of that fashion. I'm sure they could just renew those, and I'm sure they do. You know, it's
Yeah,
probably
'cause
just after a while they just wear out, and you know, just like anything else that contracts and expands over a period of time, it's gonna probably wear out the sides or something. You know,
that's them are under pressure, quite a bit of pressure too. So I mean, you could store quite a bit in them. And then what's the worst that's going to happen if one of them blows up or breaks? You're just going to get a bunch of air shot all over the place. Nothing's going to explode or anything, you know?
right? So now you also got fire safety, health safety, child safety, right? You
And
got it all.
you know what I heard? Nothing. It was quiet. That seemed to
Well,
be noise pollution was out of the equation.
um, to be fair, noise compressors can be noisy, but you can just
Yeah.
put a glass tank over them if you really want to. You know, you can deal with that if you need to. Build a shed and make it soundproof if you want to. You know, it can be dealt with. It's not hard.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I got a backup
Uh,
generator I used to, but I like to quiet it down because I don't want everybody to hear it, you know?
right.
Because up here, you could drop a pin and they can hear everything, you know, echo. But yeah, that's quiet and clean. That's pretty neat. I mean,
Yeah,
it seems
totally clean.
easy to do. I mean, have a little know-how and whatnot, but yeah, it seems like, you know, and then what you don't know, you can find someone who knows that question, you know.
Yeah, you got to know your pneumatics. That's the problem. You got to know your pneumatics.
Yeah,
You got to
well,
talk to
let's
somebody about
stay away from you asking you questions.
it. You know, I'll tell you something, Guru. He says, you know, he doesn't like to wake up the neighborhood with his generator. No, the guest room is right by the room, and they make sure the power shuts off. Oh, we have power problems. Good night. He turns on the generator. Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah, I try to quiet it down by running the exhaust into your room there, so it muffles going through the roof.
Yeah. A lot of love for that guy.
Yeah, that thing, man, but
This
you
would
can
be
do
a
it.
good,
You can deal with it. It's the same thing. I mean, it's a little louder, but
right, and
them noises can be dealt with.
this would be a good use case for 3D printing materials. You could use a 3D printer to to produce your turbine. You could probably even produce a air tank out of 3D material. I would imagine. Wouldn't doubt it.
I like to know
So
what kind
you
of
could get
material
a.
they use for that 3D.
It's plastic. Certain different plastic.
It is plastic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Wow.
all kinds of different plastic.
Hmm.
Very durable plastic. You know?
Yeah, that guy had that's a couple 1,000-gallon tank he had running alongside the back of the house there, or the
They also
factory or whatever.
they also have metal 3D printers as well. So you can get anything you need customized, made. You have one. Um, same fashion, plastic or combined.
You do anything, you have to know how.
Oh,
Just takes a
what?
little bit of I said you can
Oh,
do anything. You got the know-how. Just take sweat and common sense.
Yep.
I know there's a place up here. They got a bunch of LP tanks sitting in their yard that have been reclaimed. I guess you could, well, not reclaimed, but they look like they're ready to head to the scrapyard or whatever they do with them. I don't know. I might have to stop in there and see about them. See what they say about them.
Just don't let them at you on there for a while.
Well, yeah, you gotta purge them. You gotta purge them. You don't want to. Yeah, you don't want
Yeah,
to do that.
look at my fan. My chest. It blows the
Well,
wind out of my lighter. Woof.
yeah, you definitely want to purge them.
Yeah. Uh, is
Yeah, I would have
Frosty
never
still here?
thought of.
Frosty still here?
Oh yeah.
Hmm. Okay. We just making sure you're okay. That's all right.
Yeah.
Checking up on you. Okay.
Okay, let me show you. There it is. Here's the one I found the other day. This the basement as well. I won't play the whole thing, like 13 minutes. Don't need to. I'll just play a couple little tidbits. But this is what I found the other day in my research, because it's just been in my head as a theory for a long time. Just thought, let's get on with it. And it's further along this concept than I thought. So here's a fellow who, and I didn't think about this till I saw it, used his 3D printer to make. There it is. He used his 3D printer to make the turbine, and then he used the air compressed system he has. Oh shit! Testicle. Am I good now?
Yeah.
All
Your
right.
testicles are good.
So he used his testicles to run the 3D printer and produced a bunch of air that worked in the turbine. Check it out.
Turn it all the way up. Whoa.
In this video, I'm going to show how to build a pneumatic turbine that can run off a small portable air compressor. In my previous video, I machined parts for a steam turbine out of aluminum, but I haven't gotten around to building the boiler for it, so in the meantime, I wanted to experiment a little bit with compressed air-driven turbines, which I could easily make by 3D printing. My initial design was a simple impulse turbine. The nozzle accelerates the high-pressure air to a high-speed jet and is mounted at an angle so that it hits tangent to the blades. The scooped blade should theoretically bend the airflow and in doing so transfer momentum to the rotor. Here's how it looked after printing.
Wow, you're kidding me.
It took a little bit of cleaning up to get the support material off the bottom of the blades, but it looks like it's clean enough to be usable. Next, I insert a steel hub so I can reliably fasten the rotor to a shaft to transfer torque. If I tried to do this with a set screw in the PLA, it would probably slip. Seems to spin pretty smooth, so now I'll make a casing for it. The casing is pretty much just a square box with a cavity for the rotor, a small inlet for the nozzle, and a big outlet. Now it's time to CNC the nozzle insert. This will be a little tricky because I have to machine both sides and get the outlet concentric with the inlet. The outlet is a 1/16 hole because, well, that was the smallest drill bit I had. My little compressor can sustain about 50 psi of airflow through that diameter, but I think it would have actually been more efficient to have a smaller diameter hole with a higher pressure. Also, this is really something that should have been done on a lathe, but I don't have a lathe at the moment. After After about an hour of very sketchy slot cutting on the CNC, I was the proud owner of this little aluminum nozzle insert. Well, almost. I left a little material behind so that the part didn't snap off my tool when it came out of the block, so I had to drill those bits out and cut it the rest of the way with some snips. I also didn't think ahead when I designed the part because I should have had some flats to hold it in a vise when I tapped it, or at least tapped it before machining it, because cutting threads for a 1/8 NPT required a lot of torque, and I mauled the pretty finish on the part pretty bad in the process. But when everything was said and done, I did have a functioning nozzle insert that I could connect to an air hose, so I guess it was a success.
Well, street.
Now I can put everything together.
Street fitting.
I'll pause it there for a sec. Needing to do so. Go ahead and comment if you want.
Well, this guy's not stupid. If he can make his own stuff like this, he's got to be an engineer. He's got to be.
He really knows how to use his testicles.
Yeah, he does. Yes, he does. In a
If you
good
got
manner.
the tools, that's a big step.
Yeah, that's
To have that kind of equipment.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a lot of precise work that you have to do to get everything to. But once it's together and it's working right, that thing will
Right.
last forever.
Now this guy's going all do it yourself, right scratch practically, using a 3D printer and all that. But so this was just to verify my concept. But and I've verified as well if you could modify a micro hydro turbine to do the job, and the answer is absolutely yes, 100%. What you're seeing in front of you there is 95% identical to a micro hydro turbine. It's almost no different. Works perfectly. And those are readily available, easy for purchase at any time. They're not too costly. Go ahead.
What kind of RPMs can they be put under?
Oh, quite a lot. Of course, it depends on the size and material that it's made of. And just like anything, price will be a factor in that, right? But yeah, I mean, it's not hard to have a turbine that produces a steady 500 watts. Wait, Bill.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My wife was talking. Was I making noises? I guess I was. I can tell. My apologies. Go on.
Okay. Yeah, a typical starting point is 500 watts, and it's pretty cheap to buy that. Too expensive. So, but they go up to I think the highest I've seen was a 3 kilowatt micro hydro turbine.
Jeez, oh man, that's a lot.
Yeah, and you could do it that way. You could do it. You could do a bigger one like that does a lot, or you can do multitude smaller ones to suit your needs. I prefer to do that just in case something goes wrong with one, and you're not, you got a few to fall back on.
Yeah, you could cut back because one's down, but you still got backup to cover for the rest of the things. Yeah, that's
exactly.
Yeah, you put that's spreading the eggs around, not all in the basket, all in the same basket, so to speak.
Right. And so then for the charging the air compressor, same thing. So you could use a bit of solar, a little bit of wind, and whatever the case you have available, so that you're not dependent on any one. And the idea behind the air compressor part two is that you invest in enough air compressor storage to be good for a month or two. If you can be good for a month or two without having to recharge that thing, you can weather pretty much almost any situation that will come across your path.
Yeah, I mean, weather-wise, right, if you could get a month's worth of supplied up, no matter how still the air might be blowing that day or whatever, you got it. So you got time to wait for it to pick, oh yeah, that's good.
Right.
To get
yeah,
that
you
far
got it.
ahead in supply, that would be awesome.
Right, and you got it made that way. Now that's doable with the current lithium technology and whatnot. There are systems like that, just not very cost effective. And you're also more at the mercy of a lot of other things that can go wrong, and plus fire hazards and the toxicity factor as well. So
Yeah, this old I might have brought it up before. The old boy that built the A-frame house out in West Virginia, he had the solar panels out in the field, and then he had a house or a storage barn or whatever, like a shed with all the lithium batteries and everything in that. And he was explaining he basically spent about $26,000 putting that together,
yeah,
and he still later on through the build of his home, he ended up buying a generator to back it up. So
yeah, it's not
that was
uncommon.
his other backup,
Yeah, it's not uncommon to see that at all. And a lot of people kind of miscalculate too when it comes to that. I mean, that's a whole course in itself. The whole talk about being energy self-sufficient, but when it comes down to it, your first priority is to minimize your consumption independence. Get that as far under your belt as you can. After the fact, then whatever you need afterwise won't be anywhere near a headache if you're a glutton when it comes to being an energy fiend type. So there's all kinds of things that we can do naturally right from the get-go to reduce the dependency on the load, the amount of electricity you would even need to rely on to begin with. That's key.
Right. That now you know about the EMP out there, right? That theory.
Yes.
So with that looming cloud over your head, and you got all that solar this, solar that, I'm pretty sure that's going to affect that if something does like that occur. But
There's
that
a good chance.
yeah, in the compressed air system, you don't have to worry about any of that.
That's right. That's
the selling point right there. You wouldn't have that cloud will go away. That's what, and then I'm pretty sure it's a hell of a lot cheaper than dealing with go 100% solar.
That's what I think, right? So you reduce your consumption needs by going more natural. That's the first thing, and then the second thing is you reduce your requirements to have to continuously produce electricity because you have a large storage bank and you have a natural storage bank. So that also eliminates the other problems that go along with it. So you can still now use what's left. You can use some the solar technology that's available if you want to cleanly compress the air into the tank, or use the windmill as they showed, or a more modern windmill that also produces electricity that then you use to push into it. Well, however you want to go, but that way it's so much more minimal as far as the requirements, and also because you can have such a big capacity of storage. Again, you don't have to worry so much about having 10,000 solar panels to charge up so quickly, because we have to worry about if it's going to be gray tomorrow or it's going to be a storm for the next 3 days and so on and so forth. Right?
Yeah.
So it cancels out that equation.
Yeah, and then like up here, once the winter clouds roll in, they don't roll out for about 3-4 months before you see the sun again. So
right,
solar is really non-existent up here.
Right,
Not
and
very
so then
many panels are flattening around up here.
Right. So then if you're doing the off-grid self-sufficiency thing with electricity, then you're a little bit in trouble unless if you have a giant battery bank, and you can go that route, but again, it's really expensive. It's a bit of a safety fire concern. You got maintenance to consider when it comes to that, especially if it's 30 below and your system blows and you got no heat. So I mean, it's never a good idea to rely on that solely anyways. You should always have like three, at least diversify for different things. You can fire for heat and a few other different ways. Even with this system, it's never depend on just one system, two or three. But this way, again, you remove those factors. a big tank like that, have 2 or 3 of them. Have 2 or 3 months worth of air compressed if you want. Invest in that instead. And then at the end of the day, you don't have the same maintenance to worry about, and you don't have the same fire hazard and toxicity factor. Well,
Right.
I think
And if there's a and if there's a problem, you got 2 or 3 months backed up, so you should be able to take care of your problem within that short time.
right. And plus, if there is a problem, it's probably going to be a lot more easy to diagnose and rectify with an air-based system than the electricity. Especially if there's a whole bunch of wires crisscrossing, you got to find out which one is. If there's a battery that's not topping up properly and whatnot. This is much more simpler. It's much more cleaner, much more efficient, and as far as I can tell, you also have another advantage, which is the weatherproofing. So the best batteries on the market still can only handle weather down to a certain degrees and up to certain degrees. And you had some of that problem still as well with micro hydro when it came to if the water froze or if the water was freezing in your lines or whatnot. With air, it's a totally different ball of wax. You have a much broader range. You still have things like temperature fluctuating in metal and whatnot that might be problematic if it's too drastic in too short of time. But all that can be much more easily mitigated with a little bit of foam or styrofoam insulation or whatnot for the important times of the year compared to the current technology of lithium and whatnot.
I mean,
So I
like
think,
the river running the water, get below the frost line, dig below the frost line, run your lines that way. That might help some, but you still got to come up out of the ground into the building.
Correct. Yeah. So some people they try and build the whole thing underground, but that takes a lot of work, excavating and all that stuff, and it takes time. It can be done, and some people do it. But even still, if something goes sideways with a pipe under there, then you got to excavate up again and solve the problem, right?
That's the bad case scenario. There is you got to find a break in the line or something.
Right. So I mean, I don't think there's any real perfect solution, but there doesn't have to be. It just has to be something that's efficient enough, headache-free enough, and solvable enough that you can still enjoy your day and rely on it. And to date, this is the most sensible way to go as far as I can tell in my research.
Yeah, and I mean, if you think about it, if you're no longer paying the supply companies for all the utilities that they're sending you, that money can be banked towards a bigger or better system as you go along, and or bank for something else. Until then, that's no longer feasible. But I like
Absolutely.
that idea. I like that idea with the air. That's awesome. That's a
And
safer way to go with it too. You'll have the compressed air outside away from, but all these other systems like the boiler system, that's a time bomb if it ain't done right.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah.
And I could run a wood burner outside, tap it into my boiler, and when the wood fire goes out there, then the propane kicks in and keeps the heat up. So winter will be fine. That would be my backup system. Is that? But they're so expensive.
Yeah, I would.
Time you get them plumbed in and stuff.
I would suggest instead of doing that, look into a rocket mass heater system in conjunction with producing electricity from that. You can combine the two. A lot of people don't know that, but when you're burning things, you can produce electricity that way. So you can loop that. You use that in conjunction with a system like this, you're golden. Holy shit, are you golden? It's inexpensive, it's efficient, it's safe, it's reliable, it's fireproof as well. The rocket mass heater is you don't have to worry about things burning down with that. It burns clean. It burns in on itself. So it's extremely efficient. It uses far less fuel to power the thing. And it also concurs with what's called permaculture principle, which is another course in itself. Permaculture basically means multiple uses from one resource. So and coinciding with nature. So rocket mass stove can be used for maybe about 7 or 8 different things altogether simultaneously. Which is, when you think about it, more energy out than what you put in, really.
Yeah, that's and then just harness that more energy coming out. Yeah, now I understand the golden part.
Right. So you can use it for, while it's going, you can use it. It's heating your home. You're creating electricity. You can cook your dinner on it at the same time. It's keeping you nice and warm and your pets. And if you really want to, you can take it a step further with the compression of the air that's going. You can take that air and you can compress it. You can use that air to run things if you really wanted to. I mean, the list goes on,
$80.
Wow, that's just, man, I'm telling you.
My knowledge is expensive.
Well, it's like that thing we're planning on putting together. I want to see how that turns out, how well that works. I'm kind of anxious to do that.
Also, as you said a moment ago, the investment factor of it, like with what the fellow you knew, his system, $20,000. That's not unheard of at all. It's common for when you go electric off grid. And the way I look at it is, it's not really about money primarily. It's about being off the grid and self-reliant, and you can't really put a price tag on that, so it's worth it investment-wise there. Of course, a lot of it pays for itself back because
Right.
you're not paying a company at that point, right? And some
Yeah,
people even end up profiting from it. But either way, the one thing that's the most priceless is that nobody can tell you can't have power because they said so.
Oh yeah,
Right.
the freedom. Yeah,
You're
for
right.
sure.
Nobody can just cut off your system,
You can succeed from the country. This is so and so land.
Right.
I mean, that might be taken a little too far, but you know what I'm saying? They won't even know about you anymore. You don't need to let them know about you.
Now you're in my world. Now you're totally in my world. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you have your family and your people, but yeah, outside of that, screw it. Holy crap, man. That's gonna be neat.
And this has been here all along. So again, take that and then apply the advancements of this technology here, and now you've reduced a lot of that cost part that people. And now, if cost is in the equation, then you have to look for ways to remove barriers to access. Otherwise, it's just not feasible for people. And that's been my number one goal to go head on with for a long time. And so this is the farthest I've come up with so far, feasibility wise. And as far as I can tell, with a system like this, I mean, I don't know how much those big tanks actually cost if you were to buy them brand new. But so far, I haven't really been able to not source anything that I need in a recycled fashion or whatnot. And there's all kinds of companies that want to get rid of their second-rate petroleum tanks because they got new ones coming in. And there's always somebody who will offload it on you if you just provide the transportation. Where there's a
Yep.
will, there's a way type thing. And so,
Oh, for sure. At a fraction of the cost too.
right. Same with solar panels. Like, you can get solar panels for next to nothing or free just by approaching construction companies who have used their solar panels for 5 years and they're no longer in their legal realms, but they're still under warranty for the next 20 years. You know, maybe they've lost a bit of their efficiency, but for your purposes, you don't need them to be at 100% capacity. You know?
Yeah, them could work until you can get something better down the road. You know.
Yeah, and I mean, if it's going to work for the next 10 years, still, you know, they're as good as gold as if they're free, right? You know, for pennies. So there's definitely ways to mitigate cost, and if you, and putting it together with this type of a system, we're really starting to look at something that's very feasible for almost anybody in any financial category, even without a savings at all, to be able to afford to enjoy off-grid power.
Oh, that'd be the catch me out to get off the grid completely. I know it can be done. I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna definitely look into them tanks. I'm gonna start shopping because every time I head downstate, I drive by a place that has them. I'm just gonna whip in there and holler at them, see what they got. You know,
They're not cheap. They're not cheap.
yeah,
I
but
would guess they're
if
not
I'm
cheap.
helping them, take them out of the yard, I think I could get them for whatever they're recycling them at. You know.
I think so. Or even again, you know, maybe you can get them for free because a lot of them they would have had to pay for the service to move them, or you know, if you're going to do that part, if you're going to go and collect them from them, they'll probably just give it to you to offload, and then they don't have the headache, you know.
Yeah, that's
That would be
true.
good. Mm-hmm.
I'd
That
be
would be
helping
good.
them out, and they'd be helping me out. And then I
That's
have all
right.
these, I have more tanks than I need. I can pass them on to somebody else.
Absolutely. And if they still costed a few bucks, whatever, again, it's a far cry from, you know, a $20,000 lithium-ion battery bank. You know?
Yeah, I don't like those. I really don't like those lithium batteries. I mean, but like the old boy, he was an electrician, the guy that built the A-frame house down there, and that building, he had all his batteries hanging in. He had all kind of electrical things going on.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's just a big mess waiting to happen.
It is.
But he was educated in that line of work. He could probably maintain it, but cost wise, it's not. Where is it saving him any money?
Yeah,
If the
and
world slides off its cracker, then what's he gonna do?
yeah, cost wise and maintenance wise and whatnot. And if I were to have to choose between that and a petrol system, there's no, the choice is obvious. It's that for sure. But there's another choice in the equation. Choosing between that and air, that's a no-brainer. You know, how can you go wrong with frickin' air? I mean, it's the most renewable thing. We're recycling it ourselves every time we breathe. So
Right, and it's easier on your equipment all the way around.
Right.
You're not heating up on that's what I like about it. You're not running any combustion engines and things.
Right. And it's about as free as you can get. I mean,
for now.
Well, yeah, for now. I mean, minus the cost of the equipment to compress it, right? So that part's not free, but that's again a far cry from a massive off-grid fully electric solar and wind array.
That's I gotta go back down to that Amish town and see if any of them guys are doing that stuff.
I was turned on to this idea a long time ago when I was researching other alternative energies. I came across a fellow, I forget his name. I'll see if I can find it again because it's quite interesting. He had a setup somewhere, and his entire house was fueled by hydrogen, and he had a massive operation going on at home, and he was a mechanic for some governmental operation or whatnot, and he developed the technology that is used, or had a hand in the technology that's used in the hydrogen fuel cells and whatnot. And so he knew how all this stuff worked, and so he built for himself an off-grid hydrogen setup. And so he had these massive tanks going on, and he explained how he did it, and he said that, the government doesn't really want you to know about this, but I'm showing it
true.
anyways and whatnot. But I was just thinking, as nice as that look like, hydrogen is just, again, oxygen and water separated, which is another abundant resource. But I thought, even that is still too complicated, and the motor of a hydrogen fuel cell is even way more complicated and more moving parts than a internal combustion engine. So I'm thinking to myself, there's got to be a simpler solution than that. And it dawned on me when I looked at those big hydrogen tanks that he was storing them in, which were exactly that. He picked up those, they were just propane tanks. He picked them up from a yard. And it dawned on me, I'm thinking to myself, well, if you can put any gas in there and compress it, then why the fuck don't we just use air? What's wrong with just straight air? If it doesn't matter what gas it is that is needed to turn something, then the obvious choice would be the one that's just everywhere, wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
So,
Well, it's
so
like
that's
that piece that you got in the photo there. It's not going to take a lot of air to get that baby going.
right.
And then
Right.
you branch off. Yeah, that's so simple. Why isn't it anybody in,
And you're
Wow.
seeing it already with how a windmill works. That's how a windmill works. So a micro hydro turbine is just the same thing as a windmill, except refined for water pressure. And so if you already have that, then if you can take air, like the way that the air spins a turbine, and just condense it down and compress it and get it to fine-tunely shoot out, which you can with a compressor, as you can see, then you can accurately fine-tune the microhydro system to run very efficiently, very affordably, very reliably, very safely, and very cheaply. And that's exactly the results here.
If you put this in your house book, at least $500 for giving you the knowledge here. I'll split half with you, Guru.
Wait, what?
Nothing.
I'm telling you.
I'm gonna give
It's
some
so
to Frost.
it's so doable.
Right? I mean, it's so logical that it's baffling, but throw money into the equation and now you can see there's no profit in this, right? So this is why I say that the corporate system and the technology it's not progress, it's regress. It's designed to block logic and common sense in favor of profit. That's not something
Yeah,
that
this
works
is
in
the
our favor.
first time I've actually ever heard of this scenario on energy by using
Right?
air. I mean, I've used air. I got the air compressor, the air,
You're in the hole, Ian. You're in the hole.
No, I'm afraid to jump out.
I don't
There
think
you
he's
go.
in the hole. I think he's just roboting.
Are you roboting?
That's what it sounds like to me.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just a little choppy, but it's getting better. You're not in the hole though.
All right, I ain't in the barrel or wherever you guys. How am I
Yeah,
now? How's this?
Right.
You're good. You're good now.
Damn. Shame on you.
I'm
I had him good.
gonna
I
wait
had him
for
good.
someone else to tell me. I was counting on you there, Bill Brown.
And the other part is, okay, this isn't also something that's like some new technology that we have to wait for somebody to patent and come out and market or whatnot. No, this is basic technology that's been here already forever. It's viable and available right now, and has been for the longest time.
Well, they use it for plastic applications. When they're punch press for plastic parts. You know what I mean? Punch brushes. They use it for it.
Mhm.
Pneumatics, hydraulics, and electricity. So yeah, it's commonly known. But I never knew you could use it for that though. That's pretty neat though. But the fans, I like that.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
again,
that's
you
it.
can, just to use it to turn something. We've
Yeah.
already seen that. We already know a windmill exists, and those old-fashioned windmills on off-grid farms or homesteads or whatever, that the water well is spinning the turbine, right? So we already know, from a long time ago. This is nothing new. All this is just taking that idea and compressing the air in a storage. So now you've got the tank itself is your battery.
Yeah, and it's cleaner and safer all the way around.
Right. And more
Well, it's got
reliable.
no noise.
I wouldn't say no noise, but no, you can tend to the noise. The most noisy part is the compressor part. You know how noisy a compressor can be. So
Well, I think about that windmill. The windmills I was thinking of.
Windmills can be pretty noisy too, but I mean, again, you can use solar or whatnot. But that can be mitigated. The noise part, certainly, and even the technology can be modified to reduce the noise if it was done properly. If people caught wind of this more, which they should. And then the other part of the equation, as you heard the beginning of this video, that little noise there is about as loud as it gets, and it's loud in our ears with the speaker, but right there in front of you, it's pretty much no louder than going to the dentist and hearing that toothbrush, that type of thing. Put a little glass thing over it, and you're all right. Put it in your garage.
Yeah, you could deal with the noise. I mean, you can find ways to muffle the sound, but even with a generator, even with a gas generator, you can
Oh
muffle the
yeah,
sound on that.
yeah. And compared to a generator, this is a far cry. I'd much rather deal with this.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Because with a generator, not only are you dealing with the noise, you're dealing with the gases it's letting off.
Right, the fumes, the pollution, the expense, the maintenance.
Yep, yep.
The distraction.
Yeah, it's a continuous keep up thing.
Yeah.
Got to have proper fuel in it. You can't.
Oil changes. Oh, now you're in the hole. Fell down.
I thought it's roboting.
You're in the hole this time. Don't worry, I got your back, Pole Billy. Until Bill pays his bills.
Yeah, that's could have sworn he was roboting just then. Oh, wait, hold on, I gotta get him now.
That's not very nice of you, Mr. Brown.
Hold on here. Where'd he go?
I heard
He's gonna have a test on the smell. He doesn't know it yet, huh?
I heard that.
I
don't know what
don't
you
know
said, but I heard it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good now.
See, the problem is I don't know the terminology or the words yet. I thought roboting was what you're doing, but I was wrong. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. This is Bill's first rodeo. Yeah.
Yeah, roboting is a dance back in the 80s, wasn't it?
I won't begin to decipher what you fell in the hole actually might have meant. We'll save that.
Don't. Yeah, I'm back outside, but
Go to your room.
it's an actual decent day today, or night anyway. Not as cold.
So, summary of this. Anybody who is mechanically inclined to not even a huge degree could certainly put something like this together. But even somebody who's not, again, this is about reducing barriers to entry. It shouldn't be too hard to find somebody who is mechanically inclined enough and, pay them a modest amount of money to help hook this up for you and just show you the basics of how to keep yourself running in certain situations. And, you got pretty much a system that almost anybody can rely on, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, but what?
two pork bellies from your garden. And
Here's the thing running after it was put
I can
together here.
calculate the power. Oh yeah, it also has shiny lights. Anyway, let's look at one of those resistive load tests. When used as a generator, the output of a brushed DC motor should look something like this. A DC voltage with
DC,
a certain
yeah.
amount of AC ripple. In theory, the multimeter's DC voltage readout should be giving me the average inside that ripple. So let's see what kind of measurement accuracy $10 at Walmart gets me.
Damn, he wants 7. That's pretty good for that little thing. Thing's smoking now. See, it's smoking.
After a little bit of amusement from resistors bursting into flames or exploding, I came up with the following graphs for runs at 40 and 50 psi. I used resistors from 1 ohm to 1500 ohms, so the horizontal axis is plotted on a logarithmic scale. Of course, the more relevant metric is power, shown here, which is calculated by the voltage squared over the resistance. This paints a pretty bleak picture, topping out at just under 3 watts at 50 psi, but my suspicion is that the DC motor acting as a generator probably has the same narrow efficiency peak that it does when operating as a motor. So the generator and the turbine are probably going to peak in efficiency at different loads, causing abysmal results if this method is used. The solution is to directly measure mechanical power by measuring both RPM and torque at the same time. I'll accomplish both measurements using a rotor with some magnets. Placing a coil near one set of magnets will allow me to measure the frequency of rotation on a frequency counter or oscilloscope, and another set of magnets spinning near a block of conductive material like copper or aluminum will generate eddy currents and act as an electromagnetic clutch, causing a torque that can be measured with an arm pushing on a scale. This is effectively just a crude dynamometer. I'll start by building my magnetic rotor with the 3D printed hub and some cube magnets, and then I'll mill out the block for the eddy current clutch that the torque arm will be connected to. This could really just be done with any block of aluminum, but I wanted an excuse to use my CNC. Here's the finished block, and the measurement arm attached to it. It'll slide onto an 8mm shaft that's attached to this bearing on a 3D printed bracket that'll sit in front of the magnet rotor. Then I printed this little tray to hold the milligram scale that I'll be using to measure the torque. The purpose of the cone is to ensure the torque arm stays horizontal and pushes on the right spot. If the arm was pointed down, there would be an error proportional to the cosine of the angle, and if it was hitting a wider area, there would be some uncertainty as to what exact point the force was actually acting on. Let's do a quick test to demonstrate the effect of eddy currents. There's about a 1/4 inch or 6mm gap between the rotor and the aluminum block. As you can see, even a slow spin of the rotor causes an increase of about 0.5 gram or so. The center of rotation to the end of the arm is 140 millimeters. Now I have the information I need to convert the scale measurement to torque. Next, I made the coil for measuring rotation frequency, keeping in mind that since there's 2 magnets in the sensor portion of the rotor, the frequency on the scope will be double the actual rotation frequency. Here's the completed test fixture, so let's spool it up and see what results I get. After adjusting the clutch to a bunch of different positions to change the loading, here's the data I got out of the test. This graph shows the torque versus RPM, which actually follows a pretty logical progression. If you think
So he's going through a bunch of modifications that he did and whatnot on his little invention design thing there. Get it even more efficient. He did a pretty good job, I must say.
Okay, there was way too much vibration when I spooled that up, and it made the test results look pretty wonky and inconsistent. So I made this jig to balance the rotor. As you can see, even when I rotate it a bit, there's a position it consistently returns to, which is a heavy spot. I'll mark out where...
This is the kind of stuff that you learn when you play pencil drums and don't actually pay attention to bullshit corporate school teachers.
Where the heavy spot is, and then drill a small amount of material out of that area and see if the rotor still settles in that spot. This isn't a perfect solution because there's quite a bit of static friction in the bearings, but it should be enough to correct any egregious errors.
Don't try that to get your girlfriends in bounce.
After balancing the rotor, I got a much better result. In fact, to my surprise,
it worked for me.
The heavy rotor actually outperformed the scooped rotor by more than 60% at 50 psi. My highest measured power was 16.4 watts compared to...
They didn't come back. Mission accomplished.
9.7 watts on the previous rotor. My guess is that the geometry forces the pressure to stay
You
in the
drilled
casing
out the
longer
heavy
and
spot.
do more work on the rotor, whereas with the scooped rotor, it just kind of blew straight out. So overall, I think this project was a success, and with some tweaking, I think I could 3D print turbines that are powerful enough to actually be useful as tools. So in my next video, I'll be looking at different rotor and casing geometries and also trying multiple stages. Thanks for watching.
That's not stupid. Holy hell.
Meet your project.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he's gonna come up. He's gonna invent some great stuff there for improving.
So I put his channel link in as well as the Doug and Stacy's off-grid thing that show the air tanks. Those their channel in that video, all in the main chat for you guys.
Thank you.
Have access.
Hey, you got that other the farmer.
Yeah, that's all three of the ones that I showed you there. They're all in the main chat.
Cool.
Don't give it to them. It's $20 a piece.
I already got it. Now what you gonna do?
Can I borrow 20?
Well, Frosty's the boss, whatever he says.
I think we're going to start a subscription.
Everybody's free except me, right? I got a feeling I'm going to have to pay up front.
Don't poke around. You know, it just amazes me. I don't know. We'll see what happens tomorrow. How many people look at this?
I think
it's very educational. No, I was just saying it's very educational.
You know what I'm thinking as far as getting that air compressed, I think my biggest expense would probably be the windmill.
And even
get that big,
that is just one option. You know, I would recommend solar panels for sure. For the, use solar panel and use an electric compression system to compress the air. I don't see anything wrong with that. I think that's probably the best way to go, economic wise. Well, maybe not economic wise, but reliability wise. But you can diversify that, as you saw there. Use solar and wind, and fire as well if you want. If you're using some fire already in your situation to heat your house or any other thing, you can learn how to draw a current when you produce a fire, and you can use that of too.
You're roboting now.
No, breaking up.
Yep. Hopefully.
What?
If you
I didn't say that.
No. If you get the big tank, find out how much pressure that'll take, and make sure you change the relief valve on those things. When they get old, they rust, and it won't give you the proper setting on that In other words, it won't open up if you get the wrong pressure on those damn things. You know what I'm saying? It's rusted
Well,
out.
yeah, if they're being recycled, yeah, I'd want to probably
Yeah.
update things on it. Yeah.
Yeah, tell them what size, what pressure it takes, or talk to the guy who owns get your heat from. He'll tell you.
Yeah.
He can hook you up, but yeah, make sure you get a relief valve in that thing.
Yeah, he's a little closer, but usually when I head downstate, I drive right by the guy, and I'm gonna definitely talk to him, or at least stop
Yeah.
in there and see.
Hmm. Yeah, because he'll tell you
Another
the pressure. Well, I'm sorry.
another thing you can do as well is you could and there's all kinds of ways using like sort of the geothermal concept. You can use solar panel to go direct load to a hot water tank, and then you can heat up some hot water there, have some hot water stored available, and as you do that, the air that comes off of that, you use run that through some pipeline, and that could be a way to heat other things, including your house. And in addition, that's an airflow, so you can use that to fill up your compressor. Well,
Yeah, I don't. My sister's off grid, so to speak. She's got a little cabin over here near me. She don't live in it, but like vacation. But she's got the little potbelly stove, and she's got something that it's all aluminum, I guess. And she sits in on top of that stove. As that thing heats up, it starts spinning a fan, and it's that's all it is.
right.
I mean, I don't know what's called. I guess the expansion of the metal or something, but it'll actually work the fan, the blades on it, and it blows the heat off of the pipe
Right.
into the cabin. So it's like forced air heat off her potbelly stove. It's just
That's
like
right.
great.
Yeah, as air heats up, it moves, and if it's hot, as it cools down, it moves too. That's energy that can be harvested in a multitude.
You break it up again.
Oh shit! Testicles, testicles, testicles.
I'm sorry, you were roboting. My apologies. Right, Frosty.
There you
Fuck
go,
you! I was in the
testicles.
hole.
So testicles 1, 2, testicles 1, 2. Don't go testicles 1, 2, 3. That'd be two. That'd be two testicles in a lump.
Well, in this woke club, anything goes.
Yeah.
No, I just said that when air heats up, it moves, and if it's hot, when it cools, it moves as well. That's energy that can be used.
Yeah, it's just there's so many ways. They don't want you to know these ways because they want you to keep shelling out them dollars.
They want you to be lazy and distracted and pay them because they know the way,
Yeah.
right? And so, as long as that's the case, if that's the definition of slavery, you're a bitch to them because you're ignorant and they're not.
They designed the money flow system, and it flows to them.
That's right.
Yeah, people look at that. Oh, it's all I got to do is turn the switch on. Oh, come on. Ooh.
Heaven forbid, right? I mean, I got to walk outside and turn a switch or whatever, And that's the funny thing is, people have these ideas, that being self-sufficient is full of hardship and headache, and no, it's not. It's full of beautiful responsibility that's a pleasure and enjoyable to do if you embrace the lifestyle, and you can use a bit of technology like this if you want to reduce some of the hardship in balance. Again, though, as long as if you don't forget how to function, if it's not there totally, that's important.
Yeah, it doesn't become work. It's enjoyment for sure.
Yeah.
So.
I don't
Yeah,
want to grow my food. I just want to play my video games. Why do I grow my food if I just go to the store and it's made there for me? Yeah. Good luck.
yeah.
Good luck with that when a loaf of bread is $500.
Damn. I got meter. I got crickets. What the hell?
Get that Hubba Bubba cricket gum.
Yeah.
The education that we just did showcase right now, just that alone is it should be enough to close the corporate education incorporation system. That right there is enough to put anybody without the need of that. Because if you can do what we just showed, you can provide for yourself everything else you need. Your food, you've got your energy for whatever,
Yeah, so basically, what do you need them for?
Right?
You know,
At all.
that's awesome.
That's the whole idea, is getting off the grid. Get away from government. Quit paying your
So that's a sneak preview of the Freedomish Project self-sufficiency, a school of self-sufficient. It's a holistic thing, and it's to make sure nobody's left out and to reduce as much as possible, but eliminate barrier to entry so that people have the knowledge to do what they need to do, especially in the time that we're in. And that's why I'm so optimistic. It's all here. I'm excited. Let's continue showing people this, and there's no violence.
Now they get their own idea,
You get to drill out the heavy spot.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'll do that, John. I'll do that.
No, I'm sorry. I'm still thinking about the air tanks and stuff like that. I'm putting plans together in my head right now.
You go ahead. I'll get the holes. I'll drill them out.
If you compress enough air, it's enough to keep your unwanted girlfriends away.
Blow them right down the driveway and out the door.
That's right. And some of them might just happen to be wearing a uniform. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a harmless retardant of
There's a nurse's uniform.
Oh my
There's a
God.
cheerleader's uniform.
well, I mean, there's some nurses they can stay. They know certain places. That's awesome.
Meanwhile, on CNN.
Yeah, here we got distractions for you. Watch that shiny ball bounce around in there.
Right?
Guess what Trump did today?
Yeah.
He's a bad man.
The rising cost of inflation is making our energy prices unaffordable. We must have a vote.
Here comes the queen.
But
All bow down.
Over on Fox News, Biden is working his meat.
he advanced from sniffing little kids' hair to
Biden today slipped, farted, and fell and shit his pants.
a completed day for him.
That's a normal day.
Yeah, he made the grade. Yes, sir. Slip, farted, and fell and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think you could get 1,000 gallon tanks. Instead of the 500-gallon. So I'm going to look into those. I'm going to see if I can grab a couple of those. That would be sweet.
You keep me posted, okay? Whatever you find and your workings with that, I'm absolutely the enthusiasm that I'm hearing about this is I'm delighted. So keep me posted on your progress.
I know
Yeah, I
he's gonna
gotta.
get up there. I know
As
he's gonna
far
get
as far as getting the air in there, that's a different story. But I gotta have the tanks to store it, so that's my
Right.
first step.
Right. Absolutely.
If I get involved in this, I'm shooting all of you guys.
Wait, what? What? Say what?
So if I get involved in this, I'm going to shoot every one of you.
Hey, listen.
I know you.
I
Hey,
can get
hold up there.
anybody to come over and point.
Okay. But hey, it takes a man to slip, fart, and fell. Let me tell you.
Yeah, you got a little knowledge in that stuff. Hell
Yeah.
yeah, come on up and help me put it together. I'll get the beer for you.
Yeah, I don't even drink. You know that. I quit that a long time ago.
I got my pointer locked and ready. Look out.
We know we could go up there and work on that thing and do a video of it.
Oh,
I've
you can't
already-
even see, Bill. I changed my avatar.
Huh?
You'll have to see when you're back.
Okay. You're right. I can't see that at all. I can see just yeah. I have to go back.
It's the pissing one.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And what are you pissing on?
Uh,
yeah. Hillbilly's head.
Don't eat yellow snow. I'll say.
Yeah.
Tip of the day. Oh no shit, man! I think I got a couple of good spots to put them to.
Wait a minute. Something just dawned on me. You're not going to use it for your house. You're going to use it for your garage, aren't you? Your pole barn.
Well, that'll be a start, yeah.
You know you're not.
And eventually, yeah.
All right. All right.
But I've already got, yeah. I'd slap a windmill right here in the backyard. It'd be perfect.
Well, we're going to have to go to a pneumatic place and get the stuff that you want for it. You know, the regulator and all that, the filters and the dryers.
Yeah, I'm thinking
Probably go
compressor. though.
online. Probably go
Mhm.
online and get it from Granger.
Yeah. Well, we got a Granger right down here by my house, about 2 miles away.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Granger
there you
would
go.
have that stuff.
Yeah.
Are
Most
you
likely.
thinking to do the direct traditional windmill as acting as like a pump, not the electric way, like for the compression part? You're gonna go direct windmill to compress?
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think? I mean, with a couple of 1,000-gallon tanks, or let's just say one, or whatever I could come up with. How would that?
Both methods intrigue me so much. It would be fun to do them both. So eventually, I will do them both. I don't know which one would fare better than the other. And diversifying, anyways, is never a bad thing. So if it were my setup, which eventually I'll get there, it'll be a combination of the direct windmill like that, more new windmills though that are on the market that I can showcase to you as well as the conventional one, and then the solar. I would do solar as well. So I got all three that are supplying the force necessary to compress.
He'd have to
Well,
have a pretty good size pump on that damn windmill so it doesn't freeze up, because of pressure. You know what I mean? You can't turn it. If the tanks get too full of pressure, it'll come right back into the fan part and stop the whole mechanism. I wonder if a gate valve would not get.
There'd have to be a gate valve.
Mm-hmm.
a check valve or something.
Yeah, check valve.
Yeah, I think we'd take a little research for that, to make sure. And that's where
Only
the
thing
variable of environment comes in. Like you guys got colder weather in the winter than I do, so that changes things for you a bit.
I've had
Yeah,
40
winter.
below zero for a week straight up here.
What about
You
About
can,
4
sunshine?
or 5 years back.
you can
For about
always
what?
just enclose where where the pump part is in just a shed, and you can even modestly regulate the heat in the shed if you wanted to, using some of the energy coming from that. Also, just to insulate it really good with like foam foam insulation or styrofoam or whatever, I think you'd be good to go for the most part.
You can actually put a strip heater around that thing. That would help out.
A what?
How much sun do you get up there in the winter, Paul Billy?
0. The sun is gone for literally, and I'm not joking there, it's gone for about 3 months. It's
Yeah,
just continuous gray sky.
That's very consistent here as well. So solar, there are certain panels that work even in cloudy conditions. So it's still an option to use that, and I still would recommend that, especially for the rest of the year anyways. But again, that's just a classic example of why to diversify. So I would suggest definitely doing wind in that case.
You know,
I would have to have a secondary other than solar.
You got workman's comp?
What's that way? What?
You got workman's comp?
Well, I didn't hire you yet, have I?
Just checking.
Now, did I hear you right earlier, Paul Billy, that you're using as a heat source either a wood stove or something along the lines?
Well, right now I have. I want to put a wood stove, but it's one of them outdoor wood stoves. You can burn like 2-foot logs in them in that. And
so that's like a furnace outside type thing that you burn in it.
Yeah, and what it does is it runs pipe under the ground into your boiler system. It has an extra tank down there.
Right. You could definitely draw an electrical current off that. So if you want, I will find a couple links and send them your way, so that if you wanted to double dip and use doing that to also provide some electricity to compress air in your tank, that's certainly possible.
Yeah, because although that wood burner and that hookup, I'm probably looking at about $15,000 to do that.
Oh yeah, that's not gonna be cheap.
Maybe you might want to consider the rocket mass heater then, as look into that. I don't know what your building material is made of that you live in, but I'm sure whatever work should be modified to utilize that. Rocket mass heater is so much. Again, it's another one of those sort of no-brainers when you understand how it works and whatnot. The material is just the same thing as cob for the most part. So it takes a little bit to construct it yourself. But it's very efficient, durable, it's fireproof, uses a hell of a lot less fuel to burn, and as well it's multi-purpose. So I can fire you a couple links where you can see that as well. I don't know how feasible it would be to do that in a modern conventional home. I've never actually looked into that, but I'm sure that's doable as well. So that would be interesting for me to learn too.
Well,
yeah,
I'll just get Frosty up here. Hold on.
What happened?
So I'll get Frosty up here to help us out.
What do you need?
We'll give you a plane ticket. We need your expertise.
Oh yeah, I'm happy to supervise.
That sounds like a lot of chiefs and no Indians.
I'll be happy to supervise. Yeah. I told you you'd be a lot of help.
You been too civilized.
Oh my gosh. We'll figure something out. We always do.
There's so many ways, but I like that compressed air. That is actually, that's just neat, because I always been around compressed air. So
where are you gonna put it at? You got so much shit back there. It's unreal.
I'll make room if I have to evict stuff.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I could put all that. The only things that I would leave out would be the tanks. And where I got mine to put them, you'll never know they're here. They'll be out of sight, out of mind, and then pretty much free of any kind of damage. So, but the compressor and things like that, I'll keep inside. So yeah, I got them already working plans out in my head because I got a spot in there I want to clear out anyway.
Your head or the barn?
What's
Mr.
that?
Brownie.
Your head or the barn?
The barn, the barn, the barn.
Mr. Brownie, I just happened to do a little research and found a quick 2.5-minute introduction on what a rocket mass heater is. Heated up in the base.
Okay.
I've never seen this before, but by the looks of it, I think it looks
Just do me a
good
favor.
enough.
Just talk in between. That's all I ask.
Yep.
See what happens here. Because I'm. Oh man, this has been a good stream today. There we go. Oh, how'd you like that? There you go.
All right, 2.5-minute clip. Introduction to rocket mass heater. It doesn't look like you get to see what it looks like until the end, but typically it's made out of cob, so I'll elaborate that out.
A conventional wood stove is a metal box with a chimney. The fire goes in the box and the heat is extracted immediately. The temperature of the fire is usually about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The smoke goes up the chimney due to a thermosiphon. Over time, people learned that creosote would build up in the chimney and cause chimney fires, which could burn down the whole house. The solution was to insulate the chimney, holding a lot of heat in the chimney. When you have a hot fire in the stove, it would often get hot enough in the chimney to burn out the creosote, thus keeping the house safe. The downside is that a lot of heat ends up going out the chimney. So, if you want to keep the heat in your house, you have to burn the creosote earlier. Instead of insulating the chimney, let's insulate the firebox. This pushes the fire temperatures to over 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit, which will not only combust all the creosote, but all the smoke too. Now our exhaust is typically just steam and CO2. Since there's no danger of a creosote fire, we can extract a lot more heat before the exhaust goes outside. Over the years, we optimized the design. We found we didn't need nearly as much wood, so the burning area became much smaller. We added a stubby chimney inside the system to create a thermosiphon so we could push the heat wherever we wanted. We used a large mass to extract a lot of the heat. A large enough mass would slowly release heat for several days. We came up with a lot of different ideas for pretty. And today, most installations will heat a home with 1/10 the wood, produce.
I'll pause it there for a second. So there's there's an example of what a rocket mass and multi-purpose function. There you go. Here's the entry where you put the fuel in it. Here's where it combusts in on itself. And here's the mass that he's talking about, where the heat gets stored and releases slowly into the air over the period of a few days. It's not uncommon to burn for a couple hours the fuel in here and not have to reburn for up to a week at a time. And the exhaust that you saw is typically just steam. You could put your face to it and breathe in, and it's almost good for you. You know, it's not bad. So, and that's a big concern for somebody like me who is very sensitive to off gases after what happened to me, you know, with chemicals and stuff like that. So
I have a question.
Sure.
Since you're getting water vapor up because we have it, you know, in our furnaces here.
Mm-hmm.
Where does the water expel to? It hits the bottom. What does it do? Just keeps dehydrating, or from the heat?
Same. Good question. Same same system that way as a chimney system, except it's pipes. So pipes go up. Here's the pipe. You can't really see it here, but they go up a bit, and then they vent outside a hole a ventilation hole outside.
Oh, there's two of them. Okay, two holes. Okay, I got you now.
Yeah. It's just that before it reaches that, it burns in on itself and it comes here and then it comes back up and then it gets reused as fuel here. And then the off gas comes up here and it's very clean.
Okay, very, very
Today,
slick.
most installations will heat a home with 1/10 the wood.
There you go, 1/10 of the wood, he said. So here's another example. But now you can also see that this is, again, the permaculture principle using something for multiple uses. So you got the heat source. You got on here a stove so you can cook with it. You're heating a bench. A lot of people will actually sleep on the same source that they use to store the heat. They'll make it either a bench or a bed, and they'll make it out of cob.
Produce 1/100th of the smoke, and people wake up in the morning to a warm house. Safer, cheaper, easier, and more luxuriant. If you like this sort of thing, come on out to the forums at permies.com, where we talk about rocket mass heaters, homesteading, and permaculture all the time.
I'll be subbing. Discovery of that channel looks great. So I'll put the link for this in there as well. And Paul Billy, if I were you, I would definitely greatly consider this as to go for the direction you want to hit. Save you a lot of money.
You're roboting.
Testicles.
One,
Are we
two,
good now?
three. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I just said Paul Billy. I'll put the link to that in the main chat as well for you folks. There it is. Paul Billy, I would highly recommend that you look into that a little bit more as well for your intentions. You'll save yourself a bunch of bucks and probably have a lot more enjoyable time. This project, as well as something that's more clean, safe, and efficient, that can be used for all the other stuff you want to do too.
Now, is this something that he can buy before instead of making? Because he has wood floors and everything else.
That's a great question. I've never really seen a pre-ready, all-in-one rocket mass heater stove myself. I've heard they exist. I don't know where. So that's hearsay. But just a little bit of research would answer that question.
Okay,
Yeah, just looking at them, just to buy something like that, and then find somebody that'll do it.
Yeah.
That looks expensive.
Yeah. So again, that's like the material itself. If you saw it here, and let me go back to it. Typically is just simple. It's
and people wake up.
There we go. Okay, so you got your barrel here, and then you've got your piping for the exhaust, and then the rest of it. This here is just cob, which is made out of sand, clay, and straw. Now this goes well in a cob house. I don't know if this is a cob house. Then it kind of looks like it, or maybe a hybrid of some sort. But it doesn't have to be a cob. There are other alternatives as well.
So there's no piping running through that where she's sitting. That's that's all cob.
No, isn't that where the pipe goes to
it loops in there
horizontal through there and back out?
I'm not sure if this one has pipe. There's more than one way to do it. Sometimes it's hollow. And so it's just like a direct hollow air vent that goes through there. Sometimes it is piping, and then it's a little less efficient that way in one sense. But in another sense, you can get very direct with where you want to direct the airflow. So it could be either or. There might be piping involved in this one by the looks of it, because there's some kind of another vent going on here that looks like a pipe. So that could be the case.
That's kind of like a radiant system there, ain't it? It
That's
radiates off
absolutely
of
what
that.
it is.
That's
Yes,
what it
Yeah.
is. Yeah.
that's absolutely what it is.
So
Just
that'll warm
radiant.
that'll warm everything you touch. The floors, everything. It'll be
That's
nice
right.
and toasty.
Warm up the air. Warm up the air.
And the reason why it's done this way, it goes very well hand in hand with cob, because cob is a thermal mass based material. So the cob stores the heat for a long period of time and releases back slowly, and so you got the advantage of that. It's a nice, relaxing, regulated, slow release of heat. That's easy to regulate with the window being open. Generally speaking, that lasts a long time. So again, that saves you from the environment footprint type thing, a lot of off gas, so and just the headache of having to refuel it.
Yeah, you would have to
Yeah,
have one because you could regulate the heat. It'd be one straight heat. Yeah,
Right.
makes sense.
So it's a fantastic system. It's not really that complicated. I mean, there are some ins and outs that needs to be known, but there's a lot of information online. I put this link in there. I'm sure they probably got the ins and outs from A to Z on it by the sounds of it on this channel. That was a good introduction. So, but there's a lot of others as well. This technology here, if you want to call it that, is nothing new. It's very well known about and have been used for a long time. And,
why did we get away from that? I mean, other than the obvious,
money.
It's a little bit of work. It's a little bit of work to do it yourself.
It is. Yeah, it's a little bit of an investment that way. But that's again, the biggest offset is the corporate model. There's no profit in this system. This system is efficient, durable, it's quality, it lasts long. China doesn't want that, and it doesn't want to sell it.
Wow.
It doesn't make sense from a corporate perspective, right? The corporate mantra is to produce profit.
That's like the
priority
cob.
to produce profit. Go ahead.
Well, it's like the cob houses. I mean, what area of the country would you see those in? I mean, are they starting to pop up all over? Or?
Yeah, they're definitely getting there a little more than they were now in the North American sector. But it's kind of a lost art in North America, but not in Europe. You'll see them all over the place.
Yeah, in Peru too.
The last I checked, there is a building right now that's still standing. That's made out of cob that has been measured to be over 10,000. That's the
Holy
record.
crap!
Mm-hmm.
So that answered my next question. They're pretty durable.
They are, even if you're not experienced and you made a shitty one. Oh,
shut this off.
It's probably still going to last 100.
Right.
The average, they say, is about 500 to 1,000 years. A modern cob.
Oh, so you could put generations of families through it.
That's right,
Oh, yeah.
and and that's with if you do it properly when you build it, which is a good hat and good shoe. That's the key. There will be some maintenance, but it's minimal maintenance compared to a regular house. Just upkeep that, a little bit of extra plaster once every year or two. A little repair on the roof every 10 years or whatever it is.
Yeah, well, just like any other thing you have, you got to maintain them.
Yeah, a little bit of maintenance, but nothing like your conventional shit boxes, and you're good to go for a long time.
The stick houses, it's like a major investment somewhere here or there when it comes to maintenance,
Right, and even here, if you upkeep them now, you're still probably not going to get a couple decades out of them,
Right.
You could even do a small one in a greenhouse.
Absolutely. That's now that's the direction we're going. This is putting the pieces together for self-sufficiency. The next step after this is to combine kind of cob living with earthship style house, where you put in the front of your cob house a greenhouse, attach it together, and your greenhouse itself is collecting solar energy using a passive solar system with the sun. And then you can take that heat and bring that inside your house and also air freshener.
Yeah, you could grow year round. That would
Exactly.
be awesome. You need something to eat, you go out and you could go pick it right then and there.
Right. Your kitchen is literally the ground that's attached to your house, greenhouse.
Oh no, that's a gardener's dream. Open a side door and
You're in the hole again, Paul Billy. But let me tell you something. That dream you're talking about is an absolute reality for a lot of people that I can showcase. That is exactly the reality that people live when they're off the grid.
I'm just let me get out of this hole.
Want me to drew you out? Are you off balance?
Drill a heavy spot. Drill the heavy spot.
I'll repeat this when he comes back again, but that Curtis fellow that I showed at first there, the off-gridder that's up in my neck of the woods, he does exactly that. In the front of he doesn't have a cob house, but in the front of his off-grid shelter that he built, his structure is exactly that. He's got a greenhouse, a glass enclosed greenhouse that he walks outside his front door and goes in there and eats from the nice warm air. In the winter, it don't matter. He grows in there 12 months, 365.
Take that. That's the whip. That would be the whip. Yeah, because here I'm hoping and trying to get the extra couple of weeks, and he's got it year round. That would be yeah.
Right. So your first
I don't even know where to
feed.
start with.
Your first feed is the crop that comes from outside. That's the most natural, and then when that's not viable, then you've got your second semi greenhouse feed, and then when that's not feasible anymore in the cold months, then you got the rest in the greenhouse to harvest from. And that also is how you diversify as well, so that if something goes sideways with one of your outside harvests, you've got another backup, right? Your greenhouse like that, it's all enclosed, it's protected. The bears aren't going to come and eat, and the critters, the raccoons, they're not going to eat berry bushes inside your enclosed greenhouse. So you've always got something, no matter what, to back yourself up.
Yeah, because you could even start your seedlings, in there too for the outside.
Exactly. That's exactly what they do.
You know what else I've seen
And I
before?
mean, there you go. You don't even have to worry about buying seed or worrying about seed. You can have your own.
None of that.
Yeah.
You're self-sufficient. That's the idea, right? Produce your own, recycle your own, regenerate your own, have abundance, have extra, and then share, right?
For sure. That's awesome.
To change the subject just a little bit, I did see one thing about heat in the house, which is strange. I had seen a person put shelves up by the window and put 5 gallons of that jug. So when the sun heated it, it would let it go during the cold nights. The heat would just rise from the water. Pretty neat. Did I lose everybody?
No.
Okay.
Yes, you did.
Okay. You ever see those drinking 5-gallon jugs of water? You put it in a water cooler.
Is it?
Huh?
Say again? The what?
The 5-gallon jugs they use for water coolers.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah.
All right. You buy those. You make a shelf so you don't carry the weight. You put the jug by the water or by the window where the sun hits it. The sun heats the water in those jugs, and at nighttime it gives up the heat. The water does. It warms the house up.
Hmm.
I don't know if you did I lose you again?
Yeah.
No, I'm just trying to.
Here, let me draw you a
I'm
picture.
just trying to figure out how
But I've seen that before.
I know a guy
Um,
had a swimming pool. He had a black pipe going around it for the railing, and it was filled with the pool water. And as the sun hit that black piping going around, acting as the railing, it would heat his pool. So he had a heated pool come summertime, So that was kind of neat and efficient,
Yeah, that is
So
efficient.
yeah, there's so many sources of free energy. We just got to learn how to tap into them.
that's it. We got to remember,
Yeah,
here's
that's why I think
he,
the biggest threat to these people, these globalists, is the older folks that know this, that have all this
yes,
technology. They don't want the
that's why they
guys
want
to
to
real.
kill the older folk first, right? Because
That's exactly what
anybody
they
with
want to do.
knowledge and wisdom.
Yep, that's exactly what they want to do. Kill us
And,
Because
first.
and that's
like
how the corporate system works, right? It abuses the young while they have the energy and they're stupid and naive and don't know any better. And by the time you figure it out, you're so rampantly sick from being abused like that you and the young generation, it just a cycle. It goes in on itself. They don't want to listen to the older folk. What do my parents know? They're a bunch of dummies, right?
right,
What
right.
do my
Yeah,
grandparents know? They're the stupid ones.
yeah,
So the
that's a never-ending cycle, ain't it?
Right? And my parents, they don't know how to twerk.
I
Here's
don't really want to see Granny twerk.
here's Curtis. So this is the fellow I was telling you about earlier. He's up in my neck of the woods here in British Columbia, and he's off grid. So this is just in the YouTube search. I'll select this video for a second, but this picture here, if you can see, the thumbnail, that's his greenhouse in the front of the dwelling there. If you can see that. So I'll go into this video. Hold on a sec. There's an overview here of his off-grid setup.
wow.
Look at
There's
that.
a solar panel array. Yeah, I mean, he knows what he's doing. He's been doing this for a while, right? And so here's his outside greenhouse. That's what I was telling you about, right? So you've got your three systems here. You've got your crops that are directly emulating nature as much as you can outside with nature. That's your healthiest feed. And then you've got your secondary feed, which is your greenhouse here, which is more enshelled and protected, but still somewhat open air to nature. And then you've got your third feed, which is here's where the sunlight comes in. This whole top part here is his greenhouse inside there. And so this is what he'll access and harvest when these two sources either run out or something goes sideways from
Smart thinking. What's it on the right? Do you know?
looks like water. I
Is
think
that what
water
that
storage.
is?
Yeah.
Okay. He's got a good setup. It looks like it.
Yeah. I think he's got 20 acres on. If I remember correctly, he had 5 on his other one. 20. He said he likes this one better. He gets more exercise. So I'll just try and find a clip here.
Yeah, 20 acres is a nice little swath of land for.
It is. That's not bad.
You got a little bit of everything.
What you're seeing in that picture, you could do on 1 acre.
Yeah.
Absolutely, you could. Absolutely could. Yes. So, this video is about his solar system setup, and him too. He spent. He said, I think it was $26,000 on him. And he said it's already long paid for itself, but he was not recommending to go with modern day windmill, and I understand coming. He was talking about that. But within the midst of this video, he's also showcasing his house. I think this is part.
Door here will eventually go right out onto a deck. There'll be another door connecting to the house. And so this floor...
Also just right there, if you want to kind of see an indication. Let's get back to where that was.
What a view. Holy hell.
This is what it looks like in my neck of the woods.
The level that we're at here is
Beautiful.
the same floor level of the second story of the house. And so kind of my office area, my camera workstation, coming through here into the greenhouse.
Wow, look at that.
And the greenhouse is really planted out because I've got a lot of stuff going for winter. These are the tail ends of some of the crops that I started in the spring. We've been eating cucumbers since April, or probably about late April. And beans, these have been going strong for months now. I'm going to pull all this stuff out soon because I have new crops started for them. So in the greenhouse, the basic idea that I had with this design is I wanted a greenhouse that I could do it all in, where I could have a nursery, so I could do lots of microgreens. I could start all my stuff in the early spring or late winter, and then I could have a good amount of space dedicated to production for field crops.
Oh,
So
nice.
a lot of what's in this greenhouse is greens and herbs and things like that will start really early and eat all winter. And then I have some summer crops in here like peppers and tomatoes, cucumbers, and things like that. Early carrots we do in here. We'll go down below and look at the raised beds. But the idea with this space is that up here is the nursery. So eventually I'm going to build better shelving and things like that. But for now, these work. So we've got this concrete deck that we poured that was custom built. And it's kind of a unique deck because it's not what you would typically see in a house. You know, we're off grid here. We're out of the way. I'm doing things the way I want to do them. But this is not actually technically not a railing. It's a truss because we don't have corner posts down below. You'll see, but this is actually a truss that gives rigidity to this deck. And so it's not your typical railing, and it's not totally done yet either. I mean, we still have yet to put a handrail on this staircase, but the basic idea is the nursery portion of the greenhouse is up here, and there's still lots of things I'm going to do here. Like I'm going to put another shelf on here for more nursery flats, but right now I can do about 36 flats with these shelves. So the nursery portion is up and out of the way, and in higher elevation so that it gets more light. And then the field portion of the greenhouse is down below in a series of raised beds that we've built with fir, the same way I did at my Kelowna home.
And just for informational sakes, he is 100% electric with his lifestyle. So he doesn't do wood stove right now or anything, and he's got so much extra electricity, and this is in my neck of the woods where it's the same as you, Billy, maybe even for more than 3 months, 4 or 5 months sometimes, from about November to March, sometimes even April. It's hard to find a sunny day, and he still has enough excess for most of the year to have a conventional 4-burner stove with the oven and use that for cooking, no problem.
I mean,
And
yeah,
so we've got
he had the panels.
Yeah.
'Cause that old boy in down south, he had one set of panels like that. He didn't have the three. And later on down the road, he added two more panels to it, but he still had that generator backup.
Right.
But,
So yeah, again, it's doable, but in my opinion, again, I still opt for the way I'm thinking, because even though this is pretty darn reliable and pretty darn clean and whatnot, there's a lot. It can be so much better with the air system. Just think of every time it snows, you got to clear off, and it doesn't snow all that much up here. Maybe a little more where Curtis lives compared to where I live. We get more rain than snow in the winter. But if you're in a place where you do get snow a lot of months, every time it snows, you got to get out there and brush that snow off your panels. Otherwise, they're not collecting energy for you. You
right.
could probably mitigate that with some electronics, or put a glass encasing around it, and then it just sort of like opens up and dumps off itself or something. I thought of different ways of doing that, but it's just some more headache that you have to deal with. These things, I think, kind of just taper off and go away if you just have a minimal amount of solar and a much more larger battery system to rely upon, preferably air.
Yeah, there's so many different avenues to take. But that solar, that's an expensive way to go. But like you say, and it will pay itself off.
It will, yeah, from a cost perspective, but again, it all depends on the factor too that you're thinking about. Like, there's a big difference between renting something that you're paying residually as opposed to having something that nobody can turn the switch off. So even if it's
Right.
more expensive that way, it's still worth it, in my opinion. Another thing is, this is where I kind of differ in opinion, perhaps, from a lot of people, in the sense of, solar is not any cleaner than your petrol based. I disagree when it comes to this. If you're self sufficient, right, then it's different. Yes, it probably took some petrol or whatnot to manufacture, and some minerals to manufacture and make these panels, which probably created some pollution and whatnot. And that's why I think that it's important for responsible manufacturing to be done. And I think that we're a long way from that for everything. But that being said, once these panels are produced, and also windmills and some other systems that are natural, that aren't petrol based, they produce for 15, 20, 25 years after the equation. And while they're producing, they're not producing any toxicity, right?
Right. Yeah, so you're taking that out of the air for sure.
That's right.
got a lot of production in here. These peppers are pretty much maxed out. We're getting the last little bits of them. And I've got a lot of winter crops already seeded in these beds. And because of the way this greenhouse is laid out, we have these things called collar ties up here that tie the rafters.
I've never seen. Did you see that? And this is in his greenhouse too. That's not even his.
Greenhouse is laid out. We have these things called collar ties up
here.
Even
look at that. Look at those tomatoes. I've never seen any tomato look like that in a frigging corporate grocery store.
I thought that was a pumpkin for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen them look like that at the grocery store either. Look at them babies. They're almost ready.
Right. And his outside ones are even better.
That tie the rafters to the building. And I can use them to hang purlins so that I can verticalize everything in this greenhouse, which is really important if you want to maximize your growing area. So this is a passive solar greenhouse. You've seen me do dozens, if not hundreds, of videos on passive solar green.
So that's what I was talking about earlier, using passive solar, which means you're taking advantage of the sun and where the sun rises and sets in terms of the aim, where you aim your rooftop and the glass rooftop. So you take advantage of the sun on sunny days to come inside the room to warm it up and retain the heat for your greenhouse, and save a lot of money that way compared to having to produce another way. Plus, also, you need that sunlight, natural sunlight, one way or another anyway, just plants.
Oh, of course. That's a nice greenhouse. It's
So what we
decent
have here
size.
is a foundation that's 6 feet deep. From here down is 6 feet. And we have air tubes underneath here. So we take hot air above. If you look right up here, you can see the first part of the climate battery. So this system sucks hot air down and pumps it underground. And there's here a header. So this comes straight down 6 feet deep. And then there's a header or a manifold that goes along that's 12 inches wide. It's a sewer pipe type pipe. And then we have 2 layers of big O pipes that come off of that and basically spread throughout the floor, and they're about 6 inches apart. And then we filled it with sand and sand water, and use sand, water, and packing to make a really strong, thick thermal mass. And sand is
geothermal, like
the most effective and cheapest way to get
Right.
fill. And so the raised beds are built on top of the sand, and the raised beds are 2 feet deep.
That's
But
brilliant.
this sand packed down on top of this climate battery really makes a thick structure that holds a lot of heat. So I'll be turning this on. I've had it off all summer, but I'm going to be turning this on again soon. I'll be taking all excess heat and pushing it down into the ground, and then that heat will radiate for a long period going into the winter. And then the climate battery will run all winter. It basically just runs as soon as there's sunlight. Climate battery turns on and takes all the excess heat from above and puts it underground. So I won't be outside, which is really good. One thing I've learned with greenhouses is you can never really over ventilate a greenhouse. You can always have more ventilation. And actually, in retrospect, with all this foliage.
Okay, so that's a showcasing of his greenhouse, and as you can see, even from a financial aspect with that too, yes, of course, it's going to cost a bit of money design that and make it and whatnot. But that's another thing as well, is the investment pays for itself over and over again in terms of, I don't have to go to the grocery store. I have my healthy, clean food here. That's his kitchen, as I said earlier, right? He walks outside, and everywhere is your dinner. And
you can't get it any fresher than that, from the vine to the dinner table.
That's right.
Come on. You can't go wrong with that.
And so in addition to that, you have also the quality of nutrient, which completes the circle of holistic health. And when you've completed that circle, you're now also eliminating the need for third-party agency when it comes to trying to heal yourself, right? So you no longer need any doctors or anything like that. You've got your medicines at your disposal. Your lifestyle is prevention, and you stay healthy.
Can I talk to Frosty just for a minute here?
No, I don't think you can afford it.
Well, he's
Frosty's
expensive
the
to talk to,
CEO.
eh?
You got to go
Make an
through the
appointment.
chain to come in. You make appointments.
You want to talk to me, Frosty?
Well, I have a few minutes. Is it going to be long?
Hurry up, boy. Time's valuable.
You were right about that, about them cutting money off when they want to. I just seen it on TV. Some male teacher, had prosthetic breasts. They're so used they went down to their belly. Well, the LGBTQ complained about it because these women were complaining about the teacher having these prosthetic breasts. They went after these. They went after. You're not going to
Oh
believe this.
my!
I'm not making this up. I am not
No,
making.
I gotta stop because it's for a second. They've been talking about that dude for the last 3-4 days.
Oh, this is something. This ain't new then, eh?
No, I mean on like website
New to me.
channels. I
New to
didn't know
me.
it was on. I didn't know it was on the television, but
I
yeah,
just have.
it's. I know what you're talking about as far as the breast. I'm like, how the hell would somebody walk with that mess in front of them? But hey,
Yeah. Well, they complained
I
about
kind of, I kind of wanted to know a little more about the green.
it. Well, the teachers wouldn't do nothing. They tried to protect them, and the principal and everybody
They
that worked.
sticking up for that?
Yeah. So the people started complaining. Some people, and they had their own little group. And I guess I think I'm just not sure, but they're getting money to try to fight these people, and they're getting it from PayPal. Well, the LGBTQ called up PayPal and they canceled all their money now, so they can't get no money. The people that were complaining about the guy dressed as a female with those prosthetic breasts, so they stopped everything. PayPal did. So Frosty was right. Okay, go on, guys. I just wanted to tell Frosty was right about that. It's happening.
Oh, well, as far as that cutting off PayPal or them other sites that you're talking about, I know a couple of sites that lost a lot of service. They, as far as even the banking, because of what they were saying, and they were trying to shut these people down. And yeah, it could get, you know, yeah, it'll just be easier for them to hit a switch in the office. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To turn your livelihood off.
Yep. And they'll do it too. Well, going back to that other deal. See, I've had an idea in mind to do just the opposite of what he's doing, using the cooler underground temperature to cool my place off.
Absolutely, it would work in reverse when needed, for sure.
Right.
Add in the air tank situation there, and you also got another source of cool air.
Yeah.
Wanted to do
Yeah, because
that.
you're in that you're in hotter climate, so yeah, you definitely want to find cooler ways to
The only problem
maintain.
with that, he'd have to have a ceiling fan because cold hits, cold floats down. It doesn't go up. But he could do it if he had a ceiling fan.
No,
With that cold air.
cold air settles,
Drops.
son. Hot air
Yeah,
rises.
drops. Yeah. Right. Well, I mean, yeah, if he's gonna have it on the floor.
Do they still greenhouse as well down there, Frostley, that you saw to protect from like critters and stuff like that?
I don't really remember seeing any greenhouses. I really don't.
Yeah, so it's all just mostly open farming. Yeah. Well, when you know what you're doing, for the most part, you're okay either way.
Is there any nudie beats? Is there?
there could be when Frosty gets there.
Listen, I walked the beach line or the coast, and yeah, there's all kind of nudity going on down there.
Wow.
And I mean, and it's hard to walk because if you got your girlfriend, it's kind of can get in trouble very easily.
Wow.
Well, you don't really need a greenhouse down there because the temperature is.
Yeah, I was thinking not for temp purposes, but more just for protection purposes. And maybe it's not a greenhouse, maybe it's something else, or if necessary.
Yeah, protection for insects or something like that, maybe.
Yeah, and rodents.
You could put a mesh up, or
or something, I suppose.
That's what I figured. Yeah, mesh sides with the glass roof, a little metallic meshing that's strong
What do
enough.
you think of that netting? Have you ever seen the netting? I mean, that's a
I've
finer.
seen it. It's heavier than what you think it is. At least when you actually view it in person, which I have, it looks heavier than what you actually think it is when you're
I
looking
mean,
at it from a distance.
that'll keep birds off of
Yeah,
off your
yeah,
plants. And I guess it'll keep some insects off of them too. Is
yeah.
that my grapes? They're yeah, the birds get in there sometimes. They eat away on the grapes and stuff. So
There's
Yeah, I used to have a cherry tree, and I never got a cherry off of it because of the birds.
there's
Got the pits, eh?
right. There's a part of this equation that a lot of people seem to overlook, which is the prevention part. And when you're setting up your food forest and using, if you're using permaculture design and whatnot, you take into account that nature needs to eat too as part of the equation. So what you do is you kind of set up bait plants that feed off in the distance more critters and more rodents and whatnot. So by the time they get near your dwelling, they're already full type thing, So there's ways to do that and work in conjunction with how nature sets things up in diversity, where you're never foolproof, but again, you can mitigate and minimalize a lot of that. And if you do that, I think the amount of extra work you have to do for the final protections next to nothing, really.
yeah,
Yeah, I thought I had a turkey.
it's kind of like setting up a bait pile.
Right. Right.
To draw them quicker to that. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm away from
I thought I had a pretty
the
good
actual
place.
crops.
I thought I had a pretty good place to store my chicken feed and stuff like that till the mice got in there. So then I put a cat in there. That mitigated it.
Right, exactly. That's a great example of that. And again, if you're producing enough, because you can imagine if you're doing what you just saw, and if you got a few acres or whatnot, and you're starting to really produce and things are going well, you're going to be a honeypot for nature. I mean, you are just like, oh wow, nature's looking at this, going, holy shit, heyday for us. They don't care who was the farmer, right? So
Right.
if you expand big enough and push some of your produce as bait more further away, again it diversifies the smells and the attractions, so that by the time they reach where you are, they're kind of not interested in it.
Yeah, and you can plant various flowers too, like zinnias. You plant zinnias that keep certain insects away, and you don't
Right,
have
exactly.
Yeah, I heard,
you don't have to
I heard
just
there are
grow.
certain bugs they won't go near them things, them flowers. I've
That's
seen
right.
farmers plant them right inside the crops.
Plant some garlic in a lot of your, here and there in your crops. That's going to help a lot. Onions a little bit here and there. Some of the more the bitters, tend to repel a lot of the insects, problematic parts of nature.
And there might even be a way to grow dandelions on the perimeter, because if you'll notice, the dandelions in your yard, there's no insects or bugs eating them.
That's right, and they grow everywhere. So that's totally something to work to your advantage. Absolutely.
How do you store them? I mean, you get the leaves off the dandelions. How would you store them long term? Or could you?
They last. I don't know about long term. That's a good question. But they last for a good few weeks when I see them being harvested, and when I get them. So they're pretty good that way. And because they're, they grow. I mean, they grow a lot when it's warm. The best time to harvest is spring and fall, for the most part.
Right.
And I don't know if, to be frank, I've never really thought of consuming plants when they're out of season. So I'm not really interested in, because it's part of health. I'm in tune with whatever's growing locally and within season for my health. So if it's not growing at a certain time, then I'm probably not really interested in it at that time either.
Well, I got you. So it's not like a year-round thing. You want to be munching on them.
Yeah,
I just
they're very detoxifying, and they kind of go hand in hand with when you want to do detoxes as well, which the fall and the spring are the best times of year to detox.
Well, the ones I saw in the store today were really quite large. I mean, they're
Yeah.
over a foot long with
Yes.
the stem and the leaves. So I mean,
those are the ones. Did you grab some?
Oh, today? No, I didn't.
Pick them up. Those are the beauties.
They really have a really excellent fresh variety of all kinds of stuff on that wall there where they have all these things. I was looking at stuff. There's stuff on there I don't even know what it is. Where the kale and the dill and the cilantro and all that stuff is in that store. It goes along the whole wall there, and celery, carrots, sprouts, and just everything. Stuff I don't even know what it is. Like I said, I'll be learning more about that.
It's great.
Yes, it's like about 2 miles from my house.
Oh, you got a good spot then.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if they got dandelion leaves, yeah, that's a good spot. It's a good place.
It's all coming off these Amish farms around here. Is where it's coming from, because I mean they got Amish cheese in there. I mean big bricks of it, and butter.
Yeah, I like their cheese.
Eggs, like I picked up a couple flats of eggs. It's like, I don't know. I think it was somewhere around $6.75 for 30 eggs.
Wow, that's kind of good price.
Yeah, it is a good price if you go try to buy a dozen in one of the supermarkets. Yeah, you're looking at around $5.
Yeah,
around here, $4.50, $5. So to get 30 eggs for $6.75, I thought that was a pretty good deal.
Yeah, I think I buy
What the fuck's going on here? I think you should compensate us.
I'm not used to doing this one. Detroit Zoo, you did that already. I
want to show Guru the. I'm going to do this fast if I find it. Bunch of haters.
You never made it to the primate market.
I tried. Yeah, I was looking for my cousin. I couldn't find him. The monkeys.
Oh.
This is where'd he go?
What's the best time to pick them dandelion leaves? When there's the flower or the seed? Do you wait for them to go to seed or before that?
Before they go to seed. The flowers, yeah, before they go to seed. You don't want them after they seed.
Yeah, and the flowers are pretty good too.
Here it is. This is it right here.
Okay.
Do you want to pick it when they're seeds?
Hey, I'll bring a bunch of them down for you and make sure you have a whole bunch of dandelions the next year.
So then you pick them when they're seeds, then you put them in the blender, but don't use no water.
Yeah. Don't use ice cubes with it either.
Dandelion seed butter.
Well, this one
I
I'm going to
gotta
show
say,
you.
Mr. Brown's got a real beautiful, lush lawn. Looks like it could use some color.
Yeah. uh, they have a habitat of different kinds of butterflies. You got to walk through 2 doors. It's pressurized. When we walked out of the last door getting out, a butterfly got loose and the slave was chasing him all over the place with a net. She caught him. I'll be damned. And then she put him back in, closed the door, and then we were allowed to go outside. But I was amazed at how they did this. It was a
So
greenhouse.
that's where that lantern beetle come from.
No, it's just,
Somebody, you let him out, didn't you?
yeah. But yeah, she says, everybody stay there, don't move. I got to lock the doors. And she did. She locked all the doors. And she went after that butterfly. She caught him. But it was amazing. See, we see some of these. Just before I walked in.
They caught me the same way that one time.
The butterfly net.
Yeah.
Did you get caught? Did you get caught pollinate those flowers?
He's doing a little more than that.
Anybody for escargot?
What did that say? You can touch, but please do not what?
Don't ride on it.
Oh.
What happened?
Well, they used to have one of those what do they call it? Atriums, butterfly atriums. They used to have one down here. I don't know if they still do or not, but they had a really nice one in Denver too.
It was hot there. I'll tell you that. It was warm.
Yeah, there's a greenhouse, and if you do it right, you can grow citrus in a freezing climate, no problem.
Look at the damn. I mean, just every kind of imaginable butterfly you can imagine was in there.
I like that little butterfly in the right-hand corner there you had.
I think you need an oil change.
There she is. Nice little girl.
Hey, little girl. What a butterfly.
Yeah. It's green. Just like you.
It matches my plants.
You guys got to get out a little more.
We can't. We're trapped in the butterfly area.
Can't get out of the net, huh?
Double doors you got to go through. Oh,
there she is.
Okay. The girl on the left ain't that cute. They had the most amazing butterflies I ever seen there down in Peru. I mean, their markings were just so unusual and beautiful. It amazed me.
It's amazing.
They might have some of those same. You went into this place, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You might have seen some in there because they got quite a variety, I'm sure.
They did. They had a lot of variety in here. Just amazing how they did that. Just look at the plants right above the wall. Thick. I'll see the door to the right.
I see vegetables growing off of that.
Look at that. I was like amazed. Vegetables.
What is?
Doug, I believe it's going to be on YouTube.
It's all different varieties of stuff going up in there, eh?
Yeah.
Thank you, though.
That's not local, is it? I mean, that's coming from all around the world.
I don't know. I don't know. It'd have to be. There are different kinds of. Yeah, I guess so. Look at that plant there. Looks like a Florida plant.
That looks like a tree you'd see in Peru.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
That was it. That's it.
That's the alligator
That's what it is. You're walking.
moat.
How do you shut this thing off? Oh, wait a minute. How do you?
You press the off button.
Do I? No, that ain't gonna work. Hold on here.
That's
I
the
wonder what
water
they're doing with
slide,
that.
right?
Yeah, what are they doing with that like that? That's unusual.
What's that?
That right there you got on the picture. That trough going up to the eave of that house.
Oh, I gotta look at it, see what it was. I'm not quite. It's been a while. They're looking for. We're looking for. What was that?
Look at a damn line or something, maybe.
That trough right there that's empty. That's got no water.
Oh, that's so the animals couldn't get down in there and get back out.
Oh, is that what it was about?
That's what it is. Otters. We're looking for otters.
We'll go outside, huh?
There you go. There he is, right there.
Beautiful animals, those things. And the fur is so soft. I just love it.
Yeah. Well, okay, I'll leave you guys alone now. I'll just gotta figure out how to shut this thing off. Hold on.
Yeah, tire into you.
Okay. All right, now what? How do you do this? What's this? Okay, I got it. There you go. All right.
River.
You see, they got otters down here in Florida, river otters and stuff.
How'd that come back? I thought he knocked it off.
Oh,
there you go. All
torturing.
right, I got it now. Yeah, I just thought I'd show you that picture. You guys are talking about outhouses and
outhouses.
They run on solar too.
Heated seats.
And that's taking passive solar to a whole new level. There, Mr. Brown.
What's we were talking about last night? We were talking about outhouses there, dear. Yeah. What? Yeah. Shit.
Those rocket mass heater really for.
Yeah, just well, Bo Billy, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna do like Frosty said. I'll direct it when you get done with your tomatoes. I'll start eating them for you. Taste them, taste tester. Because we don't want you to get sick.
You gonna do what to my tomatoes? I heard tomatoes.
Nothing. Didn't say a word.
He's gonna test out the ones that have the green fuzzy stuff on them for you to make sure that they're okay for you.
Sounds like he's in the kitchen. And he's in the peppers right now. He's getting something to eat.
No, coffee.
Okay.
Yeah, this K-cup.
Oh, you're using K-cup. Yeah.
No, I'm glad that people talk me into buying that dark roast. That is such a good coffee.
See, I told you talk to the people. They would know better.
Yeah, I mean, that guy went straight to it and grabbed it, him and his wife.
Well, Billy, we warned that.
That's how you do it. I'd rather listen and talk to people that's been through it and experienced it and know what the ins and outs are. That's screwed up. The other method.
I got some cappuccino peanut butter today. They got all kinds of peanut butters down there, almond butters and cashew butters and stuff like that. And it's made by the Amish. They put them in these, little square plastic containers. But they make this stuff up.
Is it already ground up?
Huh?
The almond butter I've had, that's actually really good.
Yeah.
They've got a cracker with the almond butter filling in between them, like an
Right.
Oreo cookie. Like
Right.
them are actually really good.
Yeah.
Is it a bean or is it grounded up or?
Oh yeah, it's all
Well,
ground up. It's cappuccino peanut butter. That's the name of it.
I love peanut butter too. I think peanut butter is healthy for you, isn't it, Guru?
If it's made fresh and in moderation, and you made it yourself, yes. The biggest concern with peanut butter, if it's not eaten soon after you blend it, is the mold factor. Mold grows on it, and it's hard to detect.
Hard to
Yeah,
what?
It's hard to detect on your taste buds.
Wow.
I've never had any mold grow on mine. They're not big containers.
Now, mind you, it depends what you're talking about when you're talking about peanut butter. If you're talking about peanut butter that I eat, you're talking about crushed raw peanuts without any additives or salts and flavors and all that stuff. Talking about Jiffy, that's a totally different ball of wax.
This isn't Jiffy. This is the Amish are making this stuff.
Okay, right.
So I could get some peanuts and crush them up and make butter. I could. It's not that hard of it. But
yeah, it's pretty easy. Even just with the blender, you could do it yourself, and and you could put it in a mason jar and store it in the fridge, and it would be all right for a while. But that's one thing that I would recommend more. Instead of doing that, store the whole nuts, and even then, not for too long because the mold can grow on them. But just rinse them off before you crush them for safekeeping, and crush them fresh and eat them shortly after you crush them.
Yeah.
So wait, you put them in a blender and just mix them that way, and you can make peanut butter.
That's right.
No, I was in the kitchen. I'm trying to put it together here. I was in the kitchen.
You put your nuts in a blender.
Oops.
We're gonna let Pole Billy be our we're gonna let Pole Billy be our testicles on this one first.
Give us your testicles. I mean testimony.
Yeah. Get it on video. We want to see this. Get it on video. We want to see what you did.
I was going to come out with the joke. Do you add water or not?
Oh my God.
That would have been one to tell Mr. Brown. Yeah, never mind.
I just said what everybody was thinking. I just helped everybody out.
Thanks a lot.
And tomorrow on Mr. Brown's show, we're gonna teach you how to blend them sausages. Ooh,
Paul Billy will demonstrate after he gets done with his nuts.
Oh my God. 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm allowed to screw up once in a while.
Another thing that I never knew was edible, but lilac. If you guys ever have lilac up there in your part of the country, but you can eat the lilac flowers.
That's a beautiful plant, Frostley.
I love it. Yep. I used to have one outside my house, and it would really flower, and they're beautiful, and they smell wonderful.
What part do you eat it on? The roots or the flowers?
No, the flowers. The flowers. Yeah, you pull the flowers. Yeah, and they're if you ever seen them, I mean, it's a big. It's not like a single flower, It's a branch with a bunch of flowers on it that make it, like a duster or something. You see these dusters that they put on a pole and the dust high up. It's not that big, but I mean, it's similar.
It's full type of deal.
Yeah. You have to just Google lilac flower. flowers
what?
or whatever.
I'm going to tell you how much my buddy, the Bully, appreciates me.
Huh.
Now we bought some flowers, and I was going to take them down. Okay, well, good old hearted me. He says, "I'll take one of them." I says, "Yeah, okay, no problem." I says, "Wait till fall time, and you can have them." Well, something happened, so we got it early in
I
spring.
wanted them. I wanted to support bee life. That's all I was doing. And yeah, they were great flowers. I don't know the name of them anymore. But yeah. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I had to wait about 8 months, 6 months, right around there. So he finally gets it out. And he says, "Thanks a lot. I appreciate it." I said, "Well, just put it there." I says, "This baby will grow." And it does. It's a tough son of a bitch. It really is. I mean, just amazing.
Yeah, no, I know what
So,
you're doing now.
yeah. So I'm telling him, I says, it just grows. I mean, just nothing stops it, It says, you won't have any problems. So he takes it up north. Okay, now it's your turn.
Yeah, I planted it in a good spot, and I knew it would get water without me having to worry about watering it. And yeah, it took off. It started growing just fine. Well, we're putting in a trail through the woods, and we had this track loader, little bulldozer with a bucket on it, and had a truckload of gravel dumped. Well, somehow the bulldozer ran it over, and it didn't survive that. It wasn't that tough. So sorry about that. I mean, we tried to avoid it, but when you got so much time to get it done, you kind of forget about flowers. That's what that's like.
Thank you,
That's a
Guru. I appreciate that.
that that,
That
that
was
was mean.
perfect.
That was mean, po Billy.
Oh, people, yeah.
That was a lot of work. That was a lot of work.
They get a beautiful, Guru. Beautiful.
Yeah, that
Thank
was a
you,
good sound
Frosty.
effect.
Thank you, Frosty. You're all right.
Excuse
Yeah,
me for 1 minute, gentlemen. You inspired me to make a match. I'll be right back
Okay.
for a minute.
yeah, that was a lot of work digging that bad boy out of the yard and transplanting it. And it was doing good. I thought we'd have had a good show come following year, but yeah, it didn't make it back. I don't know. It might. I mean, I ain't been back there. I'll have to look again. Although we do still have another pile of gravel back
Hey,
there, and that's almost gone.
you better get yourself a wheelchair for it. Okay.
Get some splints, tie up some splints on it.
Yeah.
That other one didn't make it, didn't it? That
No,
other one by the driveway?
no. I put too much
I
poison
don't,
on. I
yeah, I
accidentally
don't know why you
exposed.
killed the thing.
That's all. I'm trying to, you know.
Just had to remind me. I would have went through all the work again to do it. Just try to get it to come in.
Well,
I think it would have been fine. I really do. I think because it would have had enough sun and water. It was in a great spot for all of that. It would have been a perfect environment for it. It would have took
your
off.
mom, your mom would have loved those flowers too.
You
Yeah,
don't
I
know
was.
what kind of flowers they were?
I'll see if I can find them. I'm not sure what it was. Though. It's been a while. Let's see if I
They
can
were
find
like
it.
the size of a dinner plate.
Really?
Red.
Yeah, I
They're
mean,
red.
what?
Beautiful.
God, what were they called? Not like it's not a light. No, I got lilac bushes in the yard.
I'll see if we can find it.
That lilac bush, sir, the flower you're talking about, is that purple?
Yeah, it's kind of a bluish purple.
Oh yeah, I got one that's about 12 feet tall.
Well, if you get to starving, you got some on there, you can eat them.
You can really eat those?
Yes, sir.
Wow, I didn't know that. I mean, what's the benefit of that?
I don't know if there is one, but I don't remember. I did read about it, but I don't remember if there's any particular benefit to it. It just surprised me that you could eat them.
Or is it like an ingredient for, like the other that
I
ingredient
think they were.
that
I think they were fermenting them in honey and using it. You can use it for like a salad dressing, or you can use it for like some kind of a bread on bread or whatever is what they were doing with it.
that's kind of like a apple butter or something. You
Yeah.
put that apple butter on. That's good. That's good stuff.
Yep.
But yeah, I didn't
And they
know
had
that you could get
they
the almond butter in like a it's like buying actual butter, ain't it? Put it on whatever you want to eat it. Man, I got it. Buying this pre-made cracker stuff, I could save a few bucks by doing it that way.
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I quite often have like a peanut butter sandwich with my coffee in the morning. So I mean, I got to have something last me till evening or whatever when I wake up. A lot of times that'll be what I eat.
Yeah, I wasn't sure when I bought the crackers with the almond butter. I wasn't sure if I was going, but I just gotta try it, see what it's like, and yeah, it surprised me. It was really good. I enjoyed it.
I love apple butter.
Well, the cashew butter they made was pretty good too because I bought a tub of that and finished it off. Uh, this time I just thought, well, I'm gonna try something different because they got quite a variety that they make, and so I tried that. First time today I tried that cappuccino peanut butter. Man, that's pretty good.
Mm. That's probably a big place you're going to, ain't it?
It's pretty good size. Yeah, it is.
Man, you're only a couple miles away from it. You might
Yeah,
have your
yeah.
one-stop shopping right there.
Yeah, there's some things I don't have because I eat buffalo meat. But I did see today they actually had buffalo steaks in there, and I've never seen that anywhere around here before. You could actually get what looked to be like a New York steak uh, from the buffalo. It's like $14 a pound.
Yeah,
I found the
yeah.
flower.
I've never seen buffalo steaks either. I've seen the burger, but
Yeah, this is the first time since I've been going in there that I've seen it, and no other store around has ever offered it. You can get the hamburger, in those little packages.
Can't find it.
yeah, you got to try one. Let us know how it turned out.
Excuse me. Hold on, I'm trying to find that flower if I can. Michigan, let's see.
But my first wife's folks, I mean, they grew all this stuff in their garden that we talk about, all these vegetables. They even grew that rutabaga, as I remember, big old cabbages and all kinds of stuff. And they knew how to do it. They knew how to plant certain flowers in certain areas to keep the insects under control and everything.
Tell me how you like that rutabaga too. Seriously.
Well, I'm gonna put it in a stew and see how it comes out.
Okay.
I want to chop it up and cube it up a little bit or something. I don't know.
It'll turn like a light orange, so don't let it bother you. That's normal.
No, that won't bother me.
Okay. It's white
How
when
do
you open
you
it up.
how do you eat it? Do you just boil it and then eat it that way? You don't put nothing on it, or
I can eat it raw. I can cook it, and I put butter and pepper on there. Smash it down,
what do you mean, like a mashed potatoes or something?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Put butter in there, whatever you want to put in there. Yeah.
How long you boil it for?
until the fork goes through it. You got to cut them in even thickness. So
So
if
it's
one,
kind of like a potato.
exactly, it's what it is. Really, it's a little bit different than a potato, but it's good. It's good. I like it. I really do. Put a little vinegar if you want to. Whatever you want to do with it.
See, that's why I try to stay away from potatoes because they're really high in carbs and this and that. And I really love potatoes. So I'm thinking, well, if this is similar, I might like it well enough to eat it, and it's a lot better for you.
Uh, yeah, I mean, it has a little taste to it. I mean, a different taste. It's not like a potato, but I like the taste. I do. It's good. Like I said, you put butter in it, just like you would a potato. Anything you want to do.
Yeah, you can season it with anything too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love potatoes myself, and hash browns, cute potatoes. Oh yeah, little red potatoes
Everything.
with the pot roast.
Bread and
Yep,
butter, meat and
eat them all
potatoes.
day.
That's what I was raised
Yeah.
on.
Yep. Same here.
Hmm
Yeah.
I eat the,
Dang
I'll
it.
eat the skins on them.
Oh, I love the skins. I like to eat just the skins hollowed out. What do they call those?
Yeah,
Oh, what
they're
are they?
Oh, potato skins. That's what they call them. That's what they
yeah,
are.
Just yeah. There's
yeah. They
Put a little
put
cheese in them.
yep.
Yeah,
bacon bits,
Mm,
yeah.
a
Bacon
little
sour
bits,
chive.
cream. Sour
chives.
cream.
Yeah. Yep. Sour cream. Oh yeah. Sour cream's bad for you. I try to get away from that, but
Yeah,
I love it.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
good.
but once in a while, you can, eat
Eat it.
things like that.
Yeah, yeah. It's
I
not an
fudge
everyday
now and then.
thing.
I fudge now and then myself. I can't help it.
You eat fudge all the time? Is that what you just said?
I don't like fudge. Never
Without the
did.
bread. Without the bread.
Oh, you eat fudge straight out of the icebox, huh?
Yeah, I hate it. Oh, and you get back at me. I can't find this flower. I can't find it. Shoot.
Google lilac, and so you know what it looks like there, Bill Brown. Google lilac flower.
I got I think I got the tag for that flower out in my truck. If I still have it out there, it's in the doghouse.
Ooh, they got a lot of variety here.
Because your wife gave me the tag that went with the flower. She kept it for, I don't know, the information off the back of it. And damn, I don't know if it's still out there.
Just dogs can't eat it.
Huh?
Dogs cannot eat it. Oops,
What candy?
dogs.
They can't eat the lilac.
No, I gotta find it again.
Well, they wouldn't want to eat that, would they?
I don't know. I just have
And
to.
Or is it?
just
I
tuck. You got a dog that's bothering the cat. Just duct tape some of that lilac on that cat.
can't find it now. Where did it go? Lilac bush plant care and growing guide. The spruce.
I did not know you could eat that. I did not know you could eat that. Hell, I didn't know you could eat that. You lied.
Damn, those things are small, aren't they?
What?
What's that? The
The
flower?
the leaf, yeah, the leaf of the flower.
Yeah, I got that lilac bush out in the yard, but it's like 10, 12 feet tall, and all the
Oh,
flowers seem to come up out of the top of it or all around it, actually. But
wait a minute. Do you actually eat
If
the
you
leaf?
if you
Oh,
if you trim that back, like this time of year, boy, next year that thing will bloom like crazy.
so you
well, you
actually eat the petals.
take
The petals.
take off the
Well,
top of it.
Just trim it all around, and yeah, take off the top of it and trim it all around. And yeah, it'll it'll bloom like crazy. It'd be the most beautiful bush you ever saw.
Yeah, because I mean, the last couple of years, well, last few years, it's all the flowers are on the very top of it, and it's not full, so to speak.
Yeah, that's why it needs to be trimmed, and by trimming it, all that nutrients will come up into that base and come uh, up the branches and just fill it in. It'll be beautiful.
All right, well, let me ask you this, because I know you always forget about something, and I'm always the guilty one that does it. Then I say, he missed something. The petals on the flower or the leaf on the plant?
What?
What are you talking about?
Okay, the lilac. Do you actually eat the petals on the flower or the
Yeah,
actual leaf? The
No, you
petals.
don't need to leave. You don't need to leave.
Those things are
Oh,
small.
you might, but most people will.
Yeah, you can come up here and nibble some of them off of this bush up here if you want.
I can see your family. What the hell is he doing?
All right.
Got my soul shaker ready. Yeah.
Some plants are edible, but he's not eating them.
That take you mushroom picking.
Dear, you better get the Uncle Seltzer. He's going to be one sick puppy. Yeah, those are some small petals. I'll tell you they are. Huh.
Yeah, but see, there's a bunch of them in like a clump. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see it right here. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So you just strip those off there. You just strip those flowers off. Is what you do.
And how do you eat them? Just raw cooked?
Well, you can put them in honey, just like I did the garlic.
Oh. Oh, you put them in a jar type of deal.
Yeah, in honey and ferment them.
And how long do you ferment them for?
At least a couple weeks.
Wow. I just might try that.
You can use it on your salad. You can spread it on bread.
Hey,
Everything.
Bobley, save your bush. I'll take the bush and bring him down here.
No talking dirty. Stop talking dirty now, Bill Brown.
I was just gonna say, but now after that comment, I'm not gonna make mine. I'll just hold off for a while.
That's not nice of you there, Bobley.
He's not inviting you down to see his bush, Mr. Bill Brown. Old Billy's got standards, I'm telling you.
I really wanted to see if they were purple. I really did.
But there might be. Never mind.
Oh my gosh. We never thought lilacs you could eat. I'll be doggone.
I never would have believed it either. I thought it was pretty unusual, and I grew them before, and I because they smell nice, they look nice, but I never dreamed that you could eat them.
Huh.
Yeah,
What is it?
I didn't.
What?
I just thought that was an ornament plant you could put in the yard or something.
What do they taste like?
I've never eaten them.
They taste like
I don't
flowers.
have a lilac bush. I don't have a lilac bush.
He's never eaten them. Wow, okay.
They taste purple.
Why did I think
you
of that?
Tell you're evil because you got a purple tongue.
Yeah.
Looks like one of those Oompa kids turning purple. Yeah. Oompa, Oompa.
Yeah, but them lilac bushes, they load up with the butterflies every year. They seem to like them. Them little
Yeah,
yellow,
yeah,
they look like monarchs, but I don't know what they are, but yeah, they fill up the tree with them.
yeah. You'll see the bees around them too.
Hmm. Yeah, I like the bumblebees, and I like bees in general because I know what their job is.
I have not
So,
seen a bumblebee in years. Honeybee,
I,
but not a bumblebee.
I'm
yeah,
gonna get down to Peru. I'm actually considering setting up those non-stinging bee colonies. I'm actually thinking of that.
Stinging bee. I never heard of that before.
Yeah, we talked about it. Non-stinging bees, bees that don't sting.
Yeah, I remember you saying about the bees before. I didn't know about the. Okay. All right. Huh.
yeah, but I mean, well, yeah, you wouldn't have to buy all that gear, would you?
No, you wouldn't have to be worried about getting stung.
I'll be dang.
Yeah, because there are people all around me up here that's got the bee boxes or whatever you want to call
Yeah,
them, and
beehives in the box.
yeah, and after a certain time of the year, honey comes out, and then yeah, they bottle it or can it, however they want to, sell it. But yeah, you get it all around up here for a while. I like getting the one with the hive still in it. They break a piece of hive off and put in there. That's
Yeah.
like chewing on a piece of wax.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a kind of almost like a kind of a waxy gum.
Yeah, I got a buddy downstate. He likes that kind of the honey with the hive piece of hive still in it. So I get him that, and I usually take orders sometimes from people down there what I could get and bring with me. So,
Yeah, that's what you want to use. You want to use fresh raw honey when you try to ferment something in it.
hmm
Trying to
I
find her
didn't
like. Go
I
on.
didn't know you could ferment anything in honey. It stands to reason you could though. But what I did do, because botulism is always the thing you want to avoid, but the botulism has to have a pH to grow above 4.2, I think it is, or 4.6, something like that. And honey's under under 4, but I put just one uh, teaspoon of apple cider vinegar in with it just to be sure.
yeah, you ever do them apple cider vinegar shots?
Oh yeah, yeah. I used to do it on a regular basis, every day.
I mean,
Sometimes
did
twice
you
a day.
do it straight or did you mix it with water?
Well, I like it straight.
Ooh, man, oh man, I've drank whiskeys of all kinds until I've done that apple cider vinegar, and let me tell you, whew, I had to mix it with water.
I got
Yeah,
something so frosty.
That's
Root.
supposed to bring your blood pressure down.
yeah.
Come on, come back here. Oh, I lost it. Son of a gun. No.
It gives you more of a base pH too, which is cancer likes to grow in acid in an acidic environment. So by taking the apple cider vinegar, you have more of a base. Believe it or not, I don't know how
Yeah.
it switches. I don't know how it switches because it's an acid, but when it goes, somehow your digestive system it turns your pH more towards the base.
Huh. Yeah, I had uncle, he was up in the age, and he knew I was doing the apple cider vinegar, doing the ritual, trying to see how my blood pressure would work. He says, "Yeah, let me know if that works. If it does, I'll start doing it."
All right.
I told him it did, but it didn't really bring it down all that much. You know, it
Yeah.
didn't bring it down enough to where I could get off the pill. You know, off them pills I was taking.
I got something for Frosty now. For a whole rutabaga, it's 290 calories. Raw. If it's cooked, let's see what's that? When it's cooked, come on, it's 52 calories.
Wow. Well, that's a plus.
Do you lose nutrients out of it, or
I don't know.
probably not?
If it's in a stew, you'd lose them out into the stew.
Well, now it says 1 cup cubes, 170 milligrams, whatever that is. 1 cup mash, 240 is 73 calories.
Yeah, but the base of the thing is under 300 calories. That's still that's not bad.
No, beats a
Because
potato.
that's a pretty good size, veggie.
If you're cooking them, you cook the nutrients out. You're still cooking it like if you're in a stew, you'd be cooking it into the stew. So you still probably benefit.
That's true.
Yeah, it would stay in there. Yeah, because then that's the broth you want to. Yeah, that's like chicken noodle soup.
Yep, that's the way I see it. I don't know if it's factual, but
yeah, you'll like it. You will. You'll like it. You really will.
That's a good remedy. Is that chicken noodle soup? That's actually good time. Fall and winter for sure.
yeah,
All the vitamins that are in that, throw carrots and things like that in there.
You know
you
what?
know how when you get the flu, sometimes you don't want to eat nothing. But they used to give me chicken noodle soup when I was a kid and I had the flu or something. Chicken noodle soup's what I ate in the afternoon, and then a hot toddy before I went to bed.
Yeah. My favorite, every now and then I like to take, and I don't do it that often because I just, health wise, I'll make a bologna sandwich with mustard and dip it into my chicken noodle soup and eat it that way. And it's pretty good.
A lot of people don't like bologna, but I love the stuff. I don't eat it anymore because I know it ain't good for you. But man, I would eat it fried too. Sometimes I'd fry it.
Yep, that's the way.
Fried bologna.
Yep.
That's the ultimate.
Yeah, that's a poor man's dinner right there. That's delicious.
Hey! I'm sorry. I don't. Them poor men or them rich men don't know what they're missing.
No, they don't. That's good shit. Garlic bologna too. Ooh.
Yeah, I like to get that Cavalier bologna.
I never had that yet. You never gave me a little piece of that.
Oh, we was busy doing things, man. We didn't have time to stop for it. Yeah, and we should have. I'd normally take and get a whole ring or a whole loaf of it.
Just put a slice on the bumper and go down the road. Bill will be following you. Save on gas that way. You're not pulling such a load.
Yeah, I always make sure when I'm down there riding in the mountains, I make sure I carry the cooler. But if Bill Brown was around, I'd have to throw a loaf of meatloaf or bologna on the front for him.
Yeah, I'm still gonna shoot your dog. That damn dog of yours. Cost a lot of money. A lot of money.
God, that was both our faults the first time. The second time, I don't know what to tell you.
Wow.
I thought I fixed his butt. I put it on the windshield so he couldn't get to it.
We drove off and blew out the window at an expressway.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna go back for it. Not through
No,
there.
you couldn't. There's no way you could. Not with that amount of people. No.
Well, thank you, Frostley. I have a mission for tomorrow.
What did you do? What did I do?
I want to know what purple tastes like.
I'm trying to get a cup of coffee. But,
Oh, Billy, you're in the tank again. Whoa, Mr. Brown. Hold on.
Yeah, you be sure and report back to us on that research.
I sure will. Hang on, I gotta get my headphones back on. That was a loud one. Oh, crank there. Yeah, I'm excited. I think purple tastes good. Everybody back?
I hear somebody buzzing.
Is that me buzzing?
That's usually Bill Brown.
I'm right here. I'm going to get a cup of coffee.
Acting like a killer bee.
Hey, Po Billy, stay. Don't move. Stay. I'll be right back.
Hey, can I say something? Write a note that says, "Do not leave headphones by the computer when I walk away."
Make
I'm
sure
pretty
it's
sure
in
that's what it
neon.
was.
Make sure the note is in neon.
Yeah, so you can see it.
Neon purple at that.
Yeah.
I'll put it on mute. I won't hear a word you said.
I tried that. I hit the mic to mute the mic, and I could still hear you.
Tricky how that works, I tell you.
Oh shit! I can. All right, gentlemen.
What other foods can I try? What else you got growing in your garden right now besides tomatoes there, Po Billy?
I got carrots and that's it. Oh, I got some green peppers.
How they doing?
The peppers ain't doing too well.
Small?
I mean, they're small, and I'm gonna have them. I'm gonna just let them go until I can't anymore, But I like to get one more harvest off of them tomatoes because I still got a lot on the vines. I got a lot of green and orange, so I'm gonna try to stretch it out a little longer.
Those carrots survive a frost very well?
Yeah, they're a good plant for cold weather. My carrots did really well. I've already made pot roast with them.
Oh, I bet that was good.
Oh yeah, I love them. Just go out there, pick you a dozen, and come back in and throw them in the pot. I mean, come on now.
Yeah.
But the tomato, it's just. I should do that. Take a photo of a store-bought tomato and a grown in the backyard tomato, and you'll see. I know you guys know the difference, but you'll see the difference. It's like a night and day thing.
Yeah. They say a
And
lot of the
the taste to
vegetables
match.
that we actually get in the store, they might be a year old. The way they
at
keep
least
them.
I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, at least. Yeah.
Yeah.
They put all kinds of preservatives and shit.
Yeah, fruits too.
Yep.
Yeah, the more you learn about what you're eating, the more you just it just makes you want to grow more, makes you want to stay away from that, It's just,
it's not food, I mean, I I see them put FOOD on the label and stuff, but
Right.
you know,
It's a very tasty poison. Let's put it that way,
yeah,
because that's
right.
kind of what you're eating.
And it's not even that tasty.
Right. Well, yeah. You know.
I mean, most of the taste is just the sugar additive for the most part these days, you know, and you know that most of the produce, the conventional and probably most of the organic anyways, but most of the conventional produce, especially the fruits, have zero flavor, and they have to inject flavoring after the fact, literally inject it with needles.
Yeah.
A lot of your citruses, your oranges and whatnot, they say they would have zero flavor at all if they did that.
Yeah. I
They
know.
call that food.
I was in Florida and hung out in Daytona for a little while, and I had some oranges down there. Orange juice, oranges. Oh Lord, it was a different night and day difference compared to what I'm used to getting up here. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Oh yeah.
Frosty, he's probably used to it, but yeah, it was amazing.
Well, I remember when I first ate one right off the tree, and I'm telling you, there's a world of difference. There's a world of difference. It was so juicy, I couldn't believe it.
Mm-hmm. And full of life, you know.
Yeah.
Full of nutrition, right there. Full of all the nutrients.
Yeah, the funny part about it. Yeah, the funny part about it is they weren't little tiny dinky looking things like they got up here. These babies were like small grapefruits. I was like, wow. My girlfriend's grandmother, she had a couple of them in her yard, and man, it was like an ornament tree, you know, looking at them. But anyway,
I see some people question it, but most conventional food eaters just they're so dismissive about this stuff. It's baffling.
yeah, I don't know. It's like they don't have the time. I'm just hungry. I'll eat a little bit of this and go. It can't hurt me. But do that for 25, 30 years and see what it does to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly. I know when I was a kid growing up on the farm, we were eating fresh food all the time from the garden. And I liked green beans and I like peas and stuff. Oh, yeah. When we moved to the city and didn't have that, they get green beans out of a can. I couldn't stand them.
Yeah.
I bet. I bet. Totally different breed, different breed, different process, and different packaging and preserving. By the time it gets to you, even from the start, it was like a cry from the real thing. But by the time it gets to you,
yeah,
you know. So it's when you put it all together, it's not rocket science why people are quite drained and ill health and disease rampant. It's, they don't have the nutrients they need, really.
No, they don't.
I was just saying that. The other day. I was like, we're constantly eating. They're always hungry. You're not getting the proper produce from all the. So you eat healthy. You go a whole day without wanting to eat again. You know? It's like it's so obvious.
If you're around people if you're around people when they're eating, maybe people you work with or whatever the situation, and you pay attention to their eating habits, they're always trying to feed a craving.
Right. Yes, playing catch up, and that's because they're starving.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're most likely full of parasites or pathogens that are giving off pheromones and stuff for their brain to crave the things that they need too, right?
Yeah.
Man, I'm
Well,
telling you.
that's what I mean. Your first clue
I'm
is
telling you.
when you're eating food from a box. If you
Yeah.
aren't, if you are what you eat, you know, if you are what you eat, take it literally.
Yeah.
And you know, you go to a grocery store, and how much of that food that's sold there is in a box, and you have a little bit of produce or whatever on the outskirts, you know,
Yeah.
of the
And then
thing.
everything else is in a can, in a bottle, or in a box.
Right, right, and a lot of plastic box and can as well, you know, on top
Yep.
of it. That's not food.
Yeah, they avoid using glass where they can get away with it, unless they
Yeah,
actually have to put it in a glass. Like pickles, they got to put it in a glass.
right. I'm not sure why, but yeah, pickles still come in glass.
I think it's
Yeah.
because of the acid, the plastic that they would use probably wouldn't last.
I
Could
got
be.
Probably deteriorate and get eat up by the acid.
from that restaurant I get my buckets from. It's all food grade buckets. But you could tell the pickle buckets because they're green. They're actually buckets, but they're the Dell. The ones you got to keep cold, I guess. And they go
Mm,
through those quite quickly. So, but yeah, if you go buy them in a grocery store or something, they're in a glass jar.
right.
But yeah, all my food product that's in a bucket is the food grade buckets. So I guess they last for quite a while. I don't think I'd have to change them out anytime soon. I don't think nothing leaches out of them. I don't really know that much about it other than food grade and commercial grade.
I drink a lot of coffee. I save those plastic containers because I drink that instant coffee, but it doesn't go to the landfill. Let me show you what I do with it.
Oh,
Oh, you're
he
hardware in
he makes purple with it.
Yeah, I use it for all different kinds of screws and stuff like that.
That's smart. That is smart.
I had so many of them. I thought, well, I'm going to do something with those. I kept saving them. I'm going to do something with those. I thought, well, what the hell am I going to do with them? And then I figured it out one day.
Do you put a nail through
I
the
tell
cap
you,
and screw it on? Oh, on.
no, like them deck screws, they used to be like $10 a box. Now they're like $25, $26, $27 a box.
Oh yeah.
And if you get the 20-pound box or 15-pound box, you're gonna break $100 bill to pick them up. I mean, them
Yep.
things have skyrocketed in price. So yeah, you don't lose those. You drop one, you go looking for it.
Don't ever go to a pillbilly to a freaking Home Depot or Menards or Lowe's. I'll tell you, especially Menards.
You got to go
I
down
like
every aisle.
Menards.
I like it too by myself, and not with you. Not when I get my ass chewed up by that lady.
Oh well, I mean, you shouldn't have been picking on
I'm over to try to help you out with the nails.
her.
Wow.
Listen, I was helping that older lady to save herself some money. That's all.
Uh, man, the heck is he? Where's he at? I said, you're talking to your customer. What?
He's doing your job.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm all set, ready to go. I put that stabilizer on the ladder today too. That was the last thing I had to do today.
Look,
I'm all
I'm
set
your
and ready
friend.
to go.
I'm your friend. Just let it go. Wait till
I don't
next
think
year.
it's. Oh, I got to get them things done. I'm running out of time.
Nah, don't worry about it. Wait till next year. I'm telling you, you'll be all right.
Yeah, I swear I'll hire somebody to come and shovel the snow. If I don't get them on there this year, that's what's going to be done.
Get get your camera ready, huh? Get your camera ready.
The dog was buried. He was half buried. His cigarette went out. Snowed down his
The
shirt.
dog
Oh yeah.
loved it. The dog
Hmm.
loved it. He was playing in that. He did. He loved it.
The whole
It
roof
was
went down.
hilarious.
Yeah, the whole roof came down on him. And I told him when he
Well,
bought it. I
I
wish I
knew I
had.
was in the, I knew I was in the zone of getting nailed, but I figured if I hurry up and get in and out of here, I'll be all right. Well, no, not fast enough. But yeah, I want to get them done. I got to get them done.
Snowman, he looked just like you when he got done.
I'll bet.
My
In the
cousin
broom.
up here, he's been working for a contractor building houses over on the other side of the state. And I was thinking maybe I'll get a hold of him. He can help me do it. I'll let him get up there and take care of it.
I wouldn't, seriously. You're not in shape to do it. Really.
Yeah.
Not for that long period of time.
No, I get out there every inch or two that's on there on the porch. And I clear that out of the way right away.
Oh my God, shit's hitting the fan again. I don't believe this.
What's
Don
going on?
Limon, Dan Limon, the CNN guy, gets history
Oh,
lessons after suggesting that the royal family pays reparations for slavery.
yeah.
These people are fucking nuts.
But yeah,
I'm sorry, guys. I haven't watched the news in a while, so I'm just watching the headlines here.
I like to listen to Jordan Peterson's lectures. He makes so damn much sense. It's unbelievable.
Unreal.
And he addresses all those issues.
The Situation Room.
It just never goes on. Just constantly on TV. I see it just never.
Didn't they fire him? Didn't they fire him?
No,
Get him
no,
off the
not that I'm.
CNN?
No,
He's
no,
still there?
that was
Donna
on.
That's
Lamone. Donna Lamone was put on a morning show. They moved him off to prime time.
Hmm.
that's how long it's been since I've seen any television.
Yeah,
Whatever
I
one
was
that
just
was. Yeah.
I was just gonna tell Mr. Brown turn it off. Your
What
stress
was his
level will
name?
come down.
No,
Situation Room.
okay. This gives me an idea what's going to happen. I decipher everything. I don't take everything to heart. The bastards, mother.
Well, see, that's another thing that can happen with your digital wallet. See, if they decide to benefit a select group of people, they could just go ahead and do it. There ain't nothing you can do about it.
Nope.
You know, they could give them reparations. They could.
Yep.
They could decide to do it. Okay, we're going to pay you $1,000 a month for the next 20 years. If they wanted to do that, they could, and you'd be paying for it eventually, I guess.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's not coming out of their pockets. Hell no.
I don't know. It's all digital phony shit anyway, so I don't know how that would work. But I mean, they could definitely pay them. They have all their accounts. They know exactly who's who.
I know how it works. I'll give you a little history in the short term. You give them the money, they spend it. Yeah.
Shit, everything makes sense all of
That's how it
Well,
works.
they give you the money so you can give it back to them plus
Right.
some.
They make it, lend it to you. Now say you owe us that plus more. Love this game.
Yeah. It's a no lose situation.
I like it when I'm on top, you know. Oh, your girlfriend's getting slammed, Bo Billy.
Who?
Nikki Haley.
That's not my girl, man.
Well, she had an operation or something. She's been out of the mix for a while, hasn't she?
I don't know. I just happened to see her just now. What happened to her?
I don't know. I just, in passing, caught a story where she's having an operation. I see these people on YouTube once in a while. I'll watch a little bit, not very much, but I've seen one where she was explaining that she's gonna not be around as much. She likes to get out amongst the people or whatever, go places interstate, and she says she's not going to be able to do that very much because she's going to have an operation. It's going to be a bit of a recovery period.
Well, they're slamming her for something about Indian reservation. That's all I know.
Yeah, there's a lot of that in South Dakota.
Well, it's past my bedtime about 9 hours ago.
Just never you mind. You stay up with us. You're hanging around with the big boys.
We'll tuck you in when it's time.
That's right. Don't you be doing that to us. Hey.
I'm going to go up on the porch and lay down.
We're the government and we love you. We'll tuck you in when you're.
When we tell you
Where's
it's
my
time for your
digital
for bedtime.
Stay awake. Watch this box.
You have to pay your taxes before you can go to sleep, sir.
It's going to be a long night.
It's called sleep tax. Get it?
No, it's called the laying down tax. You're not working. You're laying down. Taxes.
Yeah. All right. I guess we can all take off then. I guess we just relax. But I'll tell you what, every one of you, thank you so much for showing up tonight. I really do appreciate it. It was a good stream. You too, Guru. Thank you for showing up, for showing us the hob.
Yeah.
Telling us about that was pretty neat. I like that generator. Frosty, you did a fantastic job. Probably eat shit. Live on.
Stay off the Oklahoma highways, will you, Poe Billy?
Oh, yeah. You want to hear the story?
Yeah.
No, I'm not telling it.
Hold on, we'll go to the back room. Hold on. We're going to go back.
No, I'm not telling it.
No,
I'm too tired to tell it. I'm too tired.
No.
Next time.
No. We're going to do this right now.
Listen, Cheese, I can hit this X button and I'm out of here.
I want to hear it. Hold on. We're going to show everybody. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. You guys want to say goodbye?
Next time.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Have a good one, everybody. Don't forget to keep sucking it up.
That's right.
Yeah.
Good night, Guru. Good night, Frosty. And
no. You ain't going nowhere.